Hi Tiggy, hi Space, hi Mort, hi Use, hi Viper, how are you all doing today? I'm just adjusting the lighting. I think that's better. Skin is smooth. This camera has a built-in filter. There we go. Another one. So today, chat, I'm doing a collaboration art challenge with Sims. Those of you who don't know Sims art is very actually well known. I don't believe you, built-in filter. Yeah, sometimes if I do my makeup a certain way, the filter moves. So if you don't know Sims art, let me get you Sims's Instagram. Sims is very well known for doing a lot of witchy art, like ghost cats. Has such a nice aesthetic and is, in my opinion, very, very successful as an artist. Sims has been asking me for a while when we can do a stream together, and I thought that was such a cute idea and I was honored. And so I wanted to, is the background real or is it a picture? The background's, this is a picture I've hung up. Good, thank you, Sam. And so we decided to do an art challenge together because I was like, if we're going to stream together, we should do something that's challenging for both of us. So the plan today is we have agreed to start with the same base, which will be a red demon girl. And the reason why is because it's harder for me to add the horns than it is for Sims to add the horns, because Sims is drawing art digitally. During this, because we're both live, we can both add whatever we like to the design. Obviously, it's more focused on portrait. However, by the end of it, we have to have the same design. So as an example, I could add freckles and Sims could add a tattoo, and then we both have to add those into the same design on what we're both doing. There's different advantages to both. If I choose to put on a headpiece, I simply have to pull it out of my headpiece bin and wear it. Sims would have to draw that. Sims has to consider things like composition, whereas I don't necessarily have to consider something like that. But equally, it would be harder for me to, for instance, suddenly change part of the design. Oh, hey Sims! Oh, I got you. I'm here. Got you. All right, thanks Sims. I'll just finish explaining and then I'll be right with you. Actually, Sims, I'll go get the horns, and then I'll catch you on Discord. Okay, I need to go get them. I just remembered I should probably get them. So that's the plan. Hopefully, by the end of it, we should have the same original design, but we'll each be doing it in our own style. So Strim suddenly draws it. So suddenly there was like real muscular shoulders. I have to suddenly try and figure out how to make my shoulders muscular. Some things, hey Zero, hi Axel. Some things will be easier for one, something will be easier for another. But that's the plan today. So have you finished? Have I finished the design yet? This is it. Enjoy, Sims. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be quite difficult in some respects, as it might take longer for me to paint myself red. And in that time, Sims can use that as an advantage to start adding things to the design. So there's a few things which I think will be quite difficult, but I'm looking forward to it as a challenge. That being said, we're also going to be using the stream together feature, so you'll be able to hear Sims in the background. So I will turn the music down a little bit. Oh my God, Zero, I should change that. Hang on a minute. Let me change the thing to to this one. Christ. Edit com who. There we go. All right, and then I'll go get the horns, and then I'll call Sims. Does Sims know? No. I'm winding you up. I should probably tie my hair back because this is going to get messy. Okay, chat, how is the audio at the moment? Is it too loud? Because I can change that. We'll also have to, it's good so far, because I'll have to adjust it a bit when we get Sims on the call. So that you can hear Sims too. Did I miss a bit of hair? No. Okay. There is no music. Okay, so there is music. But I made it very quiet. So good to know. Let me see. It's not coming up for me that Sims is live yet, so I think it's just being delayed on my half. Let me see. Yeah, good shout. Oops, I've knocked stuff over already. Here we go. Alrighty. Hang on a minute. It's loud for me. Thank you very much, Dean. Thank you. String together should not be captured as a single browser source. Please use string together in one browser window. Chrome required and add each slot URL. Okay. Did I break it? OBS things? Probably. All right, I'm going to call Sims. Hi, Sims.
I called you on the thing.
Yeah, and then I pressed something and it didn't like it.
Oh my lord. What browser do you use?
Chrome.
Then it should work. This is me?
I think it's me. Because it said something about a browser window. Okay, good. Well, my chat can hear you, which is great. That's a good start. Let me see if I can knock on your stream.
My chat can also hear you for sure.
Okay, fab. We've got the first part sorted.
I think. Yeah. Yeah, no. People can hear you for sure. Okay. I mean, I just started. I was at IKEA
Oh, right. Okay. And how was IKEA?
literally 30 minutes ago. I was buying a pen for my mom. As a gift. Oh, yo, you joined. A pen.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. I think it was trying to open in multiple windows and it didn't like it.
And a plate for a friend. Anyways,
pen and
no. A plaid? What do you say? A blanket.
Oh, got you. Yeah. Oh, cute. Like a Christmassy one,
Yes.
or like an all year round one.
Huh? Yeah. No. It's just a normal one. I don't know. It was just a gift. Last minute gifts, you know, with my brother, by the way. And also,
it's the
I forgot
23rd.
the phone in the car, my brother's car. So when I was calling you, my brother rang at the door to bring me my phone back. Yeah, I should have not gone to IKEA. Anyways, I'm ready. So what's the... Okay, let's recap.
Okay.
I'm gonna draw with you
With you. With me. Mm-hmm.
the demon girl.
Yes. And you don't normally draw demon
Porn.
girls, do you?
I always draw demon girls. It's like my favorite thing to do. And yeah. Okay, so do you want to swap to the... You want to stay in this call or you want to
stay in
swap
this
to
call.
the...
I'm trying to figure out shared chat.
I think we should have a shared chat. No?
Mine isn't.
Wait, let me
Mine
see.
doesn't look shared to me. I can see your
Um.
chat.
Okay, wait.
I've ended up.
Start viewer call Zane. Start sharing chat. Boom.
But I think you are the host. So I think it's up to you to do it then.
All right. Okay, we did it. We're ready.
All right,
Okay, I'm
great.
sharing my screen. Do you want me to share? I mean, how can I share
I'm
your?
going to window capture part of your stream in the corner of mine.
Oh my god. Okay. Yes,
That's
I'm gonna
my
do the
plan.
same. That's
All right.
that's
Sims
sick.
is louder than me. All right, let's turn Sims down. How's that?
I'm louder.
I think I'm just going to turn off my music.
Hello?
Hi. Yes.
Check
okay.
1 2 1 2.
How's that,
Hi.
chat? How's that?
Okay, so we stay in Discord. All right, and we share the chat. Okay.
Yes. Okay,
What
and
else? I need to
then
share your.
We add a
thing.
window capture.
Yeah. Okay, let's do this.
And then this window capture, I'm going to make it you
Oh my god.
on Twitch in a separate window here. And then I will add this here to the corner of mine.
I did this.
Okay. All right. Okay. Where are you putting
I'm
me?
doing the same. I don't know. Actually, I have no an idea. Look, I don't know if you see my screen.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, but that's so funny because where I put your screen, you've just covered it with me.
Where I put my screen, I covered with you. Oh, okay. Then I will put you there. In a corner.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
We're doing
Because the
well.
left part of my window is where I move the canvas. So the right one is gonna be the static one. So where
Okay.
people sees the whole canvas.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. we
All
got it.
right. Okay.
Cool.
Good.
Coolio.
And then I'm going to.
Can chat? Do you see Mcroft or not?
Here we go. Sim streaming
Chat,
on a
you see Mel or
Tuesday.
no?
That's my
Okay.
fault.
Yeah, I don't. Oh wait, I scrolled. I should never scroll. Okay. Okay. Cool.
You can see Mel in my stream. Okay, so it's going to take me a while to do the horns, but I'm excited because
Yeah, do your
I
thing.
don't
Do your
know how
thing. We
you're
can
going to do the
chit-chat.
composition of this because you have to worry about that,
Streaming.
but I don't have to worry about that.
About what? About what?
Like you don't have to worry about. So I don't have to worry about like composition because it's just I've just
I'm
painted it
not
on
gonna
myself.
draw a background though. There's not a lot of conversation.
No, but like you don't
I'm
like
gonna
where
do
the
a
face
character
is
design.
pointing. Like, is it straight on, or is it going to be from like slightly to the side?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it easy. Like, also you're gonna draw. I'm not gonna do a full body, maybe.
No,
right?
I'd rather you didn't. I can't paint that.
Yeah, no. I mean, you don't have to do, but I'm wondering. I genuinely don't know. Okay, so Demon Girl.
Yeah.
Also, okay.
But yeah, you should start with the face and shoulders.
Yes, I was
Selfishly.
so prepared for this. I was so ready for this. Okay.
Okay. All
Okay,
right.
what colors are you gonna use?
So I'm gonna go with a red skin tone, but whenever I do red, I always highlight it and blend it with yellow, so it goes more fiery red instead of pink.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Let me draw quickly a. Yeah, Raccoon. It's a Tuesday stream with Mel. We were planning on doing it for a bit.
Yeah.
In a while.
And then
Okay, so let's say this is an approximate color that looks good to you. Like
redder.
Redder.
More red.
Like this.
Yeah, that's closer.
Darker, brighter.
I'm gonna go brighter, but I know your color palette is slightly different to mine.
I can make whatever I don't mind. I'm just trying to. Okay, so I'm creating a small color palette, so you know already what colors I'm gonna use, right?
Okay.
It's gonna be also fun, challenging, I would say.
I think it's gonna be quite hard.
And then let's choose an accent color, right?
Okay.
Blue, purple, I don't know. Blue, teal.
Oh, a teal? Where would you use the teal?
I have no idea. I have no clue. Maybe yellow?
Do yellow, because then I could try and do something with gold.
Oh, gold. Okay, gold. Let's say like a yellow like this.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, let's try and use
this
that.
This is still
as
kind of
the
like,
base.
I would say a pinch of blue somewhere could be nice as an accent though.
Okay.
A teal, like a teal accent. Like,
I'm not telling you, but I think I know where I might start putting blue, but I'm not I'm not telling you. I'll stress you out about that later.
Wait, you don't have blue?
No, I think
okay.
I know where I might use the blue, but I think I'm gonna put it somewhere where it might stress you out.
Oh, okay. Nah, okay. So how you wanna do, like I start?
Yeah, just start going. I've applied the glue. I'm waiting for my forehead to go tacky.
Sounds good.
Sounds great. Hey Peachy, how are you?
So I look like a hobo compared to you, but it's okay though.
Oh, do you know what? If you get the Sony A6000 camera, it's got a built-in skin filter. I had no idea until
I have a Sony A7C camera.
Oh, sorry, Sims.
It's like my face. I can't do much about it. Anyways, let's go.
Okay, cool. Let's start.
It's time to go.
Okay, you know, when I made these horns, I accidentally printed out both of them pointing left instead of one pointing right and one pointing left. But you know.
Don't look what I'm doing right now. I'm just trying to like really establish a little bit the thing.
Okay.
Also, you can change your face completely and drastically, so I don't even have to really follow your features.
Yeah, like do it in your style, but we've got to come up with like the same OC design by the end of it, which I think is going to be quite a bit harder than I anticipate. Because like I've got to go through and do some of these with like products, you know what I mean? I feel like there's some parts which for you it would be like a second to draw it, and for me I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm still waiting for my forehead to dry.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna keep it relatively simple though. Like,
okay.
I mean,
I'm not sure I'm gonna make the same promise, but
also because it would take too long to draw. I don't know, a hyper detailed character like one of those anime characters, super detailed.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it turns out.
Hi Dory. Yo. Also, I see your chat too. That's
cool. It's nice, isn't it? I really like shared chat. I think it makes it a lot easier. Okay. I need to add in some fake skin around the horns. So bear with me while I do that. Let me add these in here. I'll only say my best material today. Thanks so much, Jackpot. I appreciate it.
Hey, hi, Kyle.
So, out of interest, because you have such a specifically distinct style, Sims, is there something...
Thank you.
Yeah. It's so... I feel like I could spot your stuff from, like, the other side of the ocean. Is there something that you want to try and play with as like either like a design or a character or something that you feel like you're a bit unsure of to try, or do you feel like you're pretty satisfied changing things up anytime you want?
I have no idea. Like, I feel like one thing that's gonna be challenging is that the character has horns, and also like it's normally I draw, and I mean, this is very vague way of defining it, but normal people, like everyday
Yes,
people in
okay,
a way,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, you do. I
Like,
think
I
a lot
don't-
of your stuff is very slice of life, isn't it?
Yeah, I really like that. Even if there's like ghost cats and magic and stuff, I always keep it like relatively realistic in a way that people always like, oh, this is me, and people in fact in the comments like me and you, me and
Oh,
who.
that's so cute. Yeah, because
know,
it's like people
if I
doing their
start drawing-
hair and such, isn't it?
Yeah, so if I start making stuff too,
Specific.
fantasy, people would find it harder, I think, to feel like, oh, this looks like me. Because, for example, I draw often like a brunette, brown hair. Like, for example, black hair. Like, I don't go often with like fluo, what you would expect in anime.
Yeah.
Right?
Like bright colors and
I
such.
go with, just blonde. I would go always with the natural colors, like blonde, brown, black, whatever. So like in this case, for example, I was thinking I can make the hair with a fun color.
Oh, okay. Well, I got
Yeah.
quite a few wigs, so I should be able to.
Can I see your? Oh no, wait, I can see your horns.
Okay.
Okay, so I need to adapt to where you place the horns for sure already.
Yeah, my horns. Oh my god, my horns are a little bit angular as well. I was just debating which ones to use for a while because I had one that was like
I think
one of
these
them's
are
broken.
nice.
I quite like them. They're I like how angular they are.
I was drawing. Do you know Hannah Cromwell?
No.
She's a streamer.
No.
Okay. Anyways, like she made a sweater challenge, ugly sweater challenge, like with her community.
Okay.
And I participated because it was fun.
Yeah.
So we had to design all together with our community on Magma. That is Magma. That it's a graphic design program that you can draw with other people.
Oh, cute.
Right, on the
Okay,
internet.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, on the same canvas, and I made my sweater. Wait, I can show you. It's fun. Where is Discord? Alright. Look. This is my sweater.
Oh, that's so cute. Okay, I feel like you missed the part where it was meant to look ugly, but yes.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I searched on Google ugly sweaters, and I start like kind of like imitating a little bit with
yeah, it's like the repeat patterns and such. I think it looks. I love the way
Yeah.
that you got your ghost cats in there.
right? Yeah. I wanted to. I mean, at this point, it's kind of like a signature, like IP branding thing. So I like it to use it every time. Besides today, this is gonna be a demon girl, no ghost cats.
I mean, you're more than
Unless-
welcome to. Unless.
Unless. So when is in the store the sweater? No. It was just like a
Sims
funny
playing.
thing. Okay. No. Okay, so I imitated a little bit your horns at the best
Yeah.
of my abilities.
best of your ability. Literally a global artist. Sure. Hi, Theo. Yeah, I'm excited. I think this is going to be tricky.
It's gonna be very fun.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite tricky in some places because like it's interesting to me that you naturally slope down the ears.
Yeah,
So-
I wanted to give you a challenge on that one.
Yeah, I just saw it. I was like, oh my god, all right, fine.
Because I'm a bastard. I knew that too. Because I could have done the classic point here that I
Yeah,
bet you
right.
have.
Well, yes, exactly. I do have that. I was like, what the hell?
Now do this one.
Oh Christ. Okay. It's all right. I have something that I'm going to add in later, and you're going to.
No, I can
I'll
if
make
you don't
cry.
have it,
No,
don't
you're
worry, I
fine.
can change.
Nope, it's fine. Right, let's see. So whenever I do horns, because of the way that they attach to the face, if you just do the actual horn itself, I really dislike that it doesn't look like it's like grown from the skin. So I always do this mix where I take like a cotton bud and I take liquid latex, which is like a liquid form of like rubber. And I always add this like layer of skin around it because I always think it looks so much better when it looks like the horns have grown out of the skin.
Yeah, like they ripped off the skin in a way.
Yeah,
right?
like you can see that the skin's grown around it, or they've protruded out of the skin. I don't
It
really
gives kind of
like
a sense
it.
of damned, right?
Yeah, yeah, like it's grown out of, like something happened. They're not natural. They've grown out of it in a way. Like they grew out after. So I always like that instead because I always think it looks a little bit flat otherwise. So I'm just building that up at the moment.
Yeah, otherwise it should be like real nails, like they have like that type of like
Yeah,
how do you call it, a cuticle kind of thing,
Yes,
right? That
yeah.
makes sense. Yeah,
it would, wouldn't it? I always think things like that. Like, okay, well, how would
that's
how
how
would that
probably
happen?
would. I don't even know how animals have like I never studied the antlers, for example, right? How they grow.
I think they
out,
have a
but
little bit, but a
no.
lot of them I think things like the rhinoceros, I believe that's actually made out of keratin. It's actually like hair. Like the same kind of
Oh, it's like
products as
hair.
Yeah, but it's solid, but like it's made from the same thing that's like hair or something. It's really strange. So it kind of grows like hair, like wood, not as if it's protruded through because it's like part of it. It's strange, isn't it?
It is strange. It is strange. Like I would have imagined it was like nails, not like hair.
Yeah, it's weird. Okay.
I want to give her an expression a little bit like mischievous.
She's cute already.
Oh, let me save. Let me save. I didn't save yet.
What do you
You
draw
know that
on?
sometimes I go through my half of my illustrations and I never save. I forget. And I don't have auto saves on.
You are slightly stressful.
Yeah, people. I have a comment to tell people to remind me to save.
Okay, I have that in video games, but it's more like Tomb Raider because I don't know if you've ever played Tomb Raider, but it's the same kind of pain.
Yeah. So, when the new Tomb Raider is gonna come out? By the way, you like.
One of them is next year. I believe it'll probably be like end of next year because they only just announced it now. And the next one is the year after.
The character looks beautiful. Like
Oh,
I think the model they made is awesome.
So stunning, isn't she? Yeah, there's been a massive
Yeah, I
fight
read
on
people
the
would be like,
internet because she's got
Huh?
shoulders. Yeah, there's a massive fight on the internet from like these mean fans because she's got shoulders and they don't like the idea that she's got shoulders.
I don't understand. I feel like she's like I can understand if they made her like extremely like different, but like they just like made her more like fit than
Yeah, she just looks like athletic.
which yeah, it's not like buff though. Not
No,
buff.
yeah.
Like
She
that
doesn't
would
look
have
like a
been kinda-
bodybuilder, but she's
yeah,
clearly
like,
athletic.
Yeah, that would be on the nose, but
because
they
I think
did it like
it's
a
lean.
person. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that they did a good job. Also, like with the boobs thing, that people I read somebody were like, I think they're just like this. That looks like a modern video game character.
Right, but what she's
Like,
doing, she's probably
not
wearing
crazy.
a sports bra. So
Yeah.
so it makes sense that
I think it makes sense. I mean, yeah, I'm the first to complain. Sometimes some redesigns are kind of odd. In
I
general,
think she looks
but on this
great.
one, yeah, this was very good. I think they did a great job. Also, I really like the lighting when there's that scene in the dark where she shoots with the two
It
guns.
reminded me of have you
so good.
seen the latest The Batman?
Yeah.
Yeah, with
I
the
love that
scene
movie.
when the scene
I
where it's
love
all
that movie.
red.
Yeah. This the final part, right?
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
So
Yeah, they did
stunning.
a great job. Okay. So does it seem doable for you so far?
Yeah.
I'm doing a lot of things I never do.
Okay. Oh, good. That's exciting.
Like, for example, ponytail. No, how do you call this? Double pigtail in English. I don't know. How do
Yeah.
you call this? Double
Pigtails.
Ah, okay. Yeah. For example, I never do this because it's a little bit too fancy, right? For me, like it's something like that defines the character a lot. It makes it slightly less, I would say, generic, less relatable.
Yes.
Because like I draw things that are kind of like more plain on purpose because I think that that makes it more relatable. Like anything too much, like for example, bodies that are too extreme. Again, like with if they are like, for example, body ratio, for example, super long legs, I try to keep it kind of like as average as possible because I think that makes everybody fit in a way.
That's so nice that you think about that.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't do because I think because that's the cool, like the cool part of people, like when you see that, I like the idea that people think, oh, this is possible. I know somebody that looks like this, rather than, oh, this is a completely imaginary character that's never gonna happen ever in the history. Like, I think it's cool to think that it would be possible to have somebody that looks exactly like that.
Yeah.
Without any body transformation or crazy stuff.
Right, and there's telling signs that they're witches anyway, because the hat, the magic, the ghost cats, like there's telling signs around it, but it's kind of like slice of life of witches.
Yeah. But I did that type of thing also before starting drawing witches, which I know it sounds strange, but like a few years ago, like let's say 3, 4, like I had a different project, and then it's been 3, 4 years that I'm working on this one with witches.
Yes,
like,
I have actually
I only did that
sifted through your entire Instagram to see the little journey you've taken, because I noticed the color story changed as well, like the tone. Yeah.
Usually that's what I do. Once I'm done with a project for a reason or another, I just like try to approach completely new way. Like I like to reinvent the whole thing. I mean, of course, like potato, you know, like I'm me. So it's hard to be different you cannot completely change, but in a way though, a little bit. Yes,
but it's kind of like growth though, isn't it? Like
yeah. I would say it's a mix of growing, of course, as an artist. Like I bet it's happened to you too, right? Like you,
oh my
God,
probably
changed a lot of things.
Yeah,
but also
so
like sometimes it's a conscious decision that you're like, I used like blue for ears and teal, and now I'm gonna use brown colors and oranges, and then who knows, next time it's gonna be yellow and green. I don't know, whatever, right? Like it's like it's nice to try new things and to explore different. I mean, I think there's a basic motive that usually I like, that is like friendship or like duos, groups. Like for example, I draw often duo witches, but like for example, years ago I used to draw couples a lot. And then for example, my previous project had like these two, a boy and a girl, and so I really like that type of thing too. You know, there are some things recurring through my whole thing, but the colors changed drastically.
Yeah, I did see that. I noticed you can tell when scrolling back how it changes. But I also think that about mine. But I don't know about you. Sometimes I scroll so far back on my Instagram and I'm like, Christ, that was awful.
Yeah, same. I don't like almost anything I do after a while. I mean, there are some pieces that I think, oh, this is very nice, and I try to actually redo them. Like,
Yes,
I try
same.
to, sometimes I copy paste in the references my own artworks to be like, okay, I want to go back to this direction that I really enjoyed.
Yeah.
And in fact, sometimes I almost remake some pieces. I reiterate the same over and over. Some pieces that I really like to try to also figure out a little bit what I like exactly, because like I don't know if it's the same for you, but like, have you ever the impression that you? I think that's the difference between, I think, pros and beginners is that you know, right, what you did good pretty much overall. Kind of like you study what works in your stuff that works, and you're like, okay, so this works because this is and that. But there are moments where you're like, I don't even know how I did it. Like, I'm not sure what worked for this one that people really enjoyed. You know?
Yeah, I think that a lot about
Th-
some of my own stuff. I'm like something brought this together, but I can't pinpoint what it was because I changed maybe one too many things.
yeah, right. Yeah, when you start changing, like the point is to find that thing that you're like, oh yeah, this is what people really enjoyed. I could do it again if I wanted. Sometimes it's not that easy. And beginners, for example, yo, Mr. Piggy,
Oh, Mr. Piggy,
yo,
thank you
you
for
gifted
gifting.
a sub to Mcroft.
Thank you
First
so much.
gifted sub. Yo, WW subs.
Thank you, Mr. Piggy. I appreciate it. I think it's
Wait, do you
good
have
to
the
hear
sounds
this
on?
sort. Not your sounds.
No, your sounds. I mean,
I think so. I
like,
don't know.
do do you hear when you get subs and stuff like that?
Yes, I
I'm
do.
so
Yeah.
bad at noticing. Oh, okay. Oh, thank
I
you for the
think
subscription and also my channel, Mr. Piggy. Appreciate it.
I think
But
it's
yeah, no, it's interesting, isn't it?
it's not. I think it's nice to also hear from people who have been artists for such a long time and who have like what because I think anyone would deem you to be a very successful artist, myself included. So I think it's nice to hear how you not in a mean way of like you know how you completely doubt your own, but it's nice to hear from like okay, cool. So, like, how do you see your own work? Like, how do you try and grow? Because I think probably people see your stuff and they don't think, like, they just see it as, like, oh, cool, another art piece. Whereas I think you and I look at our own work and think, okay, on this one specifically, I was practicing this and this worked and that didn't work.
Yeah.
And so you really hyperanalyze your own stuff. But I often think that a lot of people don't necessarily realize that when you just kind of upload your stuff. Because, like, just having an online portfolio.
Yeah. No, there is a lot of trial and error, and definitely like again, like a lot of things. Oh God, I cannot even replicate them. It's hard. It's hard to replicate some things because you're like, okay, I nailed the. For example, sometimes the fact that you were unaware of some aspects, you went very naturally. You know, for example, you painted the background without caring too much about perspective, right? And it turned out to be in a way that it's hard to replicate on purpose because it's random.
Yeah.
So there's that thing that is sometimes it's easier to go random, but of course randomness implies that if you want to do it again, though, if you want to build a career on randomness, it's impossible.
Yeah, like you
So
have
you
to
need
have
to
some
be
kind
able to
of
reproduce.
yeah, you have to have some kind of like theme that carries on that you're understanding.
Yeah, exactly. And also like that, you know how to reproduce that effect, that look. Like if you want a sketchy look or you know, if you want the randomness, but you want to do it on purpose, I think that's the hardest part, right? Like if you want to make that. One thing that I always say when we're drawing, but I feel like it's pretty much on everything. I feel like for you it works the same, maybe in a different aspect, which is people hate tryhards, right? Like people don't like things that looks overworked.
Yes.
In a way that it's heavy. People likes the feeling that things come easy. That's why also the best art out there, often people is like, oh, I could do it too. Or you could kind of like, it feels natural because it's the brush strokes, the line work. It's effortless, but it's not, right? Because you know, like, maybe it is a little bit, but you still have years and years of exercise to give that sense of effortless plus aesthetically pleasing, though.
I
Because
think
like
when you do artwork like that, if it looks like there was a struggle, it's not as nice to look at. Whereas when you've honed your skills so hard that you do something that there was struggle to get to that point, but now that you've done it and it looks effortless, even though what built up to it wasn't effortless, then it sings so well.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like sometimes some pieces that I like, I don't know how to do them again because there was some randomness that it's hard to reproduce in a conscious way. Keep that effortless effect, but control it. And that's where sometimes I go over and over on the same things. I try to figure out how can I get that texture without like every time though I want, not just when randomly happens, right? Yeah, and I think that's why I go back and forth sometimes on things.
Yeah, because it's always good to just keep trying and like playing around with new things.
Yeah, like for example, Ghost Cats, right? Like they're white, and this is just a silly example, but like if they're on a white background, let's say there's a lot of light, and you have to draw a white thing. I mean, you would understand. It's like complicated.
It becomes a problem.
Yeah, so you need to figure out, okay, how can I make this work? How can I control the light in a way that you still see that? Like, there's a lot of mini problems that with time, the more you reiterate a same concept. In fact, like when I was in college, like in art school, one of my exams was like project theory, like how to make projects, right? That was an exam based on how to create an art project, how to be an artist, like with a portfolio, right? Like how can you do that? And the main lesson there was pretty much like, it's not about making one drawing, it's about making 10, 20, 50 drawings that feel like part of the same. And usually after the first one is always the most boring. And then the more you reiterate something, you get to a point where not only you get better and the project gets more specific, but also it becomes hard, right?
Yeah.
Because if you make one demon girl, it's easy. If you make 10, it's easy. But 20, 50, 100, at some point you will hit a roadblock. And usually it's there where if you're an artist and you kind of explore in a nice way things, right? Like following some sort of logic, that's where you start making stuff that it's never been seen before. Because everybody can do a demon girl pretty much in a basic way. But like, let's imagine you make a full project on that. When you make 300 designs, I mean, assuming you're trying to improve on each one and you're not just reiterating the exact same thing every time, you will reach a point where you're like, okay, I need to invent something new. I need to mix something here that makes it unique and specific. And yeah, I feel like that's kind of hard.
That's really hard, and I think it forces you to try and do something that even you think like, I don't know anymore. I'm struggling, and then I think at that point is almost where you start breaking, and then you become a better artist. But it doesn't feel like it at that point. At that point, you feel really low because you just think, I can't do this.
Yeah. It's a little bit like going back to the start where beginners are like, I don't know how to draw, right? And they get discomfort. If you don't have a little bit of discomfort or a big one at some point, I think something is wrong. You're doing always the same thing pretty much. And there is no... So I feel like you need to struggle in a way that makes the artwork at some point worth, right? There's something new. There's that thing, right? That small thing added that you're like, oh, this is a new thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, it was kind of similar with the idea of like, because I think a lot of people seemingly know me for becoming characters because I do that so much, and it's easy because I already have the template, right? I'm painting on myself, so the template exists. Whereas when a lot of people don't necessarily realize the other stuff that I tend to do, which is fine. I don't really care. But then I also started to feel a little bit like tired of just creating the character. Like, I just didn't want to become the character in some aspects. I wanted to like paint a whole scene. So then I had to try and figure out how the hell I was gonna develop my skill to adapt to that, because I was like, okay, I don't want to just do the same thing forever of just becoming loads of different characters, because to me that's really boring. And then I struggled and struggled and struggled. So I started out with like recreating things of like Bob Ross and trying to learn like, okay, so Bob Ross is using oil paints. How can I translate that into makeup? So I think it was like in 2019, I was playing around with some Bob Ross stuff on myself, and it was really hard, but I was really like, okay, cool. So I can try and do this. And then I slowly, like every so often, would like try and build that skill up. And it was interesting to me because sometimes, because then people were like, oh, I think people don't necessarily get it, because some of my stuff probably comes across a bit random, but my stuff, like, I do things more intentionally because I'm like, hey, I need to practice how I'm going to be doing, like I need to practice detail. So then I'm like, okay, cool, I'll try and paint the creation of Adam. So I'm like, okay, cool, I'll try and do that, and I have to do it. And obviously, like, my problem is I have to do it out of makeup, and I have to do it in one sitting.
Yeah, that's also very complicated, because you cannot sleep on it and be like, tomorrow I'm gonna finish.
Yeah, like, oh, think about it overnight. Like, and like, while I might be able to get away with, like, I don't know, I could probably, I've like had a nap in one of them once, but my issue with that is the colors, they fade, they become slightly dull overnight, I've noticed. So I would rather not, and I'd rather just try and go for the whole thing in one go.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. But like, I guess that, like, in a way or another, though, the point is you seem to always, like, I think you have the core aspect, right, of that I was describing. I was like, you try always to impress and to do new things, to communicate something new that feels like different and unique in a way, right? I think that leads to a lot of despair.
It does. Yeah, I think 100%. It's the most painful thing, but as an artist, that's where you grow the most.
Yep.
It's also where you bully yourself the most.
Yeah. But I feel like, in a way or another, that's what makes the difference. Because there's a lot of people, I think you heard a lot of times people saying stuff like, I cannot do it, I'm not good. Like, they get discouraged, as if, like, some people is just blessed, right?
Yeah, like you came out the womb and you just were able to be good at digital drawing.
Yeah. But I feel like we all kind of there all the time, because even if you're good, you still have to improve in a way, right? So that you need to still go beyond a certain. There's never a part where you're like, oh, I'm done. This is it. I
exactly.
Full potential.
And you also need to maintain that skill.
And also maintain the skill, I would say, you need to exercise. You cannot just not draw for example, for me, I cannot not draw for 2 months, 3 months. I would get rusty for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm exactly
Which sometimes
the same.
is good. Sometimes it's good, though. Hear me out. Because, like, sometimes you get into patterns, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like, could be even unhealthy patterns, right? And sometimes breaking and stopping and restarting, it kind of in a way breaks that pattern. And when you go back and you start rescaling up, maybe you lost that bad mannerism or mindset you had, because you kind of moved on and
like something was holding you
to
back.
A more natural state.
Like something was holding you back mentally.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a bad mental state, right? And you keep repeating over and over and over the same problem, the same mistake, and then, like, if you stop and you go back, you revert a little bit to a childish approach, because you kind of forgot all the. You're not in your S anymore, right? Like, you got freed a little bit, so you start seeing, like, as a first timer again a little bit. Does it make sense?
Yeah, you start seeing things like sometimes if I feel like I've gotten like artist block, which I know it probably looks like I don't really get that a lot because I'm always doing different things. But when people when they say to me, like, what do you do? I always recommend that, like, okay, well, go back to something that's really, really simple and just do that.
Yes.
I'll like change something about it. So for in the makeup world, it's like skulls, because you already have the skull template, right? Because you can press your face to feel it. So I'm like, okay, so do a skull, but this time do a skull that's like covered in tattoos. Or like do a skull and change the color. Like go back to something so basic, but change something that makes it so slightly different and then start again.
Yeah. Yeah, I say the same thing to people when they ask me how to learn to draw. I'm always like, draw simple things. Don't try to make, for example, people join my stream, right? And they're like, oh, I want to draw backgrounds like you or something like that, right? It happened a lot of times. Or people send me messages, how can I learn to draw? Bro, why are you looking at me though? Like, if you cannot even draw, for example, or if you have an art block, right? Why are you trying to make a full piece that's gonna frustrate you for sure? Because if you're not succeeding, it's gonna be frustrating. And in art, I feel like one thing it's very important is to be confident, especially when it comes to the technical aspect in a way also, like a little bit like when you're drawing, or in your case, for example, when you're painting yourself, if you're insecure or like you're not confident, like your lines are gonna be ass. Like you're gonna be shaky or right? Does it make sense? Like, because you're insecure, right? You don't know. But if you're more confident, even like forced for confidence in a way, if you manage to be confident, everything it's looks better already. Even if it's goofy, it looks more confident. The lines are more confident, more smooth, and everything works better together. And I feel like the best way to gain confidence is to not try to draw like, I don't know, like a Caravaggio masterpiece, and just go back to simple doodles or things, you know, that you win pretty much. You want to win, right? It's like in Fortnite. If you keep losing all the time, you get discouraged. But if you get the bot lobby and you just kill random bots, right? And they really are just like easy to kill. They don't even shoot at you. It feels like you're winning already, right? And psychologically makes you want to play again, because you're like, oh, okay. So this is how it feels winning, right?
Yes, and I think as well, it's so for in my world, I'm always like, when people want to get into face painting and like they want to do a body paint, I'm like, okay, but like, why would you try and immediately do an entire body paint when you're not confident enough to do the face? So I always recommend start with the face.
Exactly.
And I can't stop people from trying to do the whole, like their whole body, etc. But I'm like, you're gonna get frustrated. I'm telling you now, you will get frustrated because it's exhausting. You can't escape it once you start, because you've started.
Exactly.
And so I think sometimes people get so excited about trying to do this massive project. And honestly, like, yeah, you're gonna exhaust yourself. I'm kind of like, do it then. But know that it's going to be frustrating, and afterwards you're going to probably want to hone in your skill a bit more doing something smaller, because it'll feel more manageable.
Yeah, that's what exactly. It's crazy that actually I mean, it's not that crazy maybe, but it's so similar, right?
Yeah.
Even if we do kind of like different things, the problems that people has when they want to start is like they're exactly the same.
Yeah, I think people want to rush into it so much.
It's because they see the best stuff on the internet, I think, and in the world, right? They see beautiful paintings, like, or in your case, beautiful makeup artists that they do crazy shit, like for TV shows or cosplays or whatever, right? And they're like, oh, I want to do this. But sure, but that's the end point, though. That's the final stage, like the final boss, right? It's not like where you start. That's where you finish. And before getting there, you need to kind of like, like go through the normal stuff first.
Yeah, I think it's tricky. I think sometimes people get too excited about the instant gratification.
Oh yeah, instant gratification is a great topic, in fact. Like, for example, I'm having problems myself with this. For example, I'm working on a comic, right? And it's very hard to stay consistent, even for me. And I draw like, it's been like so long. But the comic is going slow because sometimes it's hard because you never see the light at the end of the tunnel, right?
Yes. Yes.
Because it's like 70 pages and it takes like 3 days to finish each one of them. It's like a project that's going to take you months and months. It's hard. Sometimes you don't feel like you finish a page and you're like, I don't even like that much this page. And now I have to make other 60, you know, like that's insane. And yeah, so my point is that I feel like, I think some of these things happen to everybody.
Yeah, no,
Um,
I definitely agree. I think it becomes, I think what I find hard is when you work up to make such a defined like skill and you work on a massive project like that.
yeah.
And it's the assumption that it should have taken like a week. No!
Oh, yeah, yeah. No, no, no. Comics, for example, it's impossible. But also in drawings, like the fact that, for example, people sees me draw, right, and they're like, I need to be this fast. No,
No.
no. I mean, I'm not even that fast. But the point is that for some beginner, maybe I am, right? Like, it's not. That this is just the end part. Like after, I don't know, 15, 20 years of drawing all the time. Like I draw every day, bro. Like it's like this video game. Like every single day for years. If I was not at least a little bit good, I would be an ad. Like actually, not. I should find another job. Like, if I was not a little bit skilled into this.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the time, because people want the instant gratification, but they don't necessarily always want to put the practice in. But you know, like
Yeah.
Les Banana in the chat's just saying like they were struggling with bass because like it was hurting their pinky finger. But then consistently doing it, and then it was fine. It's okay in the end, and then you can do it. But you kind of have to get over like you're gonna face so many hurdles, and in the beginning it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be so rough. But again, it's like persisting through it and being like, no, because I think a lot of the time you can put practice in, but do you have the drive to get better, or are you just practicing for the sake of practicing? Because if you don't have the intention to get better, like you have to kind of draw with intention as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I think that's why the project is for me is one of the first thing I always tell people, and that for me works a lot, and I recommend people doing, is like get a project in mind, right? Um, anything really, anything. But in fact, Inktober is a great opportunity for people to experience for the first time, for example, a project. Um, stuff like Inktober or any challenge really. Because they can finally make something that they're like, okay, I need to start one day and finish this day, do 30 pieces every day. Like,
Yeah, and I
like
thought
one per
Inktober was
day.
meant to be like a doodle.
It, I don't think it matters how you do it. That's the point, right? Like some people make masterpieces, some people make doodles. The point is to finish it though, and to make and by the time that you're done, in a way you developed a style already, even if you're a beginner, because you need to speed things up. Because if in a day you need to make a drawing, and normally it takes you 3 days to finish a drawing, like you need to find a way to go faster,
Yes.
and that will help you to avoid a lot of things that maybe it's not even natural for you, and you go back to your core aspects. Of course, like you can make a more complex project that takes you longer, but I would not recommend to, like you said, right? Like you don't start from a goddamn complex project. You start from a simple one and then move to a harder one. Like you don't make like, I want to make a 5 years project, a comic that's gonna be the next American comics,
Like the
you
next
know,
Spider-Man, I'm
much.
suddenly going to make this when I've never practiced before.
Yeah, you know, like start from something that takes you a couple of days, then move to something that takes you a couple of weeks. I don't know, and then a couple months, and then eventually. But I bet by then, probably you're already kind of like, you know, if you're able to make a project already, not one project and two and three, like at that point you can do pretty much whatever you want. Of course, there's limits, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think it's
Like the difference between some pro and beginners usually is that they bring the project home, right? Even on commissions, for example, at the best of their abilities, pretty much. Like if you get commissioned something, the client can be sure that you will finish it, right? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a mark also very important of an artist, be able to finish a project for a client, but that also works for yourself, right? If you want to learn how to draw, you need to draw for years consistently.
Yeah, it's not just
that's
going to be
kind of like having a commission every day.
Yeah.
Like
you have to put a lot of practice in. I think people don't realize the amount of practice that you have to put in. I think from my experience, a lot of people seemingly assume that there's like a secret formula, but the secret formula is practice, and then you tell them that and they don't like it, and then you're like, okay, okay, cool. Well, I guess.
Oh, you have that too?
Yeah.
Yeah, because like it's a meme in art field when people ask what's the secret, like what's the my 2 most watched streaming collab. Awesome, yeah, thanks. But yeah, no, it's crazy because like they want to know if there's a formula, it's a program, it's a brush, it's a thing, and when you tell them just sit down and draw, like people tilt.
They really do, and I'm like, I don't get it, man. Like, I'm only telling you to do what I did. But yeah, they really don't like it. It's like they think they just
think you
want...
gatekeep.
Yes!
I've been told that I'm gatekeeping them. What am I fucking gatekeeping, bro? Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, bro, what are you talking about? What am I gatekeeping? I literally sit on this. I don't go out. Like, ever.
Yeah, like, no, 100%. Like, I swear, it's always the people who want to just suddenly be good at something so they can show off to somebody else for some strange reason.
I think so too.
And then
it's
like
just for the status.
Yeah, they just want to show, and it's so weird because I'm like, but you can see it says on my channel, on my thing, I have done 1,175 paints. Right? You go on my Instagram, there are 2,000 posts. That is me struggling 2,000 times.
Yeah.
It blows my mind that people seemingly think that like there's some secret, there's just some secret thing that's gonna be able to give them the edge out of nowhere.
I genuinely don't get it. Like, I'm not sure, like, why they think that. And also, like, if you check their portfolio, they have sometimes like 0 drawings, like, or 0, like, or 1 fast 1. Like, for example, it's different if I see a portfolio of somebody that made like hundreds and you can tell that they are stuck. For example, you could tell, oh, okay, this person needs like, there's a problem here, maybe, they can fix that. But sometimes there's nothing to check because there's no portfolio, there's no effort, you cannot see anything.
Yeah, I've had it before as well, where people have wanted criticism and then I've given them in my opinion, fair feedback, and then they've gotten mad at me. So I don't do it anymore because I just find it so frustrating where I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. What I would do, and I'm really careful as well when I give criticism, because what I don't want to do is tell them how to do it in my style. I think I want to try and make sure people do it in their own style. And so I'm really careful. Yeah, I'm really careful about how I give feedback to people. A lot of it does come down to like, the thing is as well, is like practice. Okay, so while it might not make it perfect but also what is perfect, I think that's something that is really important too, because I do stuff now and I don't think it's perfect, but it's better and it keeps getting better. And while you can give people advice and like tips, etc., it's gonna come down to them putting those tips into practice. And I can't help you with that. And I think people think that me saying like, oh yeah, if you're going to shade with red, use yellow, then that automatically means that they're going to be able to blend it well. But it doesn't mean that. That means that like, I'm like, okay, yeah, but use this as a highlight color, but use that with your own ideas of how you're going to be doing it. Because otherwise all you're going to end up doing is just imitating another artist's style. And that's not what you want. That's not going to make you an artist at the end of the day that you're happy with. That's going to be you recreating Sims.
I was sorry about that.
Do you?
Somebody like actually was like, they're a very good person. Trust me, like nothing. I don't have anything against them, but I think they don't know this. But the point is that they really liked my art, right? And they were like, I really admire your art, blah, blah, blah. Can I ask you something? Can I draw witches or something like that? And I remember responding something like, this was a content creator, by the way, right? Like pretty big. The point is, like, I was like, yeah, sure, but make sure that it's different from what I do, right? That's what I said, pretty much. Like, my point was like, make sure that it's your IP, your thing, because like, otherwise it makes no sense. You're just like emulating my stuff, like, pretty much the same thing you just said, right? And I got like somebody reaching out to me, and they said, you told this thing to this person. Who do you think you are?
Oh my God.
I mean, bro, You know what I mean? Like sometimes people don't understand. Like it's not that I'm like don't draw, but it's pretty obvious if you're imitating or not, right? Somebody.
Yeah, and
Does that
I,
make
I
sense?
also
Like
find it really frustrating when people make the assumption that because somebody's copied you outright, it's a compliment, and it's like, well, it's kind of not though, because that's mine. And you're kind of profiting off it. There's a lot of things about this that I'm not cool with, but they're just
yeah.
like, just see it as a great thing, and I'm like, but it's not. Like
Yeah,
it's
yeah. If it's a small content creator, like let's say beginner, like somebody that reaches out to me and it's I don't really care. I feel like when it comes to bigger content creators, though, I'm like, bro. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, if you want to learn to draw, cool. But like, if you start using my stuff, like emulating
yeah.
too much, like
Because I
that's
think at that
a little
point
bit
it
weird.
becomes like, but they're profiting from this quite a lot now. Instead of
Yeah,
learning, it's like a different ball game at that point. Like the
yeah.
intention is,
For a beginner, I would say it's also like you said, like not recommended to copy somebody. Maybe at the start it's nice to try to understand, emulate a bit, and try to kind of like study. Like I have a lot of people that study my stuff, and that's fun, I think, to see. And I'm sure that they were gonna do stuff different, but you can tell when they try to emulate, they're like, it's not, I want to say plagiarize, but like they literally don't have any idea, and
yeah,
they just basically looking at your stuff. And what I say always is like, try to come up with your thing, right? Like it can be anything. It's not like you know what, sometimes, for example, with you, right, people sees you do what you do, and sometimes when you nail something as an artist, right, and I have the same feeling, I bet you have the same with other artists, right, you're like, it's hard to get out of the idea this is the only way to do things, because it's so well done, so well executed, so clear and so clean, right? That you're like, somebody sees your painting and they think that this is the only way people can do body painting. Like there's what other way? And that's where other artists, instead, that are very good, usually that's where they excel, because they see you, but they do another thing in their own way that then will become iconic in a way, right? That people is like, oh, I really like that guy. There's and somebody else will think that that's the only way to do makeup,
yeah,
art and stuff. Does it make sense? Body paint and
yeah.
whatever,
It
like
does.
or drawing, whatever. Like strange.
I think it is strange. I think there's also like, it's cool when it's like, oh, I'm gonna just try this, and it's usually like a one-time thing, to be like, oh, you know what, I'm gonna try and like see if I can recreate like one of Sims's things, and like I always feel like whenever I do that, it's like, you're learning something along the way, which is awesome. But I often feel as though sometimes people just kind of see things for weird personal gain,
Yeah,
especially when it comes to social media. And I think social media makes a big difference with that, because sometimes it's the case of they saw your artwork do really well on social media, so they recreated everything about it, and then they post it as if they've also done it themselves. But then I find that weird, because I'm like, but you're weirdly only kind of like imitating this because it did well. Like I don't really understand by this point, but
oh
like,
yeah, there's a bunch of people that do that. True, true,
yeah,
true.
and it's strange, isn't it? And I think things
It
like
is.
there's a line where there is a trend and you all do it in your own style. So it's like, I don't know, let's pretend that like this like demon girl thing became like a draw it in your own style. And then it's cool and it's different. Um but it's strange to me when people kind of do recreate your stuff and pretending it's theirs. And they do that the whole time. I find that so strange. Um Mikey says, if someone
Wait,
asks if it's
Mikey.
okay to draw my OCs or in my style, I just say, sure, but you have to give me 20% of any earnings, and keep shouting me out on your socials until I gain 20% of your followers. Fair.
I mean, yeah, I would say like, yeah, for somebody that's profiting, for sure. For somebody that is starting, it's kind of like detrimental for their growth, and for somebody that is starting and want to grift, you're starting with the wrong foot, my friend. Like,
I think a
because
lot of
it's
the
like you're
time,
not gonna succeed, and also you're just, this is not gonna help you.
I think when it comes to like understanding composition, things like maybe what it is that they're imitating and trying to create artwork in the same sense, but they're not really understanding what it is about the artwork that's going to actually help them. Whereas,
Yep.
and I think maybe that's probably one of the big problems, is not necessarily actually understanding how it will help them in the long run. Whereas I feel like, you know, for me it's like, oh yeah, like Sims has got a really interesting color story, but I suppose my issue usually comes down to like people. I mean, I don't mind if someone wants to recreate something that I've done, but then I'm always like I just want the credit for it. In the makeup world,
Sometimes they do.
Sometimes they do. In the makeup world, it usually becomes like oh, it doesn't really matter, I can't find them. And I find that really frustrating because I just don't really get it. And the conclusion I've come to in the end was some ideas are so good that you just want to pretend you came up with them yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is frustrating.
I think, look, I think that there's some ideas that I don't know how to explain. Like, you can make your own at some point, but you need to transform them in a way that makes a lot of sense to turn. Like, it's difficult. It's not that easy to do. It's possible though. Like, let's say some topics like demon girls or stuff like that, right? Everybody does it. So saying I invented demon girls and stuff like that, but you can become, in a way, I guess, right? Like a demon girl artist that like creates a world, an IP, a comic or something. You can still say something about it. So like, let's say that some people likes exactly your art style, or my art style, and they recreate, like they can change, like you can tell if they added something. They started from there, but they clearly went beyond it, right? That's possible. That's my take. Like, it's possible to do that, but many times it's just pure grift, right? Like, it's nothing more than just copying, and that's it, pretty much.
I think sometimes as well, when it comes to copying, one of the things that people don't also realize is like, you copying for your own, like to learn. Like, I don't know, if someone's gonna like follow along with my stuff and like recreate it and whatever, then I it's really not like that big of a deal. Like, if someone's drawing alongside you on your stream and they're just kind of like learning and they're just doing it, it's very different. I think a lot of the case of as well of like what we're kind of talking about in these instances is usually like sometimes other artists who then post about it on social media as if like that's their style, and you kind of, it makes you feel a little bit sad because sometimes you feel a little bit robbed. Like, I personally think that when people want to like recreate something that I've done, I always try to encourage, like, you know, go maybe start with something a bit more simple instead of going along these lines, because I think you might get a bit frustrated. But I'm not trying to be like, hey, I'm, you know, the absolute be all and end all. That's not necessarily like what I'm thinking regarding it. But I do think that you know, trying to recreate somebody's artwork to learn something is very, very different than kind of like just posting it for the sake of like recreating and trying to get likes. I think when it comes down to trying to get likes, I find it so weird, because I'm like, you don't even want to be an artist at this point. You just want the fame of one.
Yes, there's plenty of people like that. I mean, there's a lot of grifters on the internet anyway, that they just draw things or say things like, and just for the likes. I feel like that's where we are. I'm looking at whatever you're doing and trying to reproduce it live. I'm not really
yeah, no, I'm gonna make a giant spiderweb heart.
Okay. Sorry,
okay. Okay, yeah, okay, cool.
I think. Okay.
I've tried to make it healthy, by the way, and added wings to my head.
Oh, the wings. Okay.
They're the wrong color at the moment. I'm gonna change them to that blue you've picked.
Okay,
FYI.
then I removed the pigtails.
Oh, okay.
No, it's right. I added the wings. So I can add the wings.
Okay, all right, actually.
I'm trying to follow up, right?
Studying the shading around the cheekbones. Yeah, so that like contour, I'm assuming you're talking to me there, Sparks. The contour and such is, to me, like, you go in with burgundy and then you go in with black. When do we add the Peppa Pig tattoo? I don't know about that. Mikey has a good question for you, I think.
Oh wait, do you see any disconnect between being conscious of protecting your own IP while simultaneously providing your own brushbacks and tutorials? Yeah, no, I think I already thought about that. Like, I don't mind people studying what I do using my brushes, but I mean, I clarified as much as possible. And also, I know that like eventually people don't care about what I say, but I mean, it's for study purposes. I think it makes sense. I would have loved to see the process of the artists that I like, and I think that's pretty cool. Not because I want to copy them, though. I mean, my take is that if somebody starts with that mindset, I don't feel like they're gonna go anywhere. Like copying me, like or plagiarizing me. Like, I mean, I don't think anybody could do a career based on plagiarism in the big 2025 realistically, but I feel like the worst case scenario would be if a big company decides to screw me over. Well, in that case, yeah, maybe it's a problem. But I mean, I'm at the same time though, like if I keep my stuff hidden, I would not make any money, and nobody would see anything, and like that will also be a problem. So I have to kind of share in a way, right? Like I cannot hide everything. The fact that the trade-off of getting eventually robbed or something, it's also that I get support. There's a lot of very nice people that supports me and whatnot, right? So
I think there's enough people that would call it out now. I think that also happens when you become a bit of a bigger creator, is there's other people who like help you out and stick up for you without you knowing. And I usually classify them as like silent fans. And the silent fans to me are the people who, they don't always interact with your stuff, but they love what you do. And I love them so much, and it's so lovely. And occasionally they'll say something, but usually it's always those people who are the first people to be like, "You've ripped that off. That's Mcross07's work," and then they'll start tagging. And I appreciate people who do that so much, because sometimes you don't even know.
Oh yeah.
Like when all of your stuff was being sold as like NFTs and you had no idea. And it was other people who were finding it and was like, "Sims, have you seen this? Like, these people are ripping off your work."
Yeah. Like for example, people is reaching me out because I gave a license for a magazine to use my art for their magazine, like for as a cover. I didn't even get that much money, but I was like, it's an old art, why not use it like for your magazine cover? I don't mind. Like,
okay.
But people think that I didn't give a license or anything, and they're seeing that this magazine pretty much like since they got my thing, probably they went all how do you say, all out on advertisement on social media.
Okay, and yeah, people are like,
you know, because they were like, we got the artwork of this guy, so let's use it like crazy, right? And they start advertising the magazine everywhere, and I'm getting a lot of messages like, "Hey, do you know that this magazine is using your art as a cover?" Like, so yeah, people do that. That's good. That's why I'm not too worried about that. Also because like, I mean, I have my own style. If somebody copies, like, it's pretty easy to retrace. If copy, I mean.
Yeah.
Wait, thank goodness. The amount of mornings, said Mikey, when I want to abandon my current work and just try to emulate Sims in my own world work. Look, my point is, I feel like if a big artist takes for example, I'm thinking somebody takes makes, like, for example, a collab and stuff like that. I like that stuff. Does it make sense? Like, for example, somebody redraws one of my drawings, like, again, and tag, like, that's cool. I did it in the past. Like, that's fun. Like, it's like a draw this in your style type of thing. I feel like what I'm thinking is a beginner that it's like, you can tell that they're trying to become you a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cringe. Like, it makes no sense. There's very little. I feel like the worst case scenario, again, it's a big person, bigger, right? That starts kind of ripping you off a little bit, and that becomes a little bit complicated because
that becomes that's a complicated problem.
Yeah,
I think sometimes
you don't know.
For me, when I've had like someone who's starting out, and I think it's cool when they recreate my stuff, but after a while, I think it kind of gets a little bit strange when they seemingly try to become you.
Yeah. I mean, when I say big content creators, I don't mean like because I consider all of us kind of small content creators, right? We relatively small. Like I'm thinking a big like you see, you see a big corporation appropriating of your stuff. That's what I'm thinking, right?
Yeah, like
that's
how
where things become hairy.
AliExpress, I think, on like
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Shein,
By
they
the
do
way,
it,
I
don't
do have
they?
that.
Do you?
I have like a lot of my art gets sold on these websites so often, like by people that re-uploads as a poster or something like
Oh
that. But I don't
no.
do anything because what can I do? Start suing people? You know?
Yeah, but then also the cost of doing that is it
Yeah,
worth it?
I
Yeah.
just let it run, and I hope that like that gives me publicity, and eventually, yeah, people find me and they like my stuff, and I get some support, pretty much, like,
Yeah, I
which
think
I love.
I think in those cases, what I like that specifically hasn't necessarily happened to me. Normally, my stuff gets reposted without credit on places like Reddit and stuff, and I find that frustrating because
Yeah.
I know they're just using it to get karma, but whatever. And I find it
Why
frustrating.
do they care about that?
I don't know. It's so weird, isn't it? Like, why do you care? But like, sure. And that to me is annoying because I'm like, okay, well, you know, if you really liked my artwork, then you would have helped me grow and like done something with this. But like, sure, okay, whatever. I find that really frustrating. Also, Reddit scares me to no end. But I really wish that it wasn't necessarily for like people's own gain, but yeah, for me it's like, well, you're not even trying to help me with like the credit thing here, to be like, oh yeah, we really like this. But most of my stuff, I feel like when that happens, I just try and start screaming underneath the posts or on other socials, like, this is me, this is what I do. And I feel like I just start kind of like shouting about it in the hopes that people will kind of put two and two together. Oh, look who it is. It's CNOT Bosch. Hi, CNOT. How are you? Welcome on in, everyone.
Yo, CNOT. What's up?
CNOT, we're trying to do a challenge today where Sims and I are trying so hard to paint essentially the same character, but the only thing we decided on and agreed on before we started was that it would be a red girl with horns, like demon horns. So everything that we're adding, if I add something, then subtly Spanish. So everything that I add, Sims has to add live, and then everything that Sims adds, I have to add. So by the end of it, we're hoping to have the same original character.
I'm trying to emulate what she does as much as I can.
Yeah, I'm trying to emulate what Sims is doing. It's pretty tricky. Tell
me, I can change.
No,
I can change.
Sims, thanks.
I'm just drunk. I can change.
No, you're good. You're all good. I love the way you've drawn the bat wings. I think the way that one's so slightly turned up is really cute.
Yeah, I wanted to save the ponytail thing.
Cute.
Wait, I got a question. No, I think that's it. I think that I need the color now. If I see you adding something, though, I'm gonna. I have no problem. No problem. Now I could add more thing. Do you have nails like this, for example?
I have nails that you're not going to like.
Oh, if it's complex, I can do that.
Okay, well I'll show you them later.
All right.
Okay.
So I have to redo that part. Cool.
Cool. I'm so happy.
Okay. No, it's okay. I will keep the color on a separate layer. I tell you that much. You give me bad vibes right
now. Okay, sure. Yeah, vibes. Stressing you out a little bit. You stressed me out earlier when you started doing the hair and the ears, and I was like, fine.
Right. No. That's fair. That's fair. But I can change though the ear again. Like I.
No, you're fine. It's okay. It's part of this.
Okay,
it's part of the challenge.
I think this is nice. And no,
okay,
it's
yeah.
not.
No.
Sorry.
Oh.
I changed my mind.
Okay.
Maybe like that. Yeah, more simple.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't know, man. Okay. I need to finish the tattoo. You're so advanced on that spider web thing. You did so many details. You're fast. You're actually fast.
Yeah, I don't like letting onto my Twitch chat how fast I can actually paint sometimes.
You're so fast. Like the
Thanks.
if
Dina.
I should do the same thing, yeah, no, like for example, on my own body, this would look terrifying. Like, you understand how bad this will look? This will look horrid.
Mate, if I try to do digital drawing, mine are all very, very simple. I find it weird that you can take something such like a flat canvas and draw something on it. I'm like, what the hell? At least for me, I feel like I'm cheating half the time because it's like I've got a template. Like I feel like I don't have to worry about body proportions, really, do I? Because it's there. I just draw the clothes on. I'm cheating.
I guess it's true. I guess it's true in a way, but I don't know. You still like though you have to draw, right?
Yes. Yeah,
like,
I still practice trying to draw on myself, but I don't usually practice off stream. I don't usually practice off my body.
You do?
No. If I practice drawing, it's always it's like on my chest.
Yeah, no. I mean, like, do you do off stream too?
Sometimes, yeah. When I do NDA projects, especially, I won't do it on stream. I'll do them off stream.
Speaking of NDA projects, like, I saw that you received a video game recently or something.
The one that I did with PlayStation.
Yeah, what was that? I don't know.
I did one with Horizon Forbidden West, where I painted like a scene from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it was really nice. Apparently, the lady at PlayStation who hired me, she was like, I saw you paint the creation of Adam and I knew I had to hire you for something. And I was like, oh, that's quite nice.
That's so cool.
Yeah, that was nice. Like, the fact that like she'd seen something that I had done and from there made a decision. I thought that was quite cool.
That's awesome. See, like, this is the type of things that you get only if you have a style, right? That people recognize. And
yeah. It's very nice. Yeah, I have quite a few different jobs. I had one recently that just fell through, but I can't tell you what it is yet until I think it's out. But I was so happy it fell through because it was like this. I had to build this massive headpiece, and like the deadline was looming, and they were like, "We're still trying to see if we can get." And I'm like, "Oh, don't worry, don't worry about it. It's fine if it doesn't work out. Like, I'm fine if it doesn't."
Okay.
So and then in the end, it fell through, and in my mind, I was like, "Oh, thank God." Thank God I didn't have to do that. I would have been like 10 days of me like crying with my 3D pen.
I see. Okay. Yeah, sometimes some projects are a little bit too much, right? Like,
yeah.
It's like it's cool, but like you know that if you, let's say, fall into that rabbit hole, it's gonna take you a lot of time, and sometimes it's not even worth the money or something.
Sometimes I'm like, oh my God. My thing is, thank you very much, Zoo. Thank you so much for the bits. Sometimes for me, I'm like, God, sometimes I want to add a tax on the end to be like, okay, and if I start hating the character by the end of this is your fault. and I deserve more money. By the end of when I was doing it, so when I had to do Optimus Prime for PUBG, I think it took me about 4 straight days to do paper nets. To build the actual thing, and I would by the end, and then I had to paint the paper to match, but I had to measure myself on like building like essentially like a paper cosplay, knowing full well some of it had to still be body painted on myself, and I had to. And, oh my God! I think overall it took me the space of like a full week to manage everything, and by the end of it, I was like, I hate Optimus. I hate him so much.
Yeah,
I've seen him so much. I've seen everything. And I was like, I hate this guy. And honestly, I'm really happy with how it turned out. But in the moment, you're so frustrated with this one thing. I was like, I can't stand
me, Belle. I am Optimus Prime.
Sorry.
Oh my God! Thank you. I thought that was some kind of alert that had been like secretly set off like Jesus Christ!
I was waiting for it.
Oh my God!
The trigger. I should have put the trigger warning. Sorry.
Jesus Christ! You sounded like Megatron trying to convince me he was Optimus.
In fact, everybody says that sounds more like Megatron.
It
I don't know how
does,
to make
yeah.
Optimus Prime. I don't know. Maybe
I
I
don't-
have more the voice of Megatron than
Yeah, maybe you
Optimus.
do.
I don't know.
Aw, Megatron, but he's
No.
Italian.
Megatron, if he had a strong Italian accent.
Oh, that's so cute because they say, don't they? They say that they learn how to speak English via the World Wide Web. Like, what if he was only on Italian websites?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh!
But no. The hating on your own project or any project for what usually depends on a lot of factors, which many times is like economical, right? Like there's a lot of like let's say that you get hired for a project and you get well paid. I never had problems. Usually you start having problems when you're like, what the hell am I doing with my life? I'm stuck for 2 months on this thing, and I didn't even like it's not that I got rich or anything out of it. So it was just like a lot of work though. Like,
Yeah,
this
it's a
was
lot of work for a lot of stuff for it's a lot of work, a lot of suffering for like not being paid enough for it.
Yeah, like sometimes it's good to pay, right? But like like that's the point. When it's good, usually you don't complain because you're like, oh yeah, I mean I got paid. I mean I don't have to worry too much. I think the worry makes me hate things sometimes because the fact that I'm like, oh my god, I'm spending 2 months on this. I should work on Patreon. I should do this. I should do that, right? And you start being like, fuck, I didn't got paid enough for this. Like I need to just like, you know, like move on. Like you start hating everything. You just move on. I don't know if that's the same for you, but for me, sometimes you get hard stuck on some projects for months.
See, mine's similar, but I essentially when I do that paint, that's done. That has to be done in one day. So it's the prep that stresses me out.
Oh, okay. No, with drawings, like you know how it is. Like it could be like revisions, to send a thing, and double back and forth. It could take months, right?
Right.
Take months. And sometimes like if the pay is not ultra good, you start being like, I hate everything about this. Like take me out of here. Like this is not my cup of tea. Like pick me up, mom, pick me up.
Yeah, it's I think it's so interesting how obviously like you've wanted to work as a full-time artist for so long, and then sometimes you get given a project which I think 10 years ago I'd have been like, this is my dream project, and then I'm sat here like, I hate Optimus Prime. Right? Because I'm hot gluing myself to it. I'm like struggling. I'm like crying into my glue gun. Like at the end I'm like, okay, cool, it's fine, it's done. But like in the moment you're like
yeah, the frustration that sets in at some point during some projects, it's crazy. Like you're like, oh my god.
Sometimes you just hit that breaking point, and you're like, I don't know if I can do this anymore. And like but then the worst part to me is like you step away. For me, it's like the prep, right? So I'll step away from trying to turn like I don't know a piece of paper into Optimus Prime's helmet, and I'll be like, I need to step away from this. I'm getting so frustrated. But then I also feel like when I step away and do something else, like the guilt of not sitting there working on it, I just walk straight. I leave my studio and then turn around and walk straight back into it again. Like it's so painful.
Yeah. You know what? I feel like you have a very positive attitude, though. Like I get frustrated and I start becoming too negative. I feel like you have a very good positive attitude. I like that.
Oh, thanks, Sims. I appreciate it.
I just at some point I start being like, I mean I'm gonna be out of here. I don't care. I give them the money back. I don't care. I need to get out. Like when the frustration sets in, I don't care about money anymore. I don't care about any. I just need to move on, right? Like
you're done. Like nothing matters anymore. But they can never work with me again, and that's positive in my opinion. Yeah, I see what you.
I want to say, and I mean this is a complete assumption, so like correct me if I'm wrong, but the difference between me and you is that there's a lot of people like me, and not a lot of people that do what you do at your level.
I don't
Like,
know.
I mean, I know that I'm the best and everything, but
Right.
no, I mean, what I mean is that there's plenty of illustrators. It's a way more adjusted, like you know, people knows how it works. This world with
Yeah.
with makeup and cosplay and this whole like it feels like a little bit different, maybe more new. Does it make sense?
I think,
Maybe.
yes, I think for me, not a lot of people, while I think there's a lot of people who do it, I think there's not a lot of people who have seen that it is a thing. So I always feel a little bit like, when people are like, oh my God, like what you do is so crazy, I'm like, I mean, is it? But it's only because like I know I've done it for so long. I know other people who do it, but I think to other people it seems newer. So for them, it's something that is new. And I end up getting, in my opinion, work through that because they see it as like, oh, it's quite shocking. But it works out as well because when I make advertisements on socials, a lot of the time that gets usually put out to people who also have never seen it. So I think while it's not new to me, for other people they've never seen body painting done to like this more.
To a certain extent.
Yeah.
Like for example, I've seen posts from you, right? Even in the wild. So sometimes I'm like, these artists made and they show your talents, right? Like and they like these characters. And they showed like the videos. Ironically, sometimes I think that I've seen like more comments under these random posts than under your posts, which it reminds me of my shit. I don't know if to say like I hate when that happened. I don't know you. And that's sad, by the way, a little bit. But again, because I feel like they post in an area in a place where people just don't expect, like people that follows you, they know. So they're like, yeah, it's just a like, you know, it's just a makeup.
Like they
and
know.
not a makeup. Yeah. But if you put in groups and then you post in a random thing and you're a random guy that says like, there's this random chick, because that's how they present often, right? On the internet. Then people is like, who? Where? Have you ever seen this shit? Like,
yeah, that happens
and it
to me
happens,
quite a lot.
I think also a little bit to me, but I feel like it happens a lot to you too.
Yeah, it happens a lot to
Maybe
me. I
even
started watermarking all of my posts, but a lot of the time people don't care to even pay attention to that, which I find fascinating. I'm like, how have you not seen the fact that it says mcroft07 on the bottom of this
picture.
thing? It says it there. It says it right. And I had to start watermarking things because of that reason. And it is weird. I find it so strange because I also think like, why would you not go out of your way to try and find it? But the benefit I have, Anna, the benefit I have is that it's not only watermarked on the picture, but technically my face classifies as a watermark too. Because it's me, right? So I've drawn it on myself. So I have the advantage of that's Mel. I can see it because I can see the face. So that I also benefit from that as an advantage, I think.
Legitimate crash out, right? How did they say? Crash out? How did they say? Like it makes sense.
Yes.
To be triggered about this.
Yeah, it really. I find that so weird. I'm like, why is your random post? So I start doing things like on my YouTube, and I kind of hate doing it, but regardless, on my YouTube, like the thumbnails, I pretend that it's not me that posts it. I'm like, this woman. This woman.
I told you.
It's
so
weird.
It feels like it works better than when you're like, I did this, and people's like, oh, it's just an artist that is trying to get clout.
Yeah.
But then when it's like look at what this woman did.
Yeah.
It's almost like people say, wait, FOMO.
Yeah, FOMO. Exactly. It's like, and do you know what? I had it once. I posted it, and I know Reddit's Reddit. I had it in this Reddit thing where I thought what I did was really cool, so I posted it in like a thing, and someone was like, oh my god, I hate it when people post their own stuff because they think they're so good. And then I was like, what the hell? And they were like, yeah,
I read that a lot of times.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, but like, why is it like, why is it bad to think that I did something and I was proud of it and I thought it was good, and it is good. So I'm like, mate, what the problem? But then as soon as somebody else finds it and they're like, oh, like sometimes I've thought, like, wouldn't it be more ideal if like we all collaborated, Sims, like, and I post your stuff on Reddit and I'm like, oh yeah, this artist, Sims art, by the way, here's their links, and then like, would that not do better if like we tag teamed and like posted each other's stuff and then pretend and did it that way? Because it seems to work when random people do it. I've always found that really strange.
It is strange, and I feel like the reason is because like it feels more like people really likes to find out things, to be the first to find things out, right? Like as in like they discovered something, and also there's that FOMO thing. So it's a mix of both. If you're self-promoting, it seems like you're especially if you're good. It seems like you're just like a good artist that is promoting themselves, and there's nothing new to see because they kind of like, oh yeah. Like, you know, it's just another guy. But if it's somebody else, it's like, oh, maybe I'm missing out on this, right? You know, I don't know. It's something along those lines. I don't know exactly.
It's strange.
Yeah, it's strange. Yeah,
it's strange, and it's kind of it's strange and it's annoying that like when you post your own stuff, it doesn't seemingly get you as it's not as successful as when somebody else reposts your stuff, and you're kind of like, huh? Like what?
Yeah. I have on Pinterest my stuff. A lot of people post my stuff on Pinterest.
Okay, so as an artist as well, have you ever, I mean, you've just mentioned it, but like, you ever just like browse for something on the internet and you just keep coming across your own stuff and you're like, huh?
Yeah, on Pinterest.
Yeah, mine's sometimes on Instagram. I'll click on the explore page and I'll see other people just posting my stuff and I'm like, that's me!
Yeah. I mean, that's good though, in a way. Like, business-wise, up to a certain point.
Yeah,
it means that your stuff is rotating.
Yeah,
which I mean, it is slightly a good sign for me too, of course. Like it means that somebody cares.
Yeah.
It's a problem when you don't get any traction.
That's the thing, yeah. But it's when other people get the traction and not the actual artist who made it.
Yeah. I don't know why that is the case, but I mean, like, I feel like in this specific era, you kind of have though the advantage of making videos. I feel like I'm cooked.
Why do you think you're cooked?
People loves videos now because people loves videos nowadays, and I do not make video contents.
But yours automatically record a time lapse, do they not?
Yeah, I posted sometimes, so nobody care about time lapses.
Oh, I thought people did care about time lapses.
I thought the same. I mean, only very interested people, but not the general audience. And maybe it's the way I present the time. I don't know. Like, it's very hard for me to, to publish stuff on modern social media because like they go very strong on video, and very little on. Like TikTok, pretty much. Like
yeah, honestly, producing videos is hard.
Yeah,
it's really
I
hard.
love to produce videos, but like I'm an illustrator primarily. I'm an artist, like a visual artist. Like it's not like video.
Yeah, I do think that is something that is unfair. Is how just because you're an artist, people kind of expect, yeah, but you should be, but you should also be making these videos, and it's like, yeah, but also I'm kind of like just focusing on being an artist, and they're like, yes, but if you want to be a successful artist now, you also have to be a videographer. You also have to be a social media manager. You also, and it's like, well, I wish it was the opposite. Like, you can still be successful without having to make essentially like some clickbait, rage bait videos sometimes.
Yeah, up to a certain point, I do post and I do try to, but like, there's a point where I'm like, okay, I don't want to change career though. Like, what's the part where I'm not being an artist anymore and I'm just being basically a TikToker? I don't know, like, you know, I want to use TikTok to promote my art, to show my art, not to become a TikToker.
Yeah, I feel this. Yes, I feel the same. I had to have like a big think with myself recently about how I want to contribute to the internet, because I don't really like a lot of the internet now personally. I feel like a lot of it is just rage bait, clickbait. And so I was thinking, I was like, how do I want to contribute with my artwork to the way that the internet is? And so I came to the conclusion, I want to do either like educational explanation videos, I want to do like maybe a cool transition, or I want to show off my personality, but I do not want to do rage bait. I do not want, I don't mind, you know, like the occasional like Sometimes, because I think transitions can sometimes be a bit clickbaity, and I think that's kind of okay. I think my main problem is rage bait. But I had to make a decision of like, how am I even going to contribute to this? Because I don't really like the way that it's going, and I haven't liked it for a long time.
No, it's terrible. Also, grifters. I hate. Oh, wait, 1 second. Thank you, Miku, for the subscription. By the way, like honestly, thank you so much. Miku is my longest subscriber, 86 months. Pretty
Wow.
much.
How long have you been streaming?
I got 3 of them. 10 years almost.
10 years. Damn.
I'm bad. Yo, I mean, I told you, like, it's hard to make it as an illustrator that also barely speak English, I guess, like, right? Like, I feel like this is a type of media that don't work very well with illustration, which is a very slow and static thing. Unless, like you were saying, you go into the clickbait, rage bait, you start doing memes and whatnot, which I don't want to, right? And I feel like you too, right? Like, you seem like you're not into becoming clown in a way. Like, even if
like, I'm
sometimes
not
you
here to
paint
dance.
yourself as a
I'm
clown.
just want to do my artwork, but I'll make a video on like how I did it and such, and that's fine. But also, that's a lot of work. Like, the amount of time I spend making videos is exhausting.
Yeah, it's like, if you start rage baiting and stuff like that, and you become a TikToker, like it loses every artistic aspect pretty much, like, and it becomes purely entertainment. And I don't know, like, that's not why I started. That's not the reason why I started.
Yeah, no, that's not for me personally. Like, maybe that's for other people, but that's not for me.
Yeah, there's a lot of grifters also. I really don't like that. Grifters on both sides of the grifting, like grifters, for example, when it comes to art, right? Like pro art and against art, for example, lots of grifting on that. Like, I feel like there's a lot of people as artists, and they try to manipulate in a bit, right? The community, like the people that is like trying to learn art, for example, and they start like listening to this figure people, right? Does that make sense what I'm saying? I don't know if you know what I mean.
As in, yes, so people who maybe don't really have a clue what they're talking about are the ones who seemingly have the podium, and they dictate what's right and what's wrong. But a lot of the time, to me, it's like a lot of the artists who are actually doing artwork who know what's going on. They're not the ones who have the voice.
Yeah, pretty much, yes. And yeah, like the best, most egregious, how do you say, most egregious example is it's probably with AI, right? Like, there's plenty of people yapping about AI on both sides, and I feel like on both sides there is ultra grifters. Like, does make sense? Like, that they try to manipulate a little bit the opinion of people in a way that
it just benefits them.
They get clicks, pretty much. Like, fake internet points or money in long run, right?
Yeah, my thing is, one of the things that I personally find really frustrating is when people do those like complaining videos on TikTok, and like it's just to get it over a minute, and then they can profit because it produces a lot of rage bait. But I just kind of feel like, why are we spending all our time like listening to this or like doing this online when you could be putting it into making something like, I don't know, like artwork or practicing something for yourself. But I think that's probably, in my opinion, that feels like the new get rich quick scheme.
Yeah, it's always the same thing. It seems like at this point I'm old enough also to see patterns and repetition. Like, it's so annoying and boring. I don't know. Personally, that's why I stick to pretty much posting and moving on every time. For example, I don't make a YouTube channel where I try to teach things or like, I try to limit these things as much as I can, because again, I don't want to turn myself into something that I'm not comfortable being.
Yeah.
Which is an illustrator. Like, I draw pretty much. That's it.
And like, that's what you want to do. You just want to draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have
express myself, and
I think for me, I was just spending way too much time on social media because I'd be so convinced, like TikTok, like you're saying, Axel, like TikTok is like a bad place. I think it depends on what you're watching, but also I've never felt happy after doom scrolling for like an hour. I've never felt happy afterwards.
Oh my God, same.
And so I had to come to the conclusion, like, why do I keep doing this? And I convinced myself, I realized that I needed to keep an eye on how my posts are doing because I'd be posting all the time. But then I was like, but why? Yeah. I can't do anything. I should just post it and leave and then and then only come back when I need to post something else. Because I just would look for excuses to keep using social media that I just didn't want to. And it was just making me so unhappy.
Yeah. No, I feel you. I doom scroll a lot. People that knows me knows. And yeah, it all started because I was trying to make a career in art, right? I'm on the internet, so I keep scrolling because I need to check my social media and stuff like that. I'm always on social media, but then I turned, like, basically I became chronically online, and then like this stuff affects you a lot.
It does, and you think it doesn't until it's kind of too late, right?
Yeah. There's a point where you start, like, I mean, some parts I find very funny, like memes and whatnot, right? I think that
I still enjoy them.
Me up
I think people are quite funny sometimes. Totally.
Yeah, they're very funny. But yeah, when it comes to grifting though, that's where I think, like, when you start like getting into those like drama and there's always a new problem every day, for example, it's clearly manipulative a little bit, and that also burns a lot of time. Let's be real. Like, you start wasting so much time just reading news or memes or whatnot. Like, so there's always a new thing also every day.
Yeah, I find it pretty exhausting. I'm glad that I noticed it in myself, that I was able to stop. Even though that was not very easy. I had to put like app limits and stuff on things because I just found it quite tricky, you know, like. But then I think it's tricky when you it's made it a lot easier. Now I have a game with myself to like, how many minutes do I spend on my phone each day? My best one was 32 minutes, which was last week.
32 minutes is very little. What do you do meanwhile? Do you read? Wait, by the way, I still haven't read the webtoon.
No, you're fine.
I will. I have it written. I have in my notes. I promise I'm gonna read it.
Okay,
I swear I don't read anything.
I know you don't. You
besides brain rot.
Yeah. So
brain rot a lot.
I am in the middle of trying to change my garage into being a gym, so I'm working on that. Cool. I play games sometimes. I'm playing Ghost of Yotei in my spare time. That's lovely. I'm enjoying that.
That's a good game.
I'll sometimes sit and read. I'll watch anime. In the summer, I like
what anime are you watching?
I'm currently watching Apothecary Diaries. Have you seen that one?
I heard of it.
Yeah.
No, I heard of it. I don't watch anything. I literally brain rot, sleep, and draw. That's my go-to daily schedule.
Yeah, but like the thing that takes up all my time is editing videos. I feel like I'm always, it's so cute, isn't it, Peachy? I feel like I'm always editing videos, but equally, I know full well that the videos that I edit, and some of them are really low effort. And I think sometimes when I've explained that to people, it sounded strange, but they are low effort because I've done the piece, and some of the videos I'll take is just me talking while I'm wearing it and being like, oh, I did this and I did that and I did this and I did that. And to me, I just chop it up.
Right.
Or it's me like showcasing the fact that I've painted the front, I spin around and then I show that the back is completely unpainted to show that it's been painted. And that's a video. Okay, cool. So that's like 2 days done. So a lot of my stuff is like chopped up.
Mel. I think that's more than enough for 99% of people, though. Like, not gonna lie to you, as a guy, as a representative of guys.
Yeah, I mean it works. It works. It's fine. It's easy.
It worked. Cool.
And then I make
that's good, I guess.
Yeah, and like that's so easy though, right? Because I've already painted the thing. So then I'm like, okay, cool. So then I have the, and then I do the process videos, which is like me doing like a sing along, or like it's got all the transitions on it. That's the one that takes the most time. But by the time I've been working on those, like I've already put out 2 videos of the thing, and then I can and then because I paint like kind of like you, I paint like 3 or 4 times a week. I've produced this same formulaic approach 4 times in a week. So I end up with so many things to post, so it makes it easier for myself.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it's easy for me to produce these videos. What's not easy is doing the makeup removals and the process videos, or the transition ones
Right.
where I have to film something new. That's the ones that take a long time, because usually I'm like talking, or I'm trying to like showcase a bit more. I'm doing a voiceover, I'm explaining what I'm doing. Like, but by the time it comes round to me doing those, like, it's not the end of the world because I've posted other stuff. So I find those easy to do, to like, catch up on some of the videos, and I think I benefit from that. Whereas sometimes I think when people see all of this artwork, they kind of want to just see one video of it, and then they've lost interest and they want to see another artwork. And I think we can get stuck into that sometimes. But it's easy for me to just be like, okay, I'm going to take it off now, and then like I just wipe my face with a towel, and most people are like,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
right, and
like
that's enough.
Do you think it works more when you show the single artwork, or like when people is like look at all the, like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes I feel like galleries for me work, for example, not that good, but in some cases they work better.
Yeah.
I don't know how does it work.
Yeah.
For you? Like,
So sometimes it's the
carousels work
same.
better or worse?
I don't use carousels too much. But I do the video of showing multiple different things sometimes, and people like can't look away. But the carousels, I don't know if you've noticed, Peachy, carousels, I don't know if you've necessarily noticed, but they do a thing where they show the first photo, and then if you go back to Instagram later, the Instagram will show you the same carousel, but it'll start on the second photo. So
that's a good idea though, no?
Right, yeah, so that's what they do. So I think that's why sometimes carousels can do better, because it looks like they're looking at something new. When they're not.
Okay.
They're looking at the same, Instagram keeps showing people the same post, but the second or the third one in. Because I've noticed it does that to me sometimes.
I'm very radical, and I just post one single picture, and that is it for your mind. So whatever, bro.
Sim's
Like,
is
enjoy
like,
my art.
You're welcome. Thank me later.
Yeah, this is what I did. It's okay. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. I mean, I try to post once per week, and that's it, pretty much. That's my go-to.
I mean,
you seem
very
way
successful.
more organized than me.
Okay, well, I don't think I am, but I think I mean, you've clearly done very well for yourself, regardless of how you've Fiji, I know, since I'm doing my part, okay, I contribute, but you've done very well. Like, I mean, if you were to look statistically, you have more followers than I do on Instagram, from posting photos. From posting photos and only photos, whereas like I'm out here like, okay, cool, and I've made 30 videos. Okay.
But maybe I started when it was better.
I think you did, yeah.
Then
way back when,
because like on TikTok, you're going super good.
TikTok is
where
pain,
I have
though, but yeah.
what, 20K? I don't know.
Yeah, TikTok is painful. When you did post some time lapses though, I did notice they did really well.
I don't know what is very well on TikTok. I don't even know the parameters. Like on Instagram, I have like a gist. Does it make sense? Like I can feel it.
Yeah.
I can feel the post. I'm one with the I'm the post. I'm the algorithm.
You're the algorithm. You're the post. You can feel it doing well. You can sense it.
Yeah, I can sense when it's going well. You can tell because like the amount of likes, like the speed in the first minutes, you can.
Yeah, you can feel it's gonna do. You can tell, can't you? Like in the first, I'd say like the first 20 to 30 minutes, you can tell if it's gonna be a hit or a miss.
People don't understand this, and I literally am so frustrated sometimes. I mean, I know that. I mean, it's okay. I'm gonna use the word normies, right? 1 second. Bear with me. Like people that just use Instagram and social media, and they don't have a social media following whatsoever, like significant in any capacity, which is not bad. It's just normal. Like if you don't care, you don't care.
Yeah, Peachy says casual internet users. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're a casual, you think, yeah, but maybe late. No, there's no later. There's no later, little bro. Like we cooked. it's done.
This post is done. It's not doing it. That's it.
Yeah, it's like no repost. It didn't work. Something didn't work. It could be the time, but many times it's just that the post has something that doesn't click. That's it. Like, and then I move to the next post.
Yeah,
that's
that's
how I
it.
do it.
That's it. Never mind. Didn't work.
People
Post
don't
something else.
understand that.
But you can feel it. You
Yeah.
can absolutely feel it. You can tell in the first like 20 minutes. People use the internet casually. You can tell in like the first 20 minutes, I think, maximum. Like that's the maximum when you're like, that's it. This post is not.
I'm gonna give you 1 hour.
Like,
in
1
total.
hour is generous. To me, I'm like,
In
yeah.
the first hour, if you don't go to a significant, like that you feel like, let's make an example with numbers, right? Normally you take 10, which means in an hour you get like one every, I don't know how to do the math, like 60 minutes, 10 likes, right? Like, let's say that you get 3 times that
Yeah.
in 1 hour. Yeah, probably you're cooking. That's my point.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's of course it scales differently based on the. You want me to make black hair?
No, you do what you want to do.
No. I mean, I don't mind. I can change. I literally look. One click away from making dark. Like.
Let's ask chat.
Okay.
Do you think Sims' design should have black hair? What do you think?
Do you like the eyes though? I think you can do that, right? Like,
I can do, yeah, like the glassy eye that's blue.
Yeah,
I can do
don't
that.
know. I try the accent, right? I wanted to put that accent there.
Yeah, I can do that. I can do those eyes. I think. Yeah, I should be able to.
With white streak, somebody says. Huh?
Oh, they want you to draw my hair stripe. Make it easy.
Oh, no. It is easy. Oh, that. Okay. Okay. I can do it. But first, I will work on the. I noticed that you have a purple. It's purple. I will slightly try to get there, but without breaking the color palette.
Purple.
The is that blue?
I made them blue. I just Sims, shut up. I just made them blue.
Joking. I'm colorblind. I am colorblind.
No, you.
I'm not kidding. I'm slightly colorblind.
Slightly
so purple and
colorblind.
blues, I kind of, yeah.
Is that what? When do you use purple and blue?
Purple and blues, I have problems distinguishing, and also greens, and some shades of green.
How are you seeing your
for me, they look very
artwork?
similar. It doesn't matter. Like, it just few gradients that look similar between each other with me, right? So
How
it's
have
not
you
that
produced
different.
all these artwork using so many greens? I'm on your profile. How have you done that using so many greens and reds, and you're colorblind? How have you done that? You are a witch!
No, but the fun part is that probably you see something I don't see.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like, how are we? I don't understand. How the hell? You use greens and reds all the time. My chat is fully calling you a witch.
I think it's, you know what? Probably it's because, like, at the end of the day, when you color, it's about a little bit of logic, right? Like, there's a sequence, right, of the spectrum.
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe if I kind of, like, am coloring, like, it's hard to go wrong, pretty much. That's my point. Like, it's hard to go wrong if you follow a logical approach in a way. You can't go wrong.
Yeah, so chat's saying that there's different types of color blindness. Do you have specifically red, green, purple, blue color blindness?
Blue and purple, I mix them up, and green, some shades of green, I kind of mix them, like it's brown, green, yellowish, they kind of like have some sort of, they blend into each other. But it's not that I don't see green. But
you're seeing different.
Besides a few bands. Like, some bands are similar. They blur between each other. Like, it's the same for me. That's my understanding. But it's very, very faint. On purple and blue, though, it's kind of like...
I am so fascinated scrolling through your Instagram and wondering how you're seeing your own artwork. Because these are very, like, you use a lot of greens and blues and purples, and I'm wondering how you're seeing them.
That's a good question. Honestly, I don't know what's the difference between me and you, right? Like, what you see and what I see. I know that people likes it, so I mean, I guess we agree.
I guess so.
I guess we agree on that one, but that's the extent of it.
Huh.
Yeah. It's not a big issue, I think, at the end of the day, unless it's severe, I guess. Like where you literally don't see green. There's people, right? With
Yes.
heavy.
I have a friend
that
like
would be a
that, and
problem.
it comes up for him as grey. And he got those colorblind glasses, you know, the glasses that readjust
Yeah.
it correctly. And he could not believe what a watermelon looked like. And like, that was
Okay.
so pretty because I was like, whoa, you didn't know that these two colors that you essentially have never seen. And he saw the
I was
inside of a
thinking of getting
watercolor.
them.
You should. Oh my god. See, yeah, yeah, that'd be so interesting to see how
But
you're
they're
seeing
so
stuff.
expensive. It was like $500 or something like that last
Oh,
time
I
I
thought
checked.
they
I
were
was
like
bro.
150 now.
Oh, it's lower? Because I remember when it came out, it was a price. I was like, I don't care. I'm okay. I'm
Oh,
fine,
got you.
thanks.
Yeah. Actually, I'm fine.
I don't. It's all right. I was like, I'm not gonna spend $500.
Yeah, I
for
don't
each
think they're
sheet.
that price now. I think they're cheaper now. Wow! Oh my god. As
I
if you
take a
didn't
look.
fascinate us and like mesmerize us all before with your artwork. The fact that you're also colorblind, actually. I thought you were using it as an excuse to paint it wrong.
No, I'm not. I'm not joking. I feel a lot of those tests, right? Or I have a lot of problem seeing that. I need to do like this with the phone, right? Where people is like, oh, this is 23, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, I see it. Kind of.
Oh yeah, totally, yeah.
Oh, you say it, I see it. No, I see it now.
Okay, yeah. Next week, Fire Sims does actually have hands. I'm
Yeah.
pretty perplexed on how you've managed to achieve the.
Again, I think it's because it's a scale. So
Yeah.
if you start from a color and you follow the scale, you see that it's harmonic, right?
Oh my god!
I would
Imagine if
see
you
that
put these
something
glasses
is
on and
off.
you hated everything you've ever done. Can you imagine if you were like, huh?
I already do. That's but like jokes on you. No, probably I would see colors that I'm like, oh, okay, so this is more. I feel like the reaction would be this is more intense than I think.
Got you. Okay, so you might be seeing it just more muted.
Yeah, I may see some colors that they blend perfectly together. Maybe there's more instead saturation there that I didn't perceive.
Got you. Okay.
Right.
So yeah, maybe they're just more desaturated. Huh.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that's the gist of it. But again, I'm not an expert of Deuterotanopia, whatever the hell. Like, there's some names for that stuff. Like,
Yeah, there's different terms
Yeah.
for it, isn't there? I wouldn't know them all, but yeah, I think there is different terms.
there's different terms based on what spectrum you don't see correctly. But yeah, I mean, genuinely, I think that it's not a big deal. Like, I don't think it's a big deal. Like, as long as you follow the kind of like a logical pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Probably I would have problems if I have to like blind pick. Does it make sense? Like, pick
Yes.
3 colors, and then
Yeah.
like purple, ultraviolet, like, and stuff like that. And I'm like, this, and this. I think that's 3 shades of blue, and eventually one of them is more purple, but I don't see that very well.
Christ. Okay. Damn, I don't know how you
Kind of.
managed to.
But if I do a comparison, I see the difference though. Or at the
Okay.
very least, I see that they're very similar.
I am
Like,
so
when I was a kid,
fascinated at
I
how you've
noticed
managed to
that.
do this.
Because like, do you know the pastels, the color
Yes.
pencils?
Yeah.
There was a ultraviolet and ultramarine blue, right? Like
Yeah.
the purple
Yeah.
that is kind of dark as a color already,
Mm-hmm.
and it's purple when you color.
Yes.
And I noticed that I picked blue, like purple. I thought it was blue because I quickly checked the tip, right, of the without reading the color pencil when I was a kid, I just picked and checked the color, and I thought it was blue. Then I started coloring, and I was like, oh, this is purple, because like on a spread surface, I kind of saw it, right?
Oh, right, got you.
Again, it's not very severe. So on a small thing, I was like, oh, okay, it's blue. Then it was purple. And I remember other times also when I was in university, in fact, like my computer graphic was like, what this? I was like, okay, let's pick this blue, this blue, this blue. Like I did with you right now, pretty much. Like I was like, oh yeah, you have purple wings, and you were like, these are blue.
No, because okay, that's why I was so confused, because they were purple 5 minutes ago, but I painted them.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's how I found out. Like when I'm like, yeah, when I was like casually saying, oh yeah, let's use like the purple thing, or like, and people's like, this is not purple, little bro. This is not blue, like, or something like that.
No, when I learned about colorblindness when I was younger, it was because I used to sit next to this boy at school, and he started coloring this cow in green, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And that's how I learned what colorblindness was.
Yeah. But I mean, it's you see though that it's always with very, very similar colors though. It's not like crazy variants. It's not like oh nice your red wings. It's like a very slight thing. Like it's a kind of like a tint. Not super.
That's
I mean,
exactly what
say,
happened,
no.
Queen. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah. I mean, I know that you think no, this is clear, and I agree. Like I'm sure that for you it's clear as the sky, but I mean, if you really compare, sometimes the purple like with the blue, sometimes it's very close. Like it's like just slightly a hue.
Yeah, just so slightly.
But I'm not trying to defend myself. I'm just saying though that I think it's kind of like interchangeable a bit if it's so close. So that's why it doesn't give me problems with the coloring, right?
Well, I think that's pretty cool that you managed to produce artwork like this while being colorblind.
Yeah. Do you know that once when I was younger and I was starting, I didn't know what to do very well. Like back in my days, internet was not even a possible career. So I remember checking works and stuff like, what could I do in life with my drawing thing? And I remember I went once on the Adidas website checking like for job openings. I don't know why and what. I don't remember anything. I just remember I was on this Adidas website, and there was like requirements and whatnot, right? And among the different requirements, one was that you were able to, yeah, pretty much see the colors without any major color blindness issue. Of course, because imagine you make a pair of shoes. And like I made a pair of blue Adidas, and turns out that they are purple.
Oh,
that would be kind of awkward.
It would have been, yeah, okay, yeah, for branding and such.
Yep. Okay, the Shriek are on the left side. Yeah,
Does it say
so like
again?
it makes
I
sense
don't
that
think so.
at eye levels, like it does make sense that like it's required, like like when you work on clothing or something like that. For me, I don't think it matters because I do my own artworks, and I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, you're not the first one that reacts like that when they hear. Like everybody's like, what? Like, excuse me?
I mean, it's pretty shocking considering how well you
Thank you.
use color.
I mean, this could be a good inspiring story in a way, I guess. Like
you should do like
I assume
you could do like a post and be like a April Fool's Day post, but it's like the day after, and you're like, oh, I'm colorblind, and people will be like, ha ha. And then you can be like, no, but actually.
No, actually, yeah. I don't know. Can you diagnose this? Where do you go to the optician? How
The
do you call
optician?
like eye doctor?
I guess so. I've never thought to ask.
Yeah, like because you will be. I'm curious if there's like a diagnosis that you're like, yeah, you're officially 3% colorblind and in the left eye. Also, yeah, it could be also different for eye, I guess. No,
Yeah, maybe.
like based on the eye.
Wait,
Like maybe I
wait,
see
wait.
better
But
on
if
one
you,
eye.
but you could tell, couldn't you, if you covered one eye?
That's a good question. I don't know. I never tried. Actually, I just thought about it.
Idol, thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Good grief. Thank you,
Doubly.
thank you, thank you. I'm trying to recreate the fringe you've put on because I just so happen to have a clip-in fringe.
You're getting close as hell. That's insane. I never actually, this is like next level. I draw a character and it comes to life on the spot. It's kind of crazy.
I'm so this is so hard. Do you know it's so, do you know what makes it? Oh my gosh. Thank you very much for the 20 gifted subs. Good grief. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I was going to say, Sims, it's one of the things that I think has actually made it a bit harder than I've anticipated is both of you and I are both actually quite quick.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I can slow down. In fact, I'm gonna take a
you're
super
so
quick
cute.
break.
No,
I
I think.
But I mean, I need to take a super small break, like take an energy drink or something, because like I slept like 3 hours tonight. Because at 5 a.m. this morning, I was still up trying to go. I was on Reddit reading how to make my computer stop having micro stutters while I was doing anything, even if it's a 4K rig, 4K euros rig. And it was giving micro stutters. So at 4 a.m., I was there. You know what? I'm gonna get out of bed and fix my computer until 7 a.m. And then I went to sleep. So, got tired. I go get 1 second energy drink. Be right back in literally a flash.
You're fine. That's so good. In bed. I need to pee. Do you know what? I'm gonna get out of bed right now. 1 sec. Mute. I don't know what happened. Anyway, tell Sims I've gone to pee. Oh, I've been quicker. Thank you very much, Kenny. Thank you very, very much. Chat question. Are some of the... I need to resort. Oh my God, Idol, thank you very much for the 10 gifted again. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's very generous of you. Thank you so much. I don't think there's a sale on, is there? Is there another sale? Because I didn't start one. I'm not allowed. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This is a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good grief, 1,600. Oh. Is there an echo? Thank you so much. Thank you, chat. A shared hype train already on a level 7 is so cute. There was only an echo from Sims. Okay, thank you. Oh, the fact that you went and found that out. Thank you very much. Right, hang on a minute. I've got to try and do the hairline. I'm concerned about these ears, chat. I was just thinking about how the hell I'm going to manage to do that. Let me paint my ears red so that there's no like hidden skin tone. Well, not back. Hi, Sims. Chat have kicked off a shared hype train.
Oh, that's cool.
That's nice, isn't it?
Oh, no, wait. That's nice.
That's
Yo,
very kind.
how does it work? Never happened to me.
So a shared hype train. Anybody in your chat who does anything with like bits and subs, it contributes, and the same for me. And then I think everybody who contributes gets the emotes and such. So like we should like get level 7 emotes, etc. Regardless.
Oh, that's cool.
It's nice, isn't it?
That's nice.
Kind.
It's nice. Wow,
Kind
very
chat is
kind of
kind.
them. Wait, I was thinking, let me find a color blindness test online.
Okay.
Can I take the test without paying anything?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, there we go. Let's see. Wait, what? I didn't see. What? One sec. Can I do it again? Okay, this is 1. Can you see it?
Yeah, but I don't want to give you the answers.
This is 9. 9. Okay, see, like now I have already problems. 7. 1. Oh my god. There's nothing.
Oh, yeah, no, there is a number.
There was a number there?
Yeah, there was a number, yeah.
Oh my god. This is 7. Oh my god. Okay, this one I don't see very well.
Thank you
Was
very
it 7
much.
again?
Chat, thank you. Les Banana, thank you so much. This is so many. Oh my
This
god,
is-
thank you.
3?
I don't want to give you the
5?
answers, but I can see a number on all of them.
All right. 6, 6, 6. I had difficulty on
I
So
thought
that
that
one,
PG.
4. Oh my god. Okay, this one I don't see anything. Pass. 4.
Maybe now? I think the echo will be back though.
I don't know. Pass. I don't know. Pass. 4. 4. 8. 7. I don't know. 5. 7. This is 7. It's always 7.
My favorite
9.
number.
I think it's 1. 1? I don't know.
It doesn't
don't
give you
know.
very much time, does it?
No. What is 4? It's almost finished. I don't know. Pass. 2? I don't know. Pass. 3,
Thank you very much, Idol.
2,
This is a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you.
5. Oh my lord. 7. It is 7. Classic 7. Okay, can I see the results? I have a normal color vision, it says. But you saw that some of them I struggle.
Yeah. A lot
Right, so
of a lot of people in the chat are also saying that some of them were actually really hard. Kempster, I use this one. It's a bit it's outdated.
So my point is, that's why I told you, I don't think it's severe.
Yeah,
right?
okay, got
it's
you.
like considered normal, but I do have a color blindness. Does it make sense? Like, clearly some shades I have a lot of difficulty where you don't have. You know what I mean?
Yes. I think it's when it's muted.
Yeah. But I mean, overall it's normal though. Wait, why are you rotating?
Oh, somebody started playing Pedro in my chat.
Switch to this.
Thank you very much. Thank you. She just does that sometimes. Yeah, so it seems to be when it's... Oh my god, Gaz, thank you very much for the bits. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wow. You're getting showered.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I did learn that like chat really like that discount. You know how we can activate our own discounts now?
Wait, what is that?
You can
I don't know
activate your own
anything.
discount on subs.
Oh, I should do that.
Yeah, well you can't do it right now
Should do way
because
more than I do.
there's a discount that's happening, I think. But I kept telling chat that I just had to use up the hours, but they were like, "Oh my god, a sale's on," and I was like, "No, but yes, but also I have to use the hours up." And then chat went a little bit crazy for it, so I was quite surprised. I've got to be honest with you.
That's nice though.
Thank you
I'm
very
trying to
much.
match your color, hair color better.
My hair color is like a really dark brown.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to go closer a little bit. Okay. But yeah, like that's light color blindness. I feel like some tests are considered more severe. Maybe that test was more like, you know, you're normal. Other tests are like maybe they're more precise, or they tend to give you like you have slightly this, slightly that, right?
Yes, got you.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Thank you very
Match.
much, Sam.
your highlights.
Okay, like this totally wasn't meant to be like you drawing me, but sure.
No. I'm trying to get like, you know, kind of in the same ballpark, not really making a portrait.
Okay.
Like more like so.
Yeah, free
like,
commission.
there's a yeah, I think I'm gonna go like this, and then the earrings.
Thank you very much for the cheese. Yeah, no, I think this has been kind of I think actually for me the challenge that I didn't anticipate was that you're quite quick at painting, but I'm also
Yeah.
quite quick at painting. So
Yep.
like earlier on with the spider web was
Yeah.
like, to me that's real quick to do. And so I think things like that is actually quite fun, is realizing like how quickly something can change.
Yeah. Like, I think that's the fun part, is that like the artwork and your painting like change dynamically with
Yes.
like on the spot, right?
Yeah.
That's interesting. How are you gonna like? I was thinking how we could post this though. Like normally I will post this, for example, but on my Twitter, right, or something, on Blue Sky or something.
I can
But
make
like,
a
how
video.
can I, like, with a photo next to you, like
I can try and figure out how to make a
or-
video.
I can make a video. I will wait for you.
Thanks.
So I see what you do. I have no idea. Okay.
Sims, wait, I'm looking for my bag of ears.
Wait, you have a bag of ears. That doesn't sound good.
Don't worry.
That is concerning. The part that you were fast was to color the entire base of your body red,
Oh yeah, that's
like
easy.
consistent. Yeah, but very flat. Like with no, how can I say, like, it's not blotchy, right? Does it make sense? What's the secret? What's the secret? Remember that I can always change the ear if you don't have it.
Fine. I want to at least try.
I thought it was cute because like it makes it less aggressive in a way, a little bit. I don't know, gives that kind of more puppy look rather than pointy.
It looks more like a goat.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, yeah. I'm speeding up because I feel like you're way more advanced than me.
The fact that you're speeding up is saying something, considering how quickly you do artwork.
Yeah, I mean, like, but the coloring part usually takes a bit. Not gonna lie, like coloring is.
I did think that
Is
earlier.
it-
I was like, God, it feels like you're like speeding through this, and I'm trying to catch up with you. But then I remember you've got to try and color that in.
Yeah, because coloring requires a lot of micro adjustments. And it's, I mean, now talking about colors, right? And like sometimes a small color variation can really make a huge difference. So you cannot really speed run it, right?
Yeah, usually for me, in some cases, like once I've done the base color, a lot of the time, that's it. You've committed to it. I've found ways before though to change it slightly, but it's tough. Like it's kind of like, well, we're here now, so this is us.
Yeah. Yeah, like for example, sometimes you add a pinch of blue, purple into a, let's say into the red or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it really changes the appearance. But you cannot just boom, 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 quickly do it. You need to look at it, take your time, add a small variation, check it, add it somewhere else. So like it takes the time that it takes, right? You cannot just, there's no way to go faster than a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
Because the risk is that it will look bad, pretty much. Like just rushed.
Yeah, like that, and like that's it. It's just not right.
Yeah.
Pretty much, Kyle.
I'm actually surprised that I managed to do this. Like, I'm not very used to do portraits that much. Like, I usually work on the character faces that I draw are pretty simple because, I focus more on the overall thing, right? It's been a while that I didn't do portraits or like, detailed characters like to this extent. Does it make sense?
I did think that. I was like, when I was thinking, I was like, oh gosh, I think it's gonna be quite difficult for Sims to do portrait. Not like you can't do it,
No,
but as in,
I
like,
did a
because
lot of
you're
portraits in my life.
yeah, you
A
don't
lot.
seem to do as many. So I was like, oh, there's like a few things that might be a bit like there's. I don't think it's like hard, but I think it looks like it would be a little bit out of the comfort zone slightly.
Yeah, especially considering what I did in the past years, right? Like, which is way less portraits, way more full artworks with like different type of focus, with a different focus, right? I focus on different things. Your red is way more red than me.
Yeah, but I think that's like your. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I don't think I can change that because like it would look weird a little bit. Like it would.
Yeah, it might look
if I
like
do
too
it.
bright, too much.
Yeah. Okay. These dress accents, I'm gonna make them like later. Also, I drew a little bit of a dress, but I assume that's just for closing the character design. Otherwise, it looks like she was naked.
That's fine. I've got a black corset on, so I think it looks similar.
Yeah.
Aw, thanks, Punisher. Yeah, they're just paper. I'm glad. It makes me feel like a winner.
You finished way faster than me.
I'm trying at the moment to emulate.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
No, you're fine. No stress. You have put such a very slight light blue on the inner corner of the eye, and I was like, huh? So I'm quickly adding it in.
Oh yeah, I thought it was to highlight a little bit.
Yeah, and I think it looks cute. Yeah, I'm adding in the blue.
Because like when you draw a character with red skin or like something so heavy, right? It can be a little bit overwhelming. So I'm trying to break it a little bit, like in a way that it makes it less a punch in
Like
the
less
eye.
aggressive.
A sore, an eyesore. That's how you say it.
I don't think anything you have ever drawn, I would use the word as an eyesore, but I appreciate as artists we are mean to ourselves. So yeah, I'll just leave that there.
Yeah, thank you. But I mean, it's also true that like sometimes like I don't know if like you look at something you did and it's like, oh, I was very heavy-handed here, like really heavy-handed. Like it's kind of like not elegant in a way, right?
Yeah, I feel like that way about my shading. Sometimes I go slightly too dark and I just look at it and I think, oh.
Yeah. I bet that like when you see people actually making makeup, even normal makeup, I feel like you're like, holy crap, people. It's so vulgar, right? In a way, sometimes. Like, I guess
it definitely depends.
Heavy-handed.
Yeah, it definitely depends. In some cases, I think one of the hard things, if it's when it doesn't look intentional. So when like in everyday makeup, sometimes people do really, really harsh contour. And to me, I'm like, okay, but it doesn't look like a natural shadow now. It looks, the color's not quite right, but I think that's only something that will come with time. But that's, to me, is like you've put too much on the brush and you've gone too heavy-handed, because it's meant to look quite natural, like a natural shadow. And I think some things like that you can tell, but I mean, maybe they want it to look like that, so fine.
That's another thing. Yeah, I feel like sometimes some exaggerated aspects become almost like aesthetic. Like they kind of like it.
Yeah, like one of the things that is so in the makeup world, one of the things that's like kind of technically wrong, but it's not really wrong, but it's kind of like one of like the things that you do is you always try and aim for an oval face with shading and highlighting. But for me, I hate that, and I want it to look sharp. So that's why for me, a lot of my contour, it's usually very, very sharp. It's because I like that exaggerated, aggressive, sharp face as a look, whereas technically you should be aiming for oval. But I think it's the case of like once you know rules, then you can break them.
Yeah, have you ever seen that template that people use to Photoshop people into a perfect face?
Yes.
Yeah,
and it's
that's
weird.
Usually very oval. Yeah.
Yes, but yes, exactly. It's an oval
stupid.
face. Yeah.
It's very dumb because like that makes no sense. Like there's no perfect face. Like it's.
No, I agree with you.
Some faces are nice because they have a very unique attribute, right? That's what makes them interesting. Like high cheekbones, for example, or
yeah. We are Peachy. I think what's difficult is that because we're such harsh critics of ourselves, sometimes that's how we end up improving, and then it feels like it goes in a really horrible cycle.
Yeah, it can be toxic sometimes. Yeah, for sure. Because you kind of don't give yourself like credit. You're like, yeah, it's just normal what I did.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, it should look like that.
Yeah. Where maybe other people is more like, oh wow, this is crazy, and you're like, yeah, is it though? Is it that crazy?
Is it? Is it? Because it's not to me. If anything, it's not good enough.
Yeah, like you see all the mistakes and shortcomings. How did you find out that you like to do this, actually?
Oh, I used to So when I think I became like 12, my mum bought me this eyeshadow palette, and it was from
Yeah.
Urban Decay. It was the Vice 2 palette, and there was a eyeshadow in there that was like pure silver, and it was the coolest thing ever. And I saw it and was like, oh my god. And then I covered myself in it and tried to turn myself into the Terminator.
Okay, well, all right.
Straight in.
Yeah, that's like, okay.
So
Like winks, something
yeah.
like that. No, Terminator.
Yeah, no, straight in there. So I tried to turn myself into the Terminator with it, and then I just kind of kept doing that all the time. And then people started noticing that I seemingly like playing with makeup. So people would buy me like face paint sets, like, you know, like those kids face paint sets. Like I'd end up with like people gifting me things like that. I don't know, straight into it. I know, like honestly, it could have been anything. And then things like I was really, one of the things that fascinated me about Halloween were, and I feel I'm not saying that like nobody else learned this, but like I just felt like it was quite good to catch on to it, was how quickly you can transform a costume with just the makeup. So like as an example, like you could wear like a dolly outfit, right, and pretend to be a doll, but suddenly with the makeup you're a cracked, horrifying doll. With the makeup you can be like, you could look like Annabelle, you could look like you could look like Chucky, like, and I was really fascinated by like it changes with the makeup, similar to how like shoes change the vibe of an outfit, whether it's casual or formal. And I thought that a lot about makeup. And then I found that really fascinating. So then I started going really hard when it came to like costume, like kids costume parties and such. I'd be like, oh my god, now's the time to flex. So I kind of carried on doing a lot of that, and then I'd get my hands on like Halloween stuff and then use it throughout the year. I'd try and I'd just, I don't know, and then I'd play around with stuff like that. And then I think for one of my leaving parties when I was in sixth form, we wanted to do the Cat in the Hat. The Cat in the Hat and Thing 1 and Thing 2. And I wanted to be like Thing 2 or something. And I was absolutely distraught at the idea that we wouldn't have those Whoville noses. So I figured out at home how to build one. And so I started trying to build prosthetics out of like latex and such, and like sculpting them and molding them because I wanted to like go hard for the leaving party. And then, because then I had all the stuff that I needed, I started turning myself into zombies like every 2 to 3 days. And my mum got really mad at me. She was like, Melissa, you're so pretty. Why do you do this to yourself all the time?
Yeah, I mean, I see where it comes from, I guess, right? You're like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, like, what the hell are you doing? Yeah. But like,
especially not knowing.
No, you go.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, so I just kind of kept doing stuff like that over and over and over and over and over, and then my parents would be like, and I'd be like, oh, can I have this face paint palette? And they'd be like, okay. So then I just do that, and I just keep practicing at home all the time, and it just became like a thing that I would just always do. And I just liked the idea that you could just use makeup to like draw on yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a thing that it's also hard to explain. Like, I mean, for you was because it was fun, but at the same time, like, people don't even know that there's some sort of market for it, or in a way or another, like it's a thing, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a very niche type of thing. In a way.
Yeah, it is super niche. Yeah. They I think one of the big things is that like it's niche, but the industry does quite well, in my opinion, for like a lot of makeup, etc. And I personally think that sometimes niche stuff can look seemingly fairly impressive because it's not something that a lot of people have seen. However, I don't see that for myself, but I can see it when other people see it in me, and I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, sure, whatever.
Right.
But I can see how people see that. I don't see it, but like, I get it.
I was thinking, like, I've seen some artists having like their custom sets. For example, traditional artists, they make their custom set paint color with Copics, for example, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
watercolors with Winsor and Newton. Have you ever tried to do that with some brand that make body paint,
No, I have not,
like a
but
custom?
I am currently working with a brand at the moment to reformulate one of their products as one of their expert panelists.
Ah, okay. Because
So-
it would be cool, like custom, like set just from you, right? Like with ones that you think they are the best things possible, like a bundle. Does it make sense?
Yeah, one of the things that I like to do, because I think your kind of like brushes and stuff are a little bit different, whereas I make a lot of I can quickly make a product, which doesn't make sense. But like, for instance, I don't have a black lipstick anymore, I don't think, but that's fine because it's quite easy for me to make one by using a grey lipstick and going over it with black eyeshadow. So I can customize my lipstick to anything as long as I've got eyeshadow. So it's almost irrelevant. However, one of the things that I think a lot of people don't necessarily realize with what I do is that you can use brushes for anything. Whereas I use a lot of Warhammer and nail art brushes when I'm doing my stuff. I don't use actual like body paint brushes.
Ah, okay. Wait, about that. It isn't like, aren't you like concerned, for example, if products with chemicals could hurt you?
No,
Like, how do
because
you deal with that?
I think if it was going to do that, it would have killed me by now.
Right, fair enough. No, fair enough.
And it's the ones that I'm using are designed for the skin. So the thing is, I think, well, the only thing that I think is a little scary is that, like, you know how you can develop an allergy any day?
Oh, yeah.
I always think, because like allergies against makeup is a thing. And, you know, you can just suddenly develop sensitive skin. I think that's the only thing that kind of like, that's the one thing I'm like, oh my God, I really hope that doesn't happen.
You have a pretty clean skin. I've seen people using a lot of makeup often having a very ruined skin.
Yeah, my skin used to be really terrible. It used to be so bad. And then it just turned out that I had a mild allergy against things like dairy. I didn't know.
Okay.
And I had to be on these tablets
tested?
for 6 months, and then it went away.
Oh, so you got tested or what? Like you went to a
I
doctor?
went to not like an allergy test, but I went to I went to a dermatologist and I went to a doctor, and we tried all these different tablets, and they both said like stop taking in dairy, like stop having dairy, full stop. And I was like, okay. And then after that, it dramatically reduced. And then I was on these tablets, and something about possibly having like a gut infection I had no idea about. Well, that like ended up with the main problem with that was that I had a lot of like acne on my cheeks. But then as soon as I was on that for 6 months, and then after that, that was it. It's gone.
That's a great story. Like there's people that suffers acne like for their entire life.
Yeah, and like mine was like, I think I had it for like 4 or 5 years. I had this like really awful acne fall. It was so horrible. It was like I used to wash my face without like any makeup on it, and my face would just bleed. It was so bad. And like I still have some scars from it was so bad. And like that was the worst thing as well, because people will be like, well, you should just wash your face. But it just doesn't really work that way. And so I used to have these I have like now I've got like some slight scars, but I don't think the camera that I use, like obviously I've mentioned it's got the filter in it, but I still think it's not as noticeable. I think unless like you see me up close, you can see where the slight indents are. But a lot of the time, like things like that, they're so easy to hide with makeup, because I can paint on freckles and no one would know, because it breaks up the smoothness of the face. And so I know ways to hide it. Like there's so many things that you can do. But that's one of the things that I think a lot of people worry about. But I think sometimes when people have it is that they have sensitive skin.
Yeah. Like, for example, very fatty skin. Like, there's people like that. Like, kind of like, that kind of gets easily oily. Oily skin, that's the word. Oily. Yeah. But yeah, I've seen a lot of... Do you know that girl that makes makeup on TikTok, and she always has the same song. She's British, and she often changes her makeup.
No. What color are you gonna do the bubbles in the hair?
Oh, these skulls?
Yeah. What color are
These
they gonna be?
mini skulls? Oh yeah, no, I think I was gonna go with the horn color.
Okay. Okay.
Like bone, kind of. color.
Okay.
I don't know. What are you thinking?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to think what you're thinking, so I can figure it
I'm
out.
thinking bone color. Also because I'm trying to not get, because I have yellowish streaks here, right?
Yeah.
And then I have red and blue, which is already very on the spectrum, right? We're going all over the place, like basically the 3 primaries almost, right? Like, I'm trying to kind of like, you know, put all together a little bit, like minimize the amount of colors, because too many colors is always not a great idea, in my opinion.
Uh-huh.
Like that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go like that, and dark.
Okay, but it's got a ribbon attached to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, the ribbon, I don't know, I didn't think. Okay, wait. Yeah, this one has to be like that, I think. Yeah, what am I gonna paint the ribbon? Maybe the same color of this streak of, like, your hair stripes, maybe like this. Maybe a little bit more saturated. I'm thinking. I'm genuinely thinking. I don't know.
I'm like
Yeah.
I'm thinking as well. How the hell?
So it compensates, right? Like this with this, right?
Okay, I'm gonna be right back.
Chat, what do you think? I've genuinely no idea. I'm sorry, chat, if I'm making Mel suffer with this. I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm bowling. I'm bowling. I don't know. There's echo when her mic is not muted. I think because she doesn't use headphones, so my voice echoes. Very hard to remove the echo. She should use maybe a earpiece or something in these cases, but I guess this is a very rare case. Awesome work. Thank you. I tried to go hand in hand with Mel on this one. To not go too crazy with things impossible to do.
Okay.
You look identical. That's crazy. How's this possible?
I'm looking forward to
This
the
is
eyes, but I
crazy.
have to put the eyes in a bit later.
No. Yeah. I'm generally, I think I'm literally, I'd say 90% done.
Okay.
Like, yeah. I don't even add too many effects normally on my characters because, again, they're small, right? There's no point in me adding the single hair strands or something like that, because they, like, usually, like, on the canvas, they are like for example, this small, the character, right? Like on the canvas, like this small, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, like, there's no, look, it looks very rendered, but like it's kind of weird, too many details, because it would be like hyper detailed also with the rest of the illustration, so detailed. Usually I keep it, you know, remotely sketched out, so it's not too heavy to look at, right? With too many details, it gets distracting. But since this is just the entire piece, I'm going a little bit harder on the details.
Yeah. I kind of like it. I like seeing. I like this demon girl that you've painted. I think it's cool.
Thank you.
I'm probably biased though.
Yeah, it's heavily inspired by you. It's heavily inspired by you. Not gonna lie. I mean, of course.
Thanks, Sims.
Very fun collab. Melanie, your drawing both look stunning.
Oh my god, I was
In my
like,
chat.
okay, I thought about this idea and I was like, okay, Sims, hear me out. And I was like, do you get it? And Sims was like, I think so. And I was like, okay, cool. And I was like, I think I get it too. And they were like, okay, let's go.
No. I think this was a very cool collab. I did some co-streams, but like something like this is a first for me. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, same.
It's kind of interesting though. I feel like Twitch now. I don't wanna be that guy that always complains. But I feel like Twitch should endorse a little bit more this type of not me necessarily, but like creative things, new things, like different things. I think they're fun, but like it's not very promoted in a way, right?
Well, I think today's gone really well. Sims, I will see what I can do with my ambassador powers.
Oh yeah, you're yeah. I forgot about that part. I forgot about that part. Yo, I mean, I was being just like I'm just saying. I mean, I also always understand that this is ultimately a gaming platform. So, like,
I think it's going to change, you
but-
know. I think it's going to be an IRL one.
it's very IRL right now.
Yeah.
Like very IRL.
I
to
think
me.
I think
really
gaming
want-
will still be there, but I think IRL will be like the new big thing. Because you can just
Yeah,
you just
yeah.
need a phone.
That's so true. That's so true. There's so many IRL streamers nowadays. I watch a lot of them, by the way. I'm the first watcher. Yeah. For example, Kai or stuff like that. Like I like to watch what they do. They do crazy things all the time.
Oh yeah. What's a crazy do loads of... Oh. Why so serious? Thank you so much. Oh. Okay, so I don't have skulls, but I do have tiny white flowers which look similar from a distance.
Very
and
similar.
I filled
Yes,
it
yes.
with
I could
gold
turn the skull
ribbons.
into flower. It's not a problem.
No, no, it's fine.
I mean, to be fair, soon it's gonna be a big problem changing anything. Not gonna lie, because like, everything will be color. Like we are already in the phase where I can kind of do something about it, but we are already kind of beyond it because like now I have like literally look. This is like without the line art, and this is with the line art and without the colors, right? Like so, if I change anything, I should basically hide the colors, change the thing, then turn on the colors and recolor that portion. That's usually how I do. I'm not big on using a lot of layers, for example, right? Like, so I'm very traditional in a way, right? Like, few layers, kind of like if it's paper, right? So there's not a lot of going back for me. In fact, like I have problems with clients with that because I have to explain to them, this is how I work. Think. You need to think with me. That's how I say it. You need to kind of think beforehand. This is not like a industrialized method, right? Like you know, industrial method. It's like more like I try to explain. Think like I'm using a piece of paper and paint. You don't want to ask me too many changes once I finish it. Pretty much. It's
Would you
not
believe
like,
in the
"Can you
past
move
I've had the same
character
problem?
Slightly on the right. Can you move it up? Type of stuff.
Would you believe in the past I've had the same problem where they've been like, okay, but can we change this on the design? And I'm like, no, I've washed it off. I washed it off 4 days ago. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean change a bit? Like, it's
But
like people is like,
it's
you draw the
done.
character, you send it. Yeah, how do you do that? In
Yeah,
your
and
case,
I'm
it's
like-
crazy. Not gonna lie.
Have you not understood what you've commissioned me to do here?
Yeah, like, for me, for example, people is like, can you make the character sitting? maybe you don't understand. This is not 3D. This is a drawing of a person standing, and now you want me to make them sit. So I need to redraw it.
Yeah, I see how like you end up getting frustrated with a lot of the clients because like you're like, no.
It's just impossible sometimes. It's legit impossible. And also I have this a lot. A little bit like me and you right now, right? Where you see what I do and you come up with ideas as you go. Now, this is normal in our case, but like when you work with a client, a lot of times I do something they don't expect. And initially they're like, no, do this. But then other times they're like, do this. You send them the corrected version. They're like, no, we like it more like you did because they didn't expect what I did before. Or they come up with a third idea. They're like, okay, we want it like that. Like you did it. Let's say you did A. We wanted B, but looking at A, mixing with B, we want C. So they come up with a new idea, and sometimes this continues with as you go, right? Mm-hmm. So like, you send them C, and they're like, okay, can you change also this into D? And then and they come up. I'm like, bro, why don't you think beforehand all these things?
So I don't have that as much now with what I do, but very relative, because I don't know how much you know about me. I'm a graphic designer, and it would be the exact same. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
No. And they're like, for me, I would present 3 to 4 options, and they're usually like, can we combine them all? No.
No. Yeah, I don't know what they think. Sometimes. It's very hard. I mean, luckily, I don't work with small commissions that much, and usually with bigger commissions it's very streamlined, right? Because they're used to work with people.
They know the process, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's art directors and stuff like that. Like it's not like a random guy that is like, I want a logo for my company. And yeah, but at the same time it can still happen because like not every art director in any like it's not big company equal the best of the best all the time. Sometimes like it's for example, a small division of a big corporation that has an art director that, for example, is pretty new. So not necessarily like...
and sometimes with the bigger companies too, it has to pass by more people for approval, and that causes problems. Because everyone then starts wanting a say.
That's so true. That happens a lot. I hate when there is... In Italy, we say when there's too many roosters... in the that they call the morning, right? That they, I don't know how you say that.
For us, we say there's too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same, right? Like if there's too many, it's never good. You want one person that you refer to, and they have to only tell you yes or no. I hate when it's like, I'm gonna ask these guys, and then eventually I put this guy in copy, and then the new guy says, can you change this? And then you change, and then there's a third guy. I put this person in copy, and sometimes you start having 3-4 people in copy. And then somebody contacts you and is like, okay, we decided this. Then you do that, but then apparently it was not we. We was them. And it was not all of them, though. Like, it was part of them. I mean, bro, one person. Give me one representative, and I want to talk only to this person. And that's it, pretty much.
Yes.
It's very hard. This is like an aspect of commissions that nobody talks very much, I think.
Yes, honestly. No, I agree with you. There's too many people who are trying to control the art piece. There's only you trying to do it. And you're sat there trying to accommodate to certain things. And some of them you're like, oh, you tell them that's not going to work. And then they fight against it. And then you do it. And then they say, oh, it doesn't work. And you sit there thinking like, I told you.
Yeah, exactly. It's genuinely very, very hard to deal with this sometimes, but I feel like that's a big distinction between beginners in general, and I feel like I got skilled into that, right, with time. Like I learned with time to...
It's like managing clients and managing their expectations. I'm really fortunate that I learned that in my office job. So I brought that already when I came to doing this as a commission-based thing. And interestingly, a lot of my clients now tell me that I'm really easy to work with because of that, because I set the expectations. I'm like, I'm doing this and this and this, and the only thing you can change at the end is that, okay? And this is roughly what you're going to get. And they're like, okay.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. You need to be assertive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like tell them this is how it works with me and that's it. Not because you think you're him or something, but because like that's the actually the best interest of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna look way better if you're able to have a more streamlined approach without, for example, back and forth or too many corrections or too many people that there's nothing worse than an artwork where 8 people had a say on, in my opinion. It turns
Yeah.
out always like a weird ass, like, yeah,
Like some kind
mix.
of Resident Evil monster where it's like been
Yeah.
adjusted in so many different ways and it doesn't look quite right.
Yeah, because like for example, let's say this piece that I made now, right? Like in a way or another, it's like my vision of what I wanted to do. Now, if somebody would say, "Can you make the face longer, the eyes smaller, the eyes bigger?" I don't know, something like that. It would quickly become weirder. Like some things work because there's a certain vision behind it, and it
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't work in a more streamlined or yeah. Like pretty much my in fact what I always say is take what I did, right? If you don't like it, I will do it again. Or if you think that my style didn't work, commission what I did to somebody else so they can do it again like you want. Like find somebody that suits you better. But like my piece, you can use it as a concept, right?
Yeah.
There's no point in forcing me to fit into your mold, right?
Yeah, I get yeah.
Because it's not that I don't want to. I think really it's a disservice to them and me because I would do an half-assed work that it doesn't look that good and it doesn't represent my best, and they don't even get what they want in the end. Maybe potentially spending more if they, for example, pay for revisions or something, right?
Uh-huh.
So it's a lose-lose for everybody. I think we cooked. Now I was looking because I have on my third screen I have you and my artwork next to each other.
Do you?
Yeah. So yeah, I think
Okay. Can
I
you just
mean,
give
of course
me
the tattoo is different, but like I mean, it's a freedom of artistic license. That's how I say it. Like
Wait, but actually,
my
no, the only thing that's different about this tattoo is that yours continues off the
Oh yeah, no
shoulders.
no, I didn't want to actually copy you.
Okay, well,
That's
it's too
why I
late.
did it like that. Like I wanted to, yeah, like I just like went a little bit like yeah. I tried to, like you said, right? Like inspired, but not like kind of like yeah.
Like, it's the same character.
Yeah, it's the same character retaining our vision though.
Right, could you just give me like a couple mins to
Yeah, yeah,
go put some change my eye eye color?
do your thing.
Okay.
I'm gonna refine it.
Damn, is that
meanwhile.
Sims? Damn, it's Sims.
It's me. It is me. It's a me. Sims. I think it turned out good, no? Chat. Thoughts? I mean, it's a simple artwork, nothing crazy. You both did an awesome job. Yeah, I mean, Mel did like a crazy good work. Also, so fast, chat. I don't know, but I don't know if you realize, but that was fast. Like, she was fast. Damn. Like, I'm just drawing. She's actually transforming. You know what would have been very fun? Doing the opposite. Maybe one day. Imagine if I had to paint myself and she had to draw. Maybe for the next one. That would have been very fun. it would have been a shit show. It's beautiful. Thank you, Peppermint. The chair really nailed this look. Yeah, chair streamer is always the best streamer, though. Let's be real. You should ask Mel about the snake she drew on her face. That's a funny story. I will. I will. Thanks for telling me. Chat, tell me like something funny that happened on Mel's stream that she's embarrassed. Let's tease. There's so many things. Okay, let's pick a mild one to start. All right. That sounds funny. Okay. Whoa! Look at that! Yo, you nailed also the eye color.
I got a lot of contact lenses.
Wow. Anyways, chat was telling me that I should ask you about the snake on your face.
Which one?
What's the story? I don't know.
What
about the snake on your face? What?
First one I tried to draw. Well, it wasn't a snake, it was a dragon. I think if that's the one that they're talking about. It was the first one I tried. Oh, it's so embarrassing. I tried to draw, you know, the Dragon Ball Z. Oh, the makeup lesson. Oh, I've started the other one now. Zero. I have to tell both. You know okay. You know the dragon from Dragon Ball, the green thing.
Yeah. Yeah, Shenron.
Okay, I tried to draw that, and I was trying to like draw him around like my eye, and there's no polite way to say it, but the head of that when you're sketching it out is very similar to like a bell. And okay. I essentially tried to draw the Dragon Ball Z dragon around my eye. I accidentally drew a giant penis curving around my eye because of the way that it started. Perfect. I was so mortified of what I had been doing online on the internet that I tried to give it ears, made it worse. So
you could say you were clip farming. You were just clip farming. It was on purpose. Like just clip farming like crazy.
Yeah, it was awful. It was like curving around the top of my eye. God, it was honestly, yeah, God, it was thick as well. Jesus. Secondly, I tried to do a makeup lesson where I don't know why I haven't learned from this, but anyway, I tried to do a makeup lesson at TwitchCon where I was teaching people how to draw a dragon on their face because I've got so much experience.
Okay.
And the panel, I think, was like 1 hour and 30 minutes, and it was my first time doing a makeup tutorial panel, and I panicked so hard that I drew the dragon in less than 3 minutes and was like, okay, we're done.
All right.
So then I just kind of sat there and waited for my panel partner, Cassie, to do her thing while I kind of pretended to do things for the rest of that panel.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is what you always recommend me to do, to try to slow down, right? A little bit instead of speed running.
Yeah, a little bit. There's a lot of reasons why it's actually beneficial to slow down a little bit, I think.
It is, actually. I think it's true in everything also, even when you talk with people. Sometimes I think it's anxiety. But I over talk because I want to fill the gaps and talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like you feel like this uncomfortable silence.
Yeah, I feel like it's the same with when you work, right? Because you want to finish because you feel like it's uncomfortable to make them wait or something, right?
I think so. I was also really nervous. It was like my first one doing it. So I think I was under the impression that, oh my God, like, you know, I need to get this done. I don't have much time. And then I was so nervous about it that I ended up just finishing the whole thing really quickly. And then I felt like an idiot. I just sat there like, we're all just looking at each other.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I know what you mean. Yeah. I was in a panel a month ago.
Oh, nice.
And instead, yeah, I was so stressed though. Instead, that like I kind of start choking, like like couldn't speak.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah,
I
when
was
you like get
stressed.
stuck. Yeah.
Yeah, like the throat kind of gets like I'm not normally, but like I was kind of like excited, but at the same time probably like too stressed about it. So yeah,
Were you
I mean
doing it in
definitely
English
stress
or
doesn't help.
Italian?
Hmm?
Was it in English or in Italian?
In Italian. But
Okay.
I was kind of like also a little bit sleep deprived and tired, and plus stress, plus everything. I didn't drink, so I was like because after I kind of relaxed, right?
Yeah.
But in the moment, it was like, oh my lord, that was such a bad feeling. I feel like, oh my god.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of those is really scary. The first time I did my first panel, Jesus Christ, so I'd never done a panel before, and then I was then doing a panel with some big cosplayers, and I was so nervous that I couldn't even say my own name, my own intro, and I felt like I couldn't do it, and I was so embarrassed, and like I was so upset, but I had to get over it because the next day I was going to be the judge for the cosplay competition on the main stage. And then I think 4 days later, I had to be in San Diego. I was at San Diego Comic-Con doing another panel
Cool.
I think like, I don't know, I think it was like 500 people or something. I can't remember. And so I was like, I have to get over it now.
Yeah, you need to, I need to like pass stage fright as fast as I can.
Yeah, I knew as soon as there were way more than 500 and then at least 2,000. I'm glad you know.
That's
I
a
was
lot of
scared.
people.
Yeah, it was a lot. And then I knew as soon as I had done it, as soon as I would have managed it, then everything would be fine. As soon as I could start speaking, it would be okay. But like the initial, it's so scary. And then since then I've been doing hosting, but I think people are always like, oh, you make it look so easy. But last year when I was hosting, I checked my heart rate because chat bought me a Fitbit. And I checked my heart rate and it was 130. I was that nervous.
Wait, holy, that's tachycardia, low-key.
But yeah, God, I was so scared. I was so nervous.
Wow, no, but relatable. I never been, in front of 2,000 concurrent, maybe 100, but never like over the like 1,000. It's scary. Like that's like a lot of people.
I think after a while, it kind of doesn't feel like it's even like a thing. I feel like the number doesn't get me as much. Yeah, but I think it's kind of like an initial thing because I have a rule with myself whenever I do that sort of stuff. Like if it's in person, then I have to look at empty seats or I just look at the back wall because if I keep looking at parts of the back wall, it looks like I'm looking around, but I can't meet people's eyes because when I've met people's eyes in the past, I've seen like a facial expression and it's thrown me off because they might pull a facial expression like they disagree with me and I'm like, So I specifically look round, but I'm only ever looking at the wall. I don't actually look at anyone.
That's a good idea. I mean, I don't know if I will find myself again in a situation like that anytime soon, but I will keep it in mind, honestly. Like, you never know, right? Like when you will be
you just never know.
Or something. It seems like it happens a lot to you, though. Like, that's very cool. How did you find yourself in these contexts?
I just forced myself in.
Okay.
Yeah, I got invited to do a panel and I was like, okay, cool, that was nice. So I did that and so they just no. They invited me to be a judge for the TwitchCon contest and I was like, okay, cool. So I did that even though I felt like I definitely didn't deserve that place, but I was like, whatever, I've been given the opportunity, I'm going to take it. So I did that and then I thought, okay, cool, I need to do more panels. So when they decide to like, oh, we should do panels, I was like, I'll put forward loads. So I just kept putting forward loads of panels. Then I did a bunch of panels. And then they reached out to me and was like, you've got a lot of experience with this. Can you be a host? So then what happened was I started hosting other people's panels because I had done enough that I was pretty comfortable. And then they also, because when I was hosting panels, I was really organized, and they were like, you're really organized. Can you do this? So I was like, yeah, okay, no problem. So then I would do that as well. So it ended up being quite, I kind of like fell into it, but also people started recommending me.
I mean, yeah, it's like how do you say, voice? How do you say, like
Word of mouth.
Organic, yeah, word of mouth. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. That's thanks. Yeah. I mean, definitely. That's cool. That's very cool. I don't know if I would have like I would be capable of doing what you're doing. Like you are very well organized, and I mean, I remember once I was talking with actually, I was like saying that among all the content creators that I know here on Twitch, like you're one of the most, like, you're always up to something.
That sounds so sinister. I know what you're saying, but why are you saying it in such a sinister way?
Okay, not in a bad way. Like you always have something cooking. How do you say that? Like there's something always, brewing. That's cool though. That's cool. I'm like that's the type of stuff that inspires me when I, like, even for example with Tofu. Do you know Tofu Senshi? I think you know, right? Like
oh yeah. I asked Tofu to be on one of the panels because I was trying to highlight more artists.
Yeah, for example, Tofu is also very good at doing that stuff. Like she moves a lot, right? She keeps moving, and yeah, I would like to be more like that, but I'm not really. I don't know. I'm more like I want to sit and draw.
Like you're comfortable in your little drawing cave. You don't want to move.
Yeah, it's fun sometimes, but I don't know if I would. For example, you know, you have energy and stuff like that. Like I feel like after a while I would go low on energy and I will start shutting down, as will not be able even to interact that well. You know, I will become abrasive, for example, right? I need to recharge a bit after a while.
Yeah, for that similar reason is why I don't like doing like a lot of the parties and stuff. And people are like, oh, you should come to this after, and it's after Twitch, and I'm like, I just after TwitchCon on the Saturday, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, because if you're tired, you don't give your 100. Like I feel like somebody could say, I feel like, oh, your personality comes out, but I feel like that's not my personality. It's just me when I'm tired, and I'm
100%
even more than normal.
I'm tired. I don't really want to talk to anyone. I'm miserable and I just want to just go lay down. So that's not my personality. You want me like well rested. That's what we want.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well rested. I think I could handle. Like the problem is that I have a very low stamina on these things, probably because I never move, right? From like, so I'm always home drawing. So like suddenly, if you like, for example, this, I was at this Comic-Con here in Italy, and it's been rough, definitely, to 3 days, wake up.
Cons are exhausting.
Yeah, I was like, oh my lord, this is like, how these people do this every day? Because like, I was invited by a publisher because I made what's the name of it? A variant cover for a comic, right?
Which one?
It's an Italian comic.
Which one?
Published. It's wait, oh my lord. Okay, one is Choose Your Adventure, which is like a collection of gaming books, and another one is called. That's I just made the drawing, so I didn't work on the comic itself. But wait, I can show you the cover though.
Yeah. Show us. Hulk makes a good point as well that like places like BlizzCon, the lights are so bright for you on stage. It's hard to see that many people.
Also true. Oh, One Last Time is called, and where's my
One Last Time?
Yeah, One Last Time. It's Italian. Yeah, it's in Italian, but it's from one of the biggest publishers, like in Italy, right? Like the ones that make.
Nice.
Also publish manga. Yeah. It was very fun to work with them, but like I cannot find the variant. Oh, there we go. This one. Actually, they published a time lapse. But yeah, this. There we go. This one. It's the cover I made. So there's this. You see? I don't know if it's visible.
I can see. That's nice. That's cool.
Yeah, and so basically, I went there to sign the copies because people is very into this comic. I didn't know anything about. I'm not even that much into like yeah, you know, like compared to you, for example, that you're very into the community and stuff. Like you know, I have a very limited amount like of people that I know. I don't, you know, I don't go out. I was reached out by them to make this, and then they said, "Do you want to come to this convention?" That was rough. That was a rough 3 days for me. Like
It's exhausting. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, I can't do that. Like, this is not. I'm still recovering.
Yeah, no, cons are really, really exhausting. I couldn't agree with you more. It's like there's a lot of people, and I think that like, well, we know that like you know talking to people a lot of the time is really exhausting. But you're very, very like on all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not on all the time. I mean, you know, I can be kind of like, yeah, like right now, right? I'm talking to you, but like, let's say I'm tired and stressed and I have a lot of things to do. No, I need to recharge, right?
Mm.
But I mean, there's people that don't have that problem. At least they conceal it very well, right?
Yeah, but some people they recharge by talking to other people and they feel exhausted if they just spend time by themselves.
Interesting.
True extroverts.
That's lucky though.
What the hell?
Like that's a lucky strike if you're like, let's say, a host, for example.
Yeah.
Like,
I think those people
perfect.
like they just keep posting like parties and stuff. They must do. Like I couldn't.
No, I couldn't do that, definitely. I mean, I know my limits on that. Okay. Last touch. I want to add just a bit of highlights on. I didn't look at what you were doing, by the way, in a second, but like I saw the evolution was crazy. Even with the ribbon in the hair, like same color. That's crazy. Now I wanted to just add the final touch, like with highlights.
I'm just glad I managed to figure out the ears.
This. Well, do you usually like every stream you make a new like a full makeup, or like sometimes it's like just portions of makeup, like just just a face, for example, like, you know what I mean? Like
most streams it'll be everything. However, if it's the face, I don't like doing a really small concept unless it's for a specific thing. Like recently when I recreated the like floating head look to like showcase how to do it, that's basically just painting on the neck. But yeah, it wouldn't make sense if I did more stuff on around it. So pretty much, I'd probably argue every stream is like a different concept or a different look, or I'm trying to do something specific. So I feel like I get a lot of practice.
Then next question is, how many streams you did this year?
Oh, now that is a good question. I don't know.
Because like I'm curious now, because if you do a new piece every single stream, like,
except Friday, Friday I play a game.
That's a good call. To have a little bit of variety.
So how do I analytics overview maybe? How do I tell? Does it say it on like Twitch tracker?
I think it should. I don't watch too many tracker things. Sometimes I do because every time I look, I get depressed. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh hell no, this is not good. I lose hope. Or the delusion.
How many
That's like-
streams have I done this year?
Like, I'm gonna guess over 500.
500! There's not 500 days in a year, Sims!
There's people that stream 1,000 times in a year. Morning and evening.
How do
You know what I mean?
tell?
They make multiple streams. I see you online all the time.
Do
must
you?
have
I feel like I
multiple
see
streams
you
per day,
online all
no?
the time.
Oh, well. Then, I mean, let's say 300. At least every day almost.
Almost every day. Yeah, almost every day. It doesn't tell me how many streams I've done.
That's crazy. All right. But yeah, like, so basically, in average, you made over 200 pieces in a year. That's an insane amount. Do you understand that part? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't.
Like, I
really-
made, like, what, 50 in a year?
So, okay, so Star Wars
16?
Lady says I've done... Today is my 169th paint this year, but I've done more streams than that.
Wait, how many? 169th. Yo, that's a lot. I think I make a third of that number.
I don't think you do. I think you do a lot more I think you do a lot more pieces than you realize.
No. I know kind of like last year how many. It's around 70, 80. And I think that's my...
I usually
could do
roughly
more.
know. And like I have like a rough ballpark figure. So last year, I think end of November, early December, I hit 1,000 paints in total. And then
Jesus.
that was, but now I'm on 1,175 today. So since when I hit 1,000, which was like roughly, it was just over a year ago, like maybe a year and a month
Yeah.
or something. I know in that time I've done 175 paints. But
Damn.
that one is more indicative of what I've been doing because I do paints offline as well, don't I? Like when I get
Fair enough.
commissioned by companies
Yeah.
to make a video
You're-
and they don't want to stream, so I'll also do that.
But do company don't want you to stream very often? Don't you think that's kind of dumb? I always think that's...
I
dumb
think
as
it's
hell.
dumb. Yeah.
Because like, bro, why you don't want me to show to my relatively small community, right? Like...
Yeah, because
whatever,
they're
I mean,
the most
doesn't that
highly
make sense?
engaged.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the best type of advertisement you want, right? Like a very small community. Like that's perfect, right? Like the community that you have, the closest community, like you can tell them, like they trust you 100%. Wouldn't that be better to allow you to kind of like share what you're doing with, like, I don't know, like I feel business-wise would be also smarter, but also for the streamer would be comfortable.
I
don't know.
agree.
I feel like sometimes they're very short-sighted.
I think it would be better. I wish they would do it a little bit more. But sometimes they're like, no, just video. And I'm like, okay, fine.
Yeah, it's strange. It's strange. It happened to me too. That sometimes they are hyper protective of their whatever they're doing, and I'm like, okay. But I mean, do you understand that it's not that it's gonna ruin your project? The fact that 100 people know about this, besides the fact that potentially those 100 people will be interested. 200 people, 300 people, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, no. Sometimes I'm like, oh, okay, fine, whatever then.
Yeah, no, I always do the same. Yeah, I'm always like, yeah, whatever you want. It's okay.
Fine, sure.
But yeah, it's just annoying. I don't know. I'm just like,
I just don't think it makes a lot of sense. I appreciate that their budget might not accommodate for it, but I think sometimes they get really protective of like, what if you accidentally say you hate it? And like, that's not going to happen
I didn't
because,
even think about that.
we're professionals, but
Yeah.
I think they
like-
fear that it's not, they can't control the script of it, because that's what one of them told me before. They were like, no, because you can only say certain things, and we can't trust that you're not going to deviate from what you can say. And I was like, whatever.
That's interesting, actually. I genuinely didn't think about that. That would have been like a, like, you know, like, interesting. But it's fun because, like, for example, many times they're like, oh, you can post this when we post. And at that point, I'm like, bro, if I cannot share it immediately with my community organically, like in a month or two, when you will post or so, like I will not post. Like, you know what I mean? It's GG's for me. Like, I mean, maybe for you it's different. For me though, like if I make a commission and it's all NDA, and at some point, like, first of all, I'm scared of making a mistake and posting the wrong content. But even if I know exactly, I mean, I do not care. I like to make a thing and post it. I'm very transparent, right? When I post things. Like, I created this today and I posted it. It's not like 3 months ago I made this secret thing, unless I got paid for it or something, right? It's rare that I go back and I'm like, oh, finally I can share this. Like, it's very, very rare that I do. Because
I think I don't know about you, but mine is only really if it's paid, which I do think is a little bit different to what you're saying. But if it's been that long, I've lost interest.
Exactly.
I'm not interested in this thing that you hired me to do anymore. Like, as far as it's old news.
Yeah, like, I'm like, okay, if by the time that you posted it, and now I'm allowed to post it, my life has changed. Like, I am doing other things, other projects. I'm working on it. Like, you know, it's not that I'm like, oh, finally I can post that thing, as if I didn't have anything to post for months. You know, like, I don't know. I personally like to be more organic. I don't like to plan posts or to double check. So I usually, you know, especially with NDA, if they say NDA equal, I'm never gonna talk that project. Probably never share with anybody, right, of my audience.
Wow, your NDAs are strong.
Yeah. I'd rather prefer, in order to avoid any, oh, you posted this without our consent. Like, you know, I'm like, I don't even want to bother contacting them and ask, can I post this? So I'm like, I'm just straight up not gonna post it. It's okay. Like, unless they want to, and they say, can you post it? In that case, I would. But yeah. Yeah, I added a little bit of highlights on the side here to make it a little bit more shiny.
She does look a little shiny, doesn't she?
I think it's also to make it more the volumes, right, of the character, they pop out a little bit more, right? It's because you can see the planes, right? Like, instead of looking flat, look, I can show you before and after the highlights, because I made them on a separate layer. Look, before it was like this, which is not bad, right? But I think with the highlights, see, like, it gets a little bit of dimension.
Yeah, no, I think it looks cute. Looks good.
Thank you. And yeah, I'm approaching very quickly the end. Usually highlights is really the last thing that I add. I'm sorry if I'm keeping you over time.
Oh my god, don't be silly. Do not be silly.
No, I really don't know. Like, okay, but I'm genuinely almost done. I just wanted to finish, because otherwise probably it would be weird for me to finish it on my own, right? All right, there we go. There you go.
Well, then they wouldn't match.
yeah, okay. There.
I agree, Zero.
This just sound good vibes. Hey, thanks. It's thanks to Mel, though. I only have negative vibes. Negativity only stream for me. Okay, just. Oh, actually, no, I wanted to ask something. I had a bunch of questions, but then like I didn't manage to ask all of them. Like one of the question was like, have you ever thought of doing makeup for productions, like movies, for example?
Yeah, I've thought about it. I'm not doing it.
Oh, why though?
So
Unlike them kids
a lot
that are
of
like, why?
why? A lot of makeup people don't get treated very well, I think, in that industry, but also you don't get a lot of time to yourself. So, as an example, whenever you see like Maleficent's cheekbones, they are put on every day by the makeup artist, but they're also made by the makeup artist in their own time.
Oh, like
Yeah.
as a personal project?
As in, like, they just have to be ready for when they do the makeup.
Ah.
So you see what I mean? And then I don't really think that you get as much freedom. Like, you're not going to get the same amount of freedom I'm going to get. Like, I'm out here and I'm like, hey, do you know what I would really want to be good at is drawing tiny faces. So I'm going to draw.
Yeah.
I'm going to do this, this, and this, and this, and it's going to take me ages, but I think that's going to be fun. Whereas I wouldn't get that opportunity. But also, another thing which to me just sounds like hell is, so so let's say, I don't know, let's use Maleficent as an example again. She has to be ready to start filming by 9 a.m., right?
Yeah.
But so she's got to be in the makeup by then. But say the makeup takes 4 hours. So you've been doing her makeup since 5. So you've had to get there and travel it. You see what I mean? Like the how like grueling that actually is.
Yeah, it's not very like, it's not like superstar treatment. It's more
No.
like hard worker type treatment.
And then you got to stay there because at the end you got to take the makeup off.
Oh, true. Of course. Yeah, I see. Like what you do is way more kind of like also comfortable and puts you also on the spotlight, which I think is better in a way.
Yeah, I think it sounds like it would be nice if I kind of cared about getting my name in like productions and stuff, but I genuinely couldn't care less. Also, I don't really know any celebrities, so I think when people are like, but you could work with celebrities, like I barely know any, like I just kind of ignore them. Yeah, like touch-ups during sessions, you're like there all day. It's a lot of work. I just don't think it's for me.
Now that makes sense. Like also, I think that, I mean, perhaps if they reach out to you, I guess like for as a one shot, I guess you would accept, no? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but then
like, hey,
my argument
we want you
is
for this specific thing.
For them, I usually just tell people, like, from when they do reach out to me, like, no, because I'm not trained in hygiene, so it's not fair because I don't know what I'm doing regarding things
Oh, I see what you mean.
like keeping things sterile, which usually is enough.
Like a tattoo artist.
Yeah, like piercings and stuff. Like makeup has its own things as well that you have to consider for.
Nah, but that makes sense.
Yeah, so I'm always like, it's not really fair. You might as well just hire someone else. You get set for Head Nebula.
Yeah, to be fair, like maybe for example on this side is less daunting for me. Like let's say hypothetically, right? I get reached out by production and says we want you to make some storyboard, like a 10 storyboard for a movie, right? I could do that easy. Like it's not impossible. It's not like I have to enter the industry in order to do that. I just have to get the commission, do the thing, and get out. Pretty much. It's I can get out.
Whereas it's so much more involved the other way.
Yeah. With you, it's with this. With what you do, you are hands-on people. I don't know. I feel like it's more flesh and blood.
Yeah, it's more like sweat, blood, and tears kind of a thing with a lot.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like it's not like impersonal. Like to me, it's relatively more impersonal.
Right, Zero. Like there's so much. Damn, Hulk. That's a lot. Yeah, Hulk used to work in like film and production for that sort of stuff. And
Oh,
Yeah.
really? That's cool.
yeah, but Hulk was just mentioning like they'd be so long, like it's not worth losing a small amount of sleep, so you might as well just sleep in the car.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds very unhealthy.
Yeah, it's not for me. I'm happy just doing my own thing in this corner of my house. I just think that's nice. I'm just out here just doing my little thing, and then I can wash it off at the end of the day, and I can decide what I want to do each day, and it's chill. I feel
Yeah,
like
you know
I'm
what?
the real winner.
Pretty much the same. Pretty much the same mentality. I mean, same mindset. It's like, I'm like, I enjoy what I do, and the fact that I get support for what I do. Like, I don't see why I should like do anything more than that. Like, I would like to improve on this, but not like change career. You know,
Yeah.
for something that seems more flashy necessarily,
Same.
right?
Same. Like I'm just happy doing this.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just okay. At this point, I'm just like randomly trying things. So I'm done technically. Just trying. Like, look at this. This is a night version. Like, you know, like with just the eyes.
Yeah.
With it, like. Anyways, no.
I liked what you were
I like
playing
this.
with the lighting when you were like moving the lighting, so it kind of like covering her slightly, like
Yeah,
like
you
it was
can
like
do a lot
unlocking
of things.
like through a
Yeah.
window. I liked what you were playing
Yes,
with that a second ago.
You can. Yeah, you can. Like, this is though if I had a background or something, you know,
Yeah.
to match lights and stuff, but this would take longer, and also in this context I don't even know like to be anything. I keep it like this, just like some sort of shooting, how do you say, like a photo shoot,
Yes.
like a photo shoot. Yes.
If you ever drew a background, what would you draw?
If I should draw a background, I mean, if I should keep it in the series I'm doing now, probably would be like some sort of slice of life where the demon girl is doing something that you wouldn't expect normally to be represented, like drinking coffee, like walking out of a Starbucks. You know, like that would be fun. You know, like I like
Cute.
that. I like that because
Yeah.
it makes you feel like you can meet this person in a way. Like,
you could
where
like
you
totally
can-
cheat, and like around her you could draw a ring light as if like the camera's looking through the ring light at her posing for herself.
can do that. Like, that's not that hard, but it will cover a part. But like, for example, I do sometimes this type of things where you could export the artwork. Like, for example, with the darker version, normal version, and for example, I could add like a ring light, like for example here. Oh, bro. Okay, white. That was what I was looking
Yeah.
for. Like, and then you design that too. But of course, like I should design the ring light better with the phone here. But like, yeah, I could do that. Like, and for example, make it that you can turn it off, like this. And so you export the version. You could even make like bigger, maybe like, you know, with the phone smaller. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of things. Usually when you finish the artwork, for example, you can, maybe in this case it will be more a design choice that I should have made like initially, right? But when it comes to lighting, that's for sure something you can change drastically.
Yeah.
After the fact, because it's so easy. Like, I could even, for example, change like the color a little bit. That's not that hard, right? Like, for example, you could color balance a little bit. So for example, the red, you turn it into more like, you know, you can change, you make it more red, less red, but you can even select individual colors, like the color gamut, right? And then you select, for example, all the reds like this. And then once you have all the reds selected, you just change the, see, like you make it purple, yellow.
Wow.
You know, I mean, you can do a lot of these things after. Usually, though, that's a thing that, I mean, um, it's pretty much falling in the same ballpark of what I was saying before. I try to not play too much with the effects. And in fact, I made a course, right, on a website where I don't know if you know, like Domestika, right? Type of like you mentioned Domestika, right? Or
Yeah.
do you know those? Yeah. And one thing I said, like, because they asked me to explain the process and whatnot, but it's hard, right? But what I try to tell is like, if you have to rely on effects or like too undecided on what you're doing, like, that's not a good sign almost ever, right? Like you want to kind of be sure what you're doing and then commit to it. Because, for example, digital art gives you a lot of chances of going Control Z, back and forth, change this, change that. And I think I've seen a lot of people that get so indecisive, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they try to retain as much as they can. So they're
Yeah,
like, okay,
yeah, I
I'm gonna
totally
make
see what
a
you mean.
layer for
Yeah.
the eye, a layer for the nose, a layer for the mouth, a layer for the hair, a layer for the color of the hair, a layer for the hair strand, a layer for the hair strand right part, then left part. At that point, you kind of enter in that state that you're like scared of. Beside the fact that you have like 800 layers for anything, but also you end this, I think, psychologically in that thing that you don't commit. Where, for example, in your case, right, you paint yourself, you commit to it. It's not that now you can drastically change the base color. Like you can't do that anymore. But there's in digital art the possibility of keeping the digital color, the base red, for example. I could have left it separated from the render and then change it very easily, right?
Yeah.
Or change everything. I mean, that I don't know. That I don't think that's good, and I think that slows down people because, like we were saying, right, you need to be a little bit like you need to trust yourself, to believe in yourself, right? To be a little bit if you're insecure, it doesn't look good. Not only on the lines, but also like the whole concept. You want to do it and commit to it.
I think
And then
another
if it's not good, you just do it again.
I think
That's
another
it.
thing about that is, to me, really a massive thing about learning when you're doing artwork is learning how to fix a mistake when it feels unfixable.
Yeah.
And it makes sense what you're saying, because also if you were to like protect yourself with 1,000 layers, then you're not really helping yourself, because you're not going to learn how to fix something if there is an error.
Yeah, you it's kind of, yeah, also, yeah, in your case, for example, I feel like that's a good example because you have to fix things. You cannot completely redo, or you don't have the safety net that in digital you have. And I feel like with that mindset of trying to fix and correct a bit, you learn two things. One, that there are some unfixable problems. Like, for example, you establish an entire picture and it looks like S from the get-go. It's wrong. Like, the composition is all off, the colors are off, the perspective is off, the characters are off, the anatomy is off. Like, if you do that, there's no, I'm gonna fix it later. There's no fixing later. You need to redo it.
Yeah, and also like recognize now that it's not going to look right later.
Yeah. However, yeah, like you either get to the point that you're like, okay, so next time I need to be careful because there's no amount of fixing that will help me. And another side is like the small fixes could potentially help me to reach a level that I didn't even think was achievable before, right? Does it make sense? Like that you, for example, fix a little bit and you're like, you know what? It turned out very good. I think I did a good job. But if you always think, oh, everything is safe, I think I can always go back to literally the blank canvas, or, I can fix everything. I can move the character if I want. I can, you don't commit that much. And I feel like you lose a lot of that personality, right? A slanted line, a problematic, I guess it's for you the same, right? Like sometimes you make a mistake, but that gives it character in a way and becomes your signature.
Yeah, I think it's like let go of the idea of perfection.
Yeah, because you're like, this is me. This is how I draw things. if you're scared of committing, then like you're always on the fence, right? And then you make a piece that doesn't really represent you because you kind of corrected so much that it lost a little bit of that identity. Kind of like when the commissioner asks you to change a lot, and then like it's not your thing. Like you saw me draw this, right? Like, so it's not that I double. Like I just started at some point. Like now, is this perfect? No, but like it is what it is in the context I did it, and I think that's the whole point, right?
Mm.
Well, that's it. Anyways, I actually finished, surprisingly.
I am actually
I
pretty
think
surprised.
we did
that
a good job.
I think you did a good job. The fact that we both ended up with the same thing. I was trying to give you a little bit of a heart attack with the wings on the head and the giant tattoo.
Nah, I think it was fun. It was it was a cool idea. I literally didn't want to delete both of the pigtails because I thought it was cool. And actually, I built on top of what you did because like the asymmetrical pigtails, I think it was a cool idea because it's a demon, so she must be a little bit weird.
Yes. And it's all like she's been like running around doing something and one of them's like sloped down.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be anything, really. Like sometimes that's another thing very fun. People gives interpretation of my drawings that I'm like, what the hell are you saying? I didn't even think about that. But that's cool that you think that. That you think that I thought all this, by the way, because I did not. But like, yeah, like the point is that I think you want to put in a design kind of like, yeah, that's the thing. You need to be brave, right? A little bit. You need to do something random a little bit, and that you feel that, like, follow your guts a little bit. You need to be instinctive. If you make too many layers or you're too prudent, right? Is it a word? Like if you're too safe, you play too safe, right? You don't take any major, that you're like, you know what? I'm gonna make her hair like explode, like they go up instead of going down. I don't know, like you just have to follow a little bit that, and so you need to be very. You need to forget about making mistakes, right? Only happy accidents. Someone would say. But yeah, it's true though. Like, so yeah, that's it. Follow your guts, I guess. But I mean, I'm happy of how well we match. Like, you matched it very well. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was worried at first at what you were going to add in, and then I didn't go into this with like a full idea. I knew I was going to wear something on my head, but I couldn't decide. But I was saying to my Discord earlier, I was like, it's kind of hard because in some ways you have the advantage and in some ways the disadvantage. So the advantage for me is like I can just wear a headband, but like you can't just, and like that to me can change like within 1 second. But for you, you'd have to sit there and draw the thing. Whereas you also have to like figure out the composition. I don't have to worry about that. But also I can't change some stuff, like how you changed it to pink later. I cannot change that. Like that's me done.
Yeah. Nah, for sure.
Yeah. So it was interesting how there was like some stuff which I was like, I don't know. I thought it was nice when you added in like the hair ties, and I was like, okay, I swear I have something similar. I need to go find something.
Yeah. I think that it was successful though, because like genuinely, in how long? We streamed 4 hours, and we got to the end. Like, this is surprise. I genuinely thought that we wouldn't have made it before like midnight or something.
No, I swear, but like both you and I are actually secretly very quick. We're like secretly quick at what we do, I think. But I mean, I don't feel like you're that secretive, but.
Yeah, I really thought it would have taken more because, I mean, besides the fact that I had to color and stuff like that, but also you painting, like I was shocked. I think the thing that shocked me the most looking at you doing this is how fast you lay down that red color on your skin. Like, you became red. I actually was distracted by drawing. That was crazy. That was so fast. like and flat, like not like blotchy or anything. Because like I guess mini details like like the tiny signs on your face or something like that, that's kind of relatively fast, right? But I thought that the base would have taken a lot of time. Instead, you're very fast. You're so fast.
Yeah, I've learned the way of the brush to get the base color down so quick.
That's insane. I feel like, oh, I was saying to chat, like it would be fun. I mean, but this is maybe for the next event. To do the reverse. Like I paint myself.
Oh my god!
That would be crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm confident enough to do a digital drawing like that. I mean, Jesus, yeah, I don't know. I don't think that would that would be insane. That would look.
It was just a thing that popped into my mind. I was like, okay, that would be actually funny though.
No, yeah,
I don't know
would be
what
fun.
I'm doing, and you do. I mean, relatively, I feel like I have zero knowledge. I feel like you would have more than me on what you do.
Do you know where you really excelled at? Can you remember that one time years ago we played like the Gartic Phone?
I do remember that was so fun.
We played Gartic Phone and I struggled so hard because what I do was like I was trying to use a mouse. I like every time you draw something, it came out looking like this. I was like, Jesus Christ, Sims. I was like, I don't know how to. I'm struggling so much. I can't do this.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like you get, it's like it becomes like a second nature. A little bit depends on what you're doing in that period of time, though. Because, for example, let's say that I'm drawing always like pin-up characters for a year. Let's say now I just draw pin-ups. Like there's no background or nothing. It's just a character in a pose, right? You lose a little bit that ability of building up a scene. But then if you're in creating sceneries, it becomes a second nature. Like you immediately nail the pose, whatever you have to draw. It becomes very fast because you have it, like you do it every day. So like, for example, for me drawing the wings on your head, right? It takes a second, right? Like I kind of see it and I draw it. It kind of like get there pretty fast. I don't have to think anymore, right? I feel like it's the same for you pretty much, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like it becomes a second nature. Like I see and I do up to a certain degree of quality, I guess.
I agree with you. I think sometimes you see something and like I feel guilty sometimes because when somebody asks me how to do something, but I've done it that many times, I don't, not in a rude way, but I'm kind of like, how is it not obvious? But it's not because they haven't done it 1,000 times. Whereas like you've sat there and you've done it thousands of times and the same thing over and over and over again. That to you is really obvious. But I don't mean it in a mean way at all. I'm just kind of like, what is it that you don't really understand about it? Because I would like to help, but I don't understand what it is.
Yes, exactly. Like it's hard. It's just, but again, it boils down exclusively to say, little bro, sit down and draw. That's all I can tell you because like I would say the same to me. Like if I would like to draw better and improve, I should spend even more time sitting here, studying, analyzing, and drawing. Pretty much, I think drawing is the most important part. I think same for you. I don't know if you had a lot of people. For me, it happens quite often that there's people that is like, I would say like scholars, that they want to learn from the books. Like they're like, okay, I read this, I watched this, but they never really do, right? And the part where you actually do though, and you put the time into do in art, especially when it comes to craft, what you have in mind, that's the most complicated, like probably one of the most complicated parts, right? To turn what you think into something.
Yes, I agree. It's like putting it like the theory of it is one thing, but actually doing it is something completely different.
Yeah. It's also like, I think the same problem with AI. I mean, I don't want to delve into AI once again, we do all the time. But I just want to say, when people say it's like, that's the part that it's missing when you use AI, the part where you actually do. Besides typing. Do. That's why
Yeah.
I think the major thing in art is people is like, you don't understand. The part where you do is very important. And I would argue, even if you think of those concept artists that don't even do themselves the thing, but they commission to somebody, right? Like sculptors that, for example, nowadays, it's not that they build the sculpture themselves, right? They concept visualize it, maybe sketch it, then send it to a company that makes the whatever they're doing, right? Like a big plastic cube in the middle of a square, right? They commission to somebody that puts it there. There is still that part where you go outside, talk with people, do the thing, have the idea. Like, there's a part where you have to do things in art that I think is very, very important and takes a lot of time. Yeah.
Yeah, I
And,
think
and that's
also
how you learn.
understanding art is something that a lot of people don't necessarily always do. Like, as an example, you were like, I want to do lopsided pigtails because like she's a demon girl, so she's probably going to be a little bit weird, right? But like it's like
Right.
you almost give like a reason to what she's doing, so it's kind of so.
That's very important.
Whenever I do so say recently I did like a Bride of Frankenstein, but it was also half of the makeup look was a skeleton. I'm like, okay, but like how am I doing the split? So like the split here, it makes sense that the Frankenstein layer is going to be above it, so the shading has to be on the skeleton. If it's going to be on the skeleton, is it going to be like a tear? Is it going to be cracked? How am I going to be like shading this? Would it look blooded? Like you have to come up with these decisions and almost like as to why as well, because that elevates your artwork. I think when you can understand and be like, you can give a reason as to like why you've done something.
I think that that's a big, big thing that connects a lot with when people says, I mean, we all say that, I feel. And I feel like you would agree with me, but everybody says I'm a perfectionist. I think it's one of the major things I've heard every single time people talk about, I want to draw, but I have problems. And often the segue, how do you say segue, is I'm a perfectionist. So it's problematic. I think the problem is that is very natural to be perfectionist. However, people don't know how to put it in practice, where it boils down to attention to details. For example, in your case, you said like, "Oh, I'm gonna do the crack. Why it's gonna be like this and not like that?" And that's perfectionism in a way, but in the do way, right? Like where you actually do the thing, and while you're doing it, you come across some problems and you try to solve it in a way that is creative instead of being just like, I don't know, like you trying to follow this idea of perfection. Like, you know what I mean? Does it make sense? Like,
yeah,
you try
so
to solve problems
usually
on the go.
how it's been described to me is like people see perfectionism as like you just want it to be perfect, but in a lot of cases, when people are perfectionists, they don't even begin the thing because they fear that they can't even make it perfect in like the way that they want it to be. So it stops them from actually trying to do the thing because they can't get to that point. So in some ways, like perfectionism of like, I'm doing it and I'm making these decisions and I know how I want it to look and I want it to look a certain way. But in a lot of cases, I think more often than not, perfectionism is often like they don't even begin to get the practice in because they're so scared of it not looking right.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing, and the attention to detail and the storytelling, for example, instead, it's ironically what would help them because, like, I think when they mean perfectionism is because they saw an artwork and looks good in their eyes, and they're like, I want to be able to put enough details in everything, enough attention to all the details, right?
Yeah.
When in reality, sometimes it's like, where am I? What can I do? And then like as you work you're like, okay, why am I gonna draw the hand like this, and answering to those questions in, of course, in combo with actually exercising, right? But it will help you to elevate, like you said, elevate and improve in a very personal way. Because like, for example, if you draw necks, for example, very skinny and long, right? Or like you like to draw more like butch people, right? Like you have to consciously make a decision on why and answer in a way that kind of makes sense to you. and that's a story that you add that add depth to your choice. It's not about being a perfect, like there's no correct way to do anything in art, right? So it's more like you create your own story, which becomes your style, right?
Yeah, and like I think things like that make sense. Like to do like a full 180. It also goes into like that's why it makes sense that like Lara Croft has an athletic build, and she's artworked to have an athletic build because look at what she does.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Exactly.
And it
does make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense, and that's why it works. Like whether you like it or not is irrelevant. But it ties in with what she does, and it ties in with the story. So it's kind of like being able to give reasons and almost like have a concept in your mind that helps to dictate the artwork is something that I think is important. And I think sometimes a lot of people miss that. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with you wanting to draw a frog in a top hat that's like sitting on top of a concrete post. Like that's totally fine.
Yeah.
That's fine too. I think this is more like what we're discussing as well is a little bit more like bigger form of like artwork or like longevity of certain artworks as well. Like why?
Yeah. I feel like, for example, let's say you ask a random person to draw the next Lara Croft, right? What they would think, let's say that they're like, wow, what a great opportunity. I can design the next the character of Lara Croft in the next Tomb Raider. I feel like the majority of people approach would be like, let's see what I already have and let's do it better in a way, like cleaner, more with more details, more attention to, where I feel like what you want instead is that an artist, that usually like guys that work in big studios, there's plenty of ultra talented people. The idea usually is to transform it into something that makes sense in the project that they're working in, right? So for example, in this Lara Croft, I assume that they wanted her to feel more, more body, like that she has more body to whatever she does, more action compared to, So I feel like you start justifying your choices as you go. That turns the product into something new. Because I think the main thing is to make something always new, right? It's not about making it perfect.
Yes.
It's about making it new and look and work in a way, right? Like every choice in that context worked perfectly. The character is buff, so she can lift herself, for example, over. I'm making an example, right, with Tomb Raider, but it's the same with everything. Like if you work on a project, you start wondering things. Like for example, for the Demon Girl, you're like, okay, she has like, why I put one lower and one higher, right? What am I trying to, like, you start building up and giving solutions. And then from this point, let's say I should make a new Demon Girl, I would try to not do it again, right? I would try to move on to the next thing. And that's what makes also hard, right? Like,
yeah, because you're not necessarily just doing the same thing all the time. Like maybe the next Demon Girl that you do, she's extremely formal. And that's hard.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great idea. See, that's what I mean. Like, it would be like, what if she's formal? What if, I don't know, she looks like an angel, but in reality it's a demon. I don't know. I'm just, spitballing. I don't know.
But I think that's the thing though, isn't it, as well, of like, of like when it comes down to doing things like artists, it's like, okay, I think you do the same thing that I do, is like, what's next? Like, how can I make this harder? Like, what do I want to try next? And a lot of the time people are always like, where do you get inspiration from? And I find that difficult because I'm like, you just need to start doing something, because the ideas start rolling off as soon as you start doing it. Like, you could do one where you've got these two witchy girls and they're at home and they're trying to make cocktails. Let's do it the other way around. Like they're at a bar and then you're doing it and you're like, wouldn't it be cute if they then try to learn how to make their own cocktails at home? So then you've already got an idea for the next one, because it's like it leads on from another.
Yeah. That's why I feel like it's all connected, right? Like, to the thing that I was saying before, like kind of like you have an idea in mind, whatever idea you have, you start like in the individual in the individual illustration, you already start wondering questions like why a witch is at the bar, for example, or why the demon is here. And then like you start solving those problems. But then in the next one, it's very important to, especially if you want to work as an artist, usually like you want to create like a sequence. You don't just drop random things all the time, like completely random. Like you have some sort of fil rouge. I don't know how to say that. Like some sort of connection between all your works, right? The body of work has some sort of sequence. It's not like completely random. And so you're like, okay, I want to retain this style. I won't put this character in this context, but I'm gonna, and then like you develop so many things at the same time while doing, which is storytelling, attention to detail, style, line work aesthetic, you know, like color aesthetic. And these are not things that you can just read and do without doing. And that's why I think that in the end, people that use AI, like especially the grifters on the internet, like I don't know if they pretend to not understand or they actually don't understand. But like it's not the same as you type something. Like I have a good idea, I type it and it pops out, but that misses the entire process. Like of you answering questions on why you put that there, why you put this there, what you do, how you draw, how much time, how much energy you want to spend in a part of the draw. You have no control anything.
For me, it's like you just want instant gratification. You just seem bored, like, but you're never gonna achieve the gratification as like you're not gonna get that dopamine hit as hard as someone like you or I would get that dopamine hit of like, I did that. I actually did that. Holy shit, I did that.
Yeah, because like you will see what, like you make a piece, okay, and you type the thing, you get an image, and you're like, wow, so cool. The point is, normally, what would happen if you did that piece, in the next one, you would have problem coming up with a new idea, right? So you would start being creative and try to evolve it. And in like also your style, your hand. Like, for example, you learn to paint by painting on yourself, right? And like, if you didn't do that, like your style will stay identical in the next piece, which is not normal already. It's very not organic. Organically, you will make the first piece is gonna look in a way, the next one is gonna look different, and also follow some sort of evolution, or like you go also backward sometimes, right? Like sometimes it's very. While you do that, you become good, and then you establish a very unique vision. Where with AI, I never saw a piece that it's like, oh, this is a very unique vision. Like, it literally looks like slop. Like, it's
no, I agree
something
with
you
you. I
haven't
feel
seen
like
already.
also, I just think that I don't know about you, but I'm so tired of seeing it. Like, it exhausts me. I'm bored of it.
Yeah, it's annoying.
And I think at
Like,
some point it'll
it's-
become too boring. I hope so, anyway. But I think it'll be a while. But it doesn't, to me, look as, and I know everyone says it's got no soul and stuff, but I think when I'm like, yeah, but what we mean by like the soul and like the love that goes into it is something like seeing, like, for instance, like what you do, where you put like the love into the characters that you're drawing, and like, oh, they're just coming out of Starbucks or something, and they've got their coffee, and oh, they're excited because it's a pumpkin spice, but like it's different because you pour that love in. And I think sometimes people don't necessarily realize like that's the kind of thing that people really, really enjoy. And I think a lot of the time that it just doesn't really make sense to me that people have spent so much time trying to go back to things like more of a time where we have more time to do more fun things like artwork and make music and play games and think. And I find it weird that like, but you've taken something that could have tried to do that and you've given it the power to do the thing that the humans wanted to do because you think it's like a get rich quick scheme. And I do find that really bizarre. That to me just doesn't make sense. I think it comes down to dissatisfaction and wanting instant gratification. Oh, thanks, striking. I'm not
That
sure.
I think that, and also there's a lot of people that legitimately think that they can monetize on that, like, which kind of strange because like artists are notoriously poor. So I don't know
That's
what they're
what
trying
I
to
don't
monetize.
understand. It's
Like they're trying to monetize in a field where every single person in history of humanity struggled to make money. And you gotta monetize with what? With something that everybody can do, clicking a button. That also is not even that special because they all will look inherently. They will look the same. Because
yeah, I just find it so weird. They've done it for the part.
What are
I
you
know we've
doing?
mentioned it before, but they've done it so much over the like. They did it before with the NFTs. I'm like, why are you all of a sudden you've hated
Grifters.
artists, and all
Yeah,
of a
that's a
sudden.
I don't know why they just start hating artists. Are the most. I think because people, artists, actors, anything that is entertainment is seen as not necessary, right? And as in people don't put any work in it. I mean, and I may argue, yeah. For example, sometimes I sleep all day, right? And then I wake up and somebody may think, oh, this guy, like, what a life. I mean, but the level of stress you have, it's just different type of stress, right? Like I'm constantly thinking of the same thing every day for 360. Like I don't want to sound like a victim or something, but what I'm saying is that like to every person, they have their own problems. It is a career. A lot of illustrators, they die young. Like a lot of comic book artists, they die young because they're overstressed. Have you ever seen all those mangaka? They die like at 37, like I think at 40. Like, why do you think it happens? Because like you're constantly drawing, constantly stressed, constantly you don't move. You have a very unhealthy lifestyle. But what I'm saying is that it's a very strange thing to to hate on these people as if they are like unnecessary. Also because all this work that they do, 99% of people use it. Like a comic book artist made by a comic book made by an artist, you gotta enjoy it. And what do you think? It's useless? Like if you didn't have comics, movies, paintings, or anything, like what are you gonna do when you finish working? When like life is just not just like that, right? You know, I don't want to get too heavy, but like it's about like sometimes you see a painting, a drawing, and for example, I read comments on my illustration. People is like, "Oh, this reminded me of this scene, of this thing that happened to me," like, and that give them a good vibe. If you eliminate me, that person wouldn't have that. And if you eliminate any artist, you know, you eliminate a lot of good vibes, which basically makes us humans. Does it make sense? So I don't understand why they have this mindset of artists and anything creative kind of is useless, where in reality, it's definitely not, because it gets used on a daily basis. If anything, everybody uses creativity because everybody watch TV, everybody read comics, or you know, like it's one of the most used things that you see in front of you. I mean, every second of your life. It's not like a niche thing that nobody heard of, like creativity. And it seems like it's the category though that immediately people's like, this is useless, so we're gonna eliminate these useless people. Instead, I'm gonna do that and monetize on their like on their behalf, but without putting any effort because I'm using a machine. I don't know what's that mindset, but it makes no sense. Like it's absolutely unhinged.
No, it's so strange. Like I mean, I'm totally with you. I don't get it. Like I just don't really understand what the appeal of it is, that you think it's so good and easy to replace the people who can do the thing that also that thing was trained on, because you think it's going to save you money in the long run, but like would it really? Probably not. So
But even if it does, it doesn't make anything new.
No.
Ever. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
it's always
I'm
gonna
really
be a
hoping
mishmash of
that
things.
it'll die down after a while. I'm hoping that people will get tired of seeing it. I mean, I've already I've mentioned it a few times to my chat, but like I think a lot of my chat are already tired of seeing a lot of stuff and finding out like it's all AI and stuff. I think they just find it really like exhausting.
I feel like it's very divisive, the topic. There's plenty of people I've seen on the internet that they would defend. Like, I feel like they're grifters though, because the way people talk when they defend it, it's always very aggressive, as in ha ha ha, you're gonna lose your job or something like that. Like they find like it's always kind of like a talking point, as in you're gonna be useless in the future, so you will finally feel like it's like they went through a fucking villain arc, and they're like, ha ha ha, now you're gonna suffer like me. Like bro. First of all, like, okay, but chill. But that's what they do a lot of times. Instead, the other side usually tends to be more like, it seems like people that's like, I like artists, these artists, like for example, people like my drawing, that guy drawing, your creative, like, you know what, like, so it's less like, it seems like those guys are on a vendetta. Like people that likes AI, it seems like every time they endorse AI because they're on a personal vendetta against somebody that is screwing them over. The other side instead, it's like more like, why though? Why are you doing all this? It's not like the opposite. It's like they're not on, like one is hating, the other one is just like, why? In fact, I'm against artists that go too hard into be also haters. It becomes like a grifting on the other side. I don't like that either. Does it make sense?
Yeah, like you don't like the extreme.
Yeah, when somebody's an artist, it's like when they make the joke pick up pens and stuff like that, you just make hate, you respond with hate to hate, right? And I don't think that makes any sense. It's stupid also. Also when they start being like, an AI will never be able to do this and that, because that's not, we don't know, like everything is possible, and I don't think that's the main point. The main point is why somebody has such a personal vendetta against the very people that entertain them in a way and elevates their lives when they play a video game, or they listen to music, or like, why do you hate these people so much? Where it stems from, right? Like, that's why I'm like, either they pretend to be hater, or they or there's something very wrong with this. Anyone that is like, yeah, artists are gonna disappear soon, haha, and I'm gonna like be like, I'm gonna be you know, in their shoes finally. Why though?
Yeah,
Why you
and I
hate so
think
much?
that the hate, to me, it just reminds me of like how hate seems to come in these kinds of trends. Can you remember when like people felt like this about vegans, and vegans were like, I just want to like, I just want to like bring my own food. Like, it's fine, and I just choose not to have any dairy or meat. And there was some people who
Yeah.
were like, fine, I'm gonna eat this live squirrel in front of you and see how you like that, ha ha ha, because you're and it's like,
yeah, it's the same level.
such an
Yeah.
extreme. Like, why do you hate them so much that they're just choosing a different diet?
Yes.
Like, it's not a
Yes.
big deal.
It's the same. It's the same. There's a hatred because like it's something that I don't know, but I feel like there's something that they hate specifically about their condition, right? And they project the hate. Like for example, people that works, of course, blue collars. For example, I assume that they look at me sleeping in my bed and they're like, this motherfucker, right? But it's I think it's a little bit superficial though, like because like for example, I never have off days. Right, in my head, I never have off days. Like, like if you know, that creates mental illness. It's not random that a lot of artists struggle, right, mentally, and it's very hard to be creative. Besides the fact that a lot of people never exercise the creativity, so like it's not that you can take the place of a guy that spent 20 years trying to be creative, like overnight, right? But I feel like if there's a hatred because you do a blue collar job where eventually it's very exhausts you, and then you see an artist, I understand where the hatreds come from. I think though that it's kind of like they trying to kind of just like throw the hate towards something, right? Does it make sense? Similar with vegans. They're like, there's a person has so many issues, and there's a person that seems to them that has a non-issue, and they're like, fuck this guy in particular. I'm gonna all my frustration, I'm gonna throw them on this person that is the root cause of all my issues. And I would say also though, I would say the same thing that I said about artists, right? I think also, like artists, there is people that is extremely trying to defend art to the point that they become the haters. like the same as the haters, but on the other side of the spectrum. I don't think that's good because it just, you know, inflames the problem. I think also with vegans probably I've seen the same, and with pretty much anything. There's always like I don't think fighting hate with hate is ever a great idea in my book. And usually it's very goofy when you see those arguments online with people that is like clearly toxic on both sides, and they're not trying to solve a problem, they're just fighting. It's useless, it doesn't solve the root issue. That most likely is the fact that why this motherfucker blue collar is so frustrated with their job. Probably that's the problem. Why they're not happy doing their job, you know? Like, in a way. And what, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's the problem. It boils down to,
for me, I'm just like,
why-
I just think everyone just needs to chill out.
yeah.
I don't-
Yeah, definitely.
Like this level of
definitely,
hate
like,
isn't
there's-
normal, but they just choose to.
Yeah, I think it's more society. Like it boils down to at the end of the day, usual suspects, politics and society, and yada yada yada. Like there's injustice, right? And there's problems, and there's people that's very frustrated, and then they have to throw their frustration on other people. And in fact, I think that even for artists, it's the same. There's artists very frustrated. If you read online, that they say also unhinged things, and you're like, "Hi, bro, like." It's not like that 100%, right? You know, like you completely lost your touch with reality, right? Like that's also possible. Like on the other side, right? You completely unreasonable, for example. I think that's what it creates this problem with AI and something like that. Because like realistically, it's pretty obvious that any AI product sucks so far, per se, right? Did you hear, by the way, about like Expedition 33 that lost the indie game of the year
Yeah.
because they had a generated asset in their pre-production that they removed from after a while, so there was no AI in the final product, right?
Yeah.
But there were some assets that they used through the production, and that was found out, and then they removed the thing. I think that, for example, is, in my point of view, it's kind of extreme because like it's an enormous production. I assume that somebody at any point could have had this unfortunate idea of doing that. And I mean, definitely you want to mention that it's not a great idea to do that. I wouldn't do it, but my point is that removing an accolade just because somebody did that through the process, it seems a bit rough to me, as in the game wouldn't have been bad or even better if those assets were not made with AI, right? Like, you know what I mean? That was such a secondary aspect. That seems like a little bit like AI craziness, right? Frenzy. That people hear AI now and either go crazy and get mad or go crazy and it's happy that it's being used, like, you know? And I think that's not good because it's just like elevates the hate,
Yeah.
like and the fight between the two factions.
Yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Bon appetit. Bon appetit. Bon appetit. What you eating?
Huh?
What you eating? I said you eating. I have you on my screen. I don't know. You think I'm not looking? I don't know. I think this is a fucking podcast or something. What the hell are you thinking? So funny.
I'm just eating some rice with some cucumber and chicken and some sesame seeds and some celery and some carrots and some onions and some garlic.
That sounds very vegan of you.
I said chicken!
Oh, okay. I didn't hear the part with the chicken. Okay. Yo, I have nothing against vegans. That sounds like an AI generated jackpot.
Yeah, no, but I agree with you. Like, I think that to me is like, I don't think most people just need to like chill out. Regarding a lot of stuff, I think it's like the extreme hate, but also I feel a little bit like it's I mean, it comes back down to what we were saying earlier. Is like, it's that the rage bait does well online, and it makes people feel like
Yeah.
validated, and it just to me it becomes so exhausting, and it makes me want to not be online because I just find it so exhausting. Like the rage bait of people scream shouting about everything online, I just think is a bit much personally.
If in fact somebody said, I think that the issue with the Expedition 33 is that they lied about it on the application. I mean, I read that also, right? But for example, in that case, like that's another thing. What you said, people has to chill, right? Because it's very aggressive, and I mean that leads to again like people is scared. Like for example, they knew that they used an AI asset. I didn't even play Expedition. I'm thinking though, if you use an AI asset in a part of the game where it doesn't even change much about the whole game story and whatever, I'm saying, assuming I don't know anything, that you didn't use AI anywhere else, just like a minuscule thing. Nowadays, in this climate, you're afraid of saying it because like you say that, and people is like immediately, it's only black and white. There's no nuance, right? And people will be like, "Oh my God, this guy's use AI for everything. It's fake." You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
I think
I
it's the
don't
jumping
like
to
that they use AI.
conclusions. I think it's the
Yeah, I
jump.
don't like that they use AI, but I don't think you should remove the accolade. That's my
Yeah,
opinion.
I was also saying
Unless-
to someone like, okay, but then we also need to just have, maybe we have to have like more clauses of like, if you have used AI, explain where, and if it was like I don't know, because it feels very yes or no still, but there's a lot of grey though, isn't there? So
There
okay,
is.
seeing like, okay, we used it to add filler to an area while we were doing play testing to quickly fix that so we could test something. Then I'm like, okay, and then be like, you know, like, but it was removed afterwards. Then I'm like, well, so it's not in the final game. It was maybe for a test. So I feel a little bit like there's different uses of it, which makes things complicated on applications. So I wondered if the application was a bit more yes no, and they were like, oh, it's not in the final one, so it would be no, and then upon talking about it, you see what I mean? Like the goalposts change a little bit there, don't they?
It does. I mean, at the end of the day, like I don't know how the story will continue because, like for example, Jackpot said, I think there's levels of ethical problems. If you use AI in ways to replace workforce, you can easily say this is unethical use. If you use AI just to stop something as a developer until the assets are ready, I find that's ethical, but you can still have an issue with the AI being unethically trained. I agree, 100%. In fact, like I think that's an S move that they did. But my point is, though, I'm not saying that they should. Like, what I'm saying is that I would refrain from getting super aggro on these things unless it's actually like I feel like the energy should be redirected more towards like big corpos that allow all this. You know what I'm saying? Like now, what happened. Like for sure, we could stay here discuss the ethics of everything all day. But I mean, stopping people from using AI, it's kind of like trying to stop a river, right? With your hands, like you need to build a dam, you know, with a logic, like slowly you build the dam and you stop the thing. You cannot just do it like starting to fight like roaches each other, right? You know what I mean? Like rats.
Yeah,
in a
it's like climate,
bucket.
isn't it? So it's like when it comes to being more like being more environmentally friendly, that's like me screaming at you for using a plastic bottle, but the real problem is the massive companies who are like filling the ocean full of microplastic.
Yeah, I feel
or like oil
that's
companies.
more like, yeah, it's like what I'm saying is that it seems like people want to get mad at somebody all the time on everything, right? I think that the thing should be like acknowledge that this is not cool. Of course, like punish in a relatively reasonable way if people is cheating, for example, right? Is lying and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the goal should be more like let's try to regulate this thing, which right now seems not regulated at all. Like instead of just starting this kind of campaigns against specific people using it and be like, oh, you used it, so I'm not gonna buy your product, or you used it. Like it should be more like what's the ethical aspect. And in order to solve that, it's not about fighting with random companies like that did that shit. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it should be a more like
I think there's a lot of
government
screaming happening and
slash-
not a lot of let's actually make some sensible regulations and rules about this that we can all agree
yeah,
on.
I feel like
And then we can make our own
definitely
changes.
yeah, you want like I don't know. I think the discourse is important. But like I think the witch hunt is never good. That I guess that's my point. Like of course like these things are very nuanced, but overall like if you, for example, if you find a random guy in the street that is using an AI app to make photos, right? Are you gonna get mad at that guy? Like it's so random. Like like
Yeah.
you're gonna ruin that guy day because he's using an app that millions of people are using. I mean, you should go behind the why, for example, Google on the Play Store or Apple on the iOS, wherever sells apps that have AI. Like like this is where you want to go. Like why this is so wildly allowed, and if these apps is well known, for example, that have been trained on like this generative AI has been trained on copyrighted material and nobody care about that, for example. Like I don't think I would get mad at a random guy. Of course, like in the case of a big corporation that made a video game and won Game of the Year, I understand the backlash if they lied and whatnot. But it seems like overall the game was not entirely made with AI or like it's not like they I assume from what I understand, it's not that they fired people to use AI, right?
Yeah.
And in a moment where a lot of people use AI, I would assume that's my take. I mean, I would assume that like they thought, okay, well, maybe with this one we can just use quickly AI and move on. Like I don't think it's crazy to think that. It's not that they. I don't know. I feel like people just want to get mad. That's my point. They just again, this is like people anti-AI, which I consider myself AI. I mean, I know I don't use AI. I'm a victim of AI, if anything. Like, but anyways.
You specifically, yes, I agree. You are very much a victim.
Yeah,
you are a victim of NFTs.
get
You're a victim of AI.
Yeah, I got my stuff literally in generators, like all the time. Like, but my point is, like, I don't think it's good to create two factions with two flags and start fighting each other like morons. Like that sounds so stupid to me. Like, and I don't think that's how you solve problems. I think the way you solve problems is that with reason, you try to put together a organized solution to the problem, and you put it in act. That's it. Like, and so for example, for the Game Awards or something like that, you make the rules clear, and in general, like you try to, especially big corporations, they could talk right with higher up. They have millions of billions, right? Like they can move things if they want. And I don't think that going to blame a random dev that won a thing and ruining their life is gonna solve any issue. Does make sense? I don't know. That's maybe just
it does.
I'm crazy.
It does. There's just a lot of aggression and a lot of screaming. But I also think, to build off of what you're saying, one of the things that doesn't help is when people put like 10% of the information in a headline, knowing full well that people will only read the headline, and then that's going to create more hate online, and they know that that's what's going to drive more engagement, and they know it's going to create a conversation, but actually we don't know the full story in a lot of cases because they only put 10%, or they make the most rage-baiting headlines, and that's the thing that spread like wildfire, where you don't have all the information, because a lot of people, I think myself included as well, there's too much information out there. Sometimes you just see a headline and think, oh, okay, and you've kind of gotten the gist about it, and then you've asked somebody else, and sometimes that can be a way that like misinformation can sometimes spread. But I think a lot of the time that is also a really big part of the problem too, is like when people add to it because it farms their own engagement. Because if you think now, like one of the things, and it goes back to what we were saying earlier, like one of the things now that to me this leads on to is, okay, so people have read these headlines and stuff. I would put my entire bank account on a bet that if you went on TikTok right now, there are some people on there whose video is over a minute long and they're shouting and screaming, complaining and explaining at the same time about Expedition 33. And it's over a minute long, so they can profit off that. So to me, I'm like, okay, but now you're like making these videos and you're adding to the rage, you're adding to some misinformation in some cases to benefit from it. And I think that to me is where I get really frustrated with a lot of it. Is like everything just spreads like wildfire. Then you're saying things in the video that's causing more hatred. Then more, it just makes it so painful to me. I'm just like, oh, it's a waste. But I hate the fact that it's profitable to do that.
Yeah. No. I agree. Like, this is a lot of times it's just grifters grifting, and it seems like there could be also, to me, from what I've seen, they are on both sides. So there is like people that defends AI and people that hates AI, to the point that it's not normal the way they do it, though. Like, it's too much hate and so superficial, where in reality it seems like both of them, they don't want to solve the problem because they are profiting from the conflict. And I don't like that. As somebody that I would like to see AI stopping grifting, like, I don't think that fighting random guys on the internet is gonna solve a problem. That's my point.
When does it ever?
Yeah, like, I don't think that not give a prize to a group of people that made a game that so many people liked. Now that you punish them, okay, like, but do you think that you solve the problem? I don't know, like, I don't think that's how you solve problems. I don't think adding like revenge and hate and vitriol is gonna solve the problem. I mean, I'm not Gandhi or anything, but I feel like this is just random, like, direct the energy to the big corporations that right now are pumping that, like OpenAI, whatever. These corporations, these are the ones that we need to kind of like figure out what you're trying to do, bro. Like, what's the end game of this? Do you see what's happening here? Like,
I don't think it'll solve the problem, but I hope it would make things like filling in information clearer. Because I think that, to me, is one of the big things about the Expedition 33 thing, is, to me, it looks like, and I could be wrong, it looks to me as if like there's been a misunderstanding about how it's been used somewhere down the line, and like some people would argue that's fair use and some people wouldn't. Regardless of what you think, right? To me, that's irrelevant. Yeah. But when they're applying for these awards and such, okay, cool. But that needs to be clear what's allowed and what isn't, because that to me is the best outcome from this. Is like, okay, cool.
That's what they lied technically. So it's fair that you kind of like, but I feel like also it would be for them reasonable to lie. I mean, let's be honest. Imagine like that you did everything, and then there's a minuscule part of the thing that turns out to be AI, and you're like, maybe this one I can just avoid saying it because like it's so irrelevant that if I mention it, I just get disqualified for no reason. I'm just saying as an example. I don't know if that was irrelevant or was very relevant.
Yeah.
And that's not up to me. I'm saying though that the general discourse, it's too black and white. That's all I'm saying. It's too black and white.
Yeah, because like I suppose the equivalent of like, as an example, say it's not AI, it's like, say I entered like a traditional art competition, right? And no digital arts allowed, right? Okay, cool. Yep. So imagine if I was like, okay, no problem, but I sketched the initial idea first on my iPad just so I could be like, yeah, okay, and then afterwards I went off and made my actual art piece. To them, does that count or not? And I think to me it's like, okay, but we need to determine how the rules are, like what specifically the rules are. Because I would be like, but I didn't use it in the final thing. That to me was just getting ideas down, and to them maybe they're like, no. And I would think that's unfair, personally. However, and I would be like, that's not enough for me. Like, I would say, no, I didn't use digital, because to me that I didn't. But that's how I would define it. Whereas I think it gets defined by different people in different ways. And it sounds to me similar to what you've been saying, is some people are just 100% absolutely not. No, and okay, and to me, I'm like, okay, fine, but you need to make sure that that's explicit when you
For
when
sure. Now, yeah, but also I would argue though that like personally, I'm against the use completely because like I think that like if a person starts with the idea of accelerating the creative, especially in creative I would say especially in creative fields, right? Even when people say just generated, I heard that a lot of times. I generated just some ideas, and then I built on top of those ideas.
yeah, no.
I mean, I would say if it happened randomly, you're walking in the street, you see a poster, and that poster is made with AI, and you like that poster, and you're like, cool, very cool poster. I love that poster. You go home and you make a drawing inspired by that. I think that's very human. You cannot be like, oh my God, I watched a poster. Let me now forget about it and delete it from my brain and my idea. I need to erase it. Like, that's how it works. But if you consciously sit at the table and you're trying to be creative and you're doing your thing, and you start generating and blah blah blah, I feel like that's where it starts to have a problem for the simple reason that you should not really use it. Like now, what is being produced is being produced. What is being generated is being generated. The idea of approaching a project and using AI through the project in a creative field, I think it's very ass. It's a very bad method, I think, because it stifles a lot your creativity, giving you slop to build on top of it, and that's weird to me. Like to rely on that. That's my point of view. But that doesn't mean that I would go to a guy that is using AI and I'm gonna school him. You know what I mean? Like, just mind your fucking business. I don't know. That's how I see. I personally prefer to draw. And I draw, right? That's my response to AI. Just keep drawing my stuff. And I hope that if at some point somebody comes to me and asks me, okay, what do you think? How do you? I give them my opinion about AI, and I hope that the regulation reaches a point where we try to limit this type of behavior. Also, because I don't think it's making any. It's not beneficial for society. I don't think creatively, if somebody grows using AI generated programs, like, yo, their creativity is cooked, in my opinion. That's it. That's my point. Like, and that's why I would limit. But right now, I'm not gonna go out there and be like, did you? I don't know, like, act like those guys that it's like, oh, you use a car, carbon fossil, it's limited, and like, I'm not gonna be that guy. I'm not gonna be that guy. I've never been that guy. I don't think I'm gonna touches me in first, like very, very, very close.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, but definitely has to be regulated though, because like it's kind of a shit show right now, and like it also gives a false idea to many people that want to start, and I think that's also another big issue, because like you're thinking of me and you, but in a way, we are established. Like at least I think, right? We are established after like I'm in my pushing 40 year. I don't think that, but like the new gen, like I think you want to kind of like don't make them grow in a world where like it feels like being creative is almost like useless and it's a waste of time, which I mean it's crazy to me. No, you know what I mean? Like what a disillusioned and sad world, no?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think that's the rough thing as well, and I think sometimes I feel sad for people when they get this idea that to kind of catch up then to like artists, like for instance yourself, who's like very, very established, very successful, that they have to that they can be like, oh well, I'll just generate it. But I'm like, that again comes down to the fact that like you're not actually practicing art though, are you? Like you're not gaining any skill. I appreciate you think you are because you're coming up with a prompt, but like that's not really what is happening. These ones are fine, zero. That's actually not really what's happening. So I think sometimes because people feel like, oh, I haven't done anything with my life, and then they kind of go in a bit, do you know what I mean? Like they kind of think it of a way to like cut corners and stuff. And I'm like, but that's all you're doing really, isn't it? You're just cheating yourself. Whereas like, I feel like I'm pretty confident in the fact that I can be like, yeah, like given any day, like I can probably reproduce a fairly popular art piece within a day in makeup. I feel pretty confident in thinking I can do that on myself. And I know that's a very niche niche skill to have. But
okay, but I mean,
I
I make an
can.
example. With AI, people thinks I'm gonna use it in the pre-production, right, to just get ideas. But I can guarantee you, if me and you, we have the same prompt. Let's say we are AI but human, and we're like, okay, let's come up with an idea. The way I will make a concept and the way you will make the concept, it will be completely different because we have completely different backgrounds. And that's the beauty of it. And that's why the production is gonna be elevated by that. Because like I will put my signature, you will put your signature, and then we will confront each other and come up with a new thing that was non-existent before. With AI, you cannot do that because inherently it has to take things and put them together in a way that is predictable being a robot doing that, right? Like it's a robot, it's not a human. It's not adding, elevating, right? It's just giving you a median response from what you said, from the words you put in your prompt, and gives you an average answer. I try like GPT, right? And every answer he gives, I asked a question about art, which is something I know. The answers are so average that makes no sense using it. It's not reliable. Even on that, like it's not giving you new that you're like, oh, I never thought. Like everything it says, it was already heard, and it does the same in the creation process. I don't think it adds any value. That's why, for example, in a creative production like a video game or a movie, using that even in pre-production, it's kind of stupid to me, right? I think that should be clarified. That it's like not very creative and it doesn't help the growth of humanity in any way. So yeah, definitely I would disqualify anybody using it if I was. But now my point is disqualifying random people that didn't know of this, or maybe they didn't think about it. That's my point. Like going against the witch is crazy. That's my point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair.
They didn't know, or like some, like somebody, a kid, like participate the contest and they used part of it was AI, and like you're out. Like I don't know, man. Like chill. Depends on the scope, of course, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like it depends on the context and such as well. I think sometimes in some of these they try to make an example out of people.
I hate that. I hate that. That's such a witch hunt thing. I don't like that. I think that's very bad. I think the best way would be like to, yeah, definitely punish a bit, but not make them an example. It would be like, okay, we got this problem, we got that problem, we need to solve this at the root cause. Like, what's the problem? Let's fix it. Let's make clear rules. Let's make clear, like, let's work around this and solve it once and for all. Not like being like, kind of on the fence and then be like, oh, but now apparently people hate this, so we disqualify everybody that hates this, and then next year people will love it, and then we'll disqualify the opposite. Like it seems like it's medieval, man. Like that's what I'm saying. It's very medieval approach to problem solving, and it's internet. I think it exacerbated this behavior that. Yeah, it's black or white. It's fight. It's red versus blue. It's it's contrast. Always contrast, like very high contrast between people. And I don't think this. Every day it's a new contrast. It's a new conflict, right? It's a new conflict, random as hell. That doesn't get solved because instead of trying to solve the problem, we start fighting a random guy XY that did this thing. I don't know. That's my take. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I will be in Oklahoma next week. Like, I don't know.
No, I totally hear you. Yeah. No, I totally hear you. I think it's I think what's especially difficult is that it's quite I know for me, I always feel like, especially as artists, and in my opinion, especially for you, I think it's a very difficult and frustrating topic because over the last few years, so much of your stuff has been stolen or sold off without your consent and you not knowing, and people have done a lot to your artwork. And I mean, I remember kind of like seeing a lot of that stuff with DeviantArt where your stuff was getting flagged constantly of like people stealing it, people selling it. It was so constant, and it does feel frustrating. I remember you posting like how frustrated you were because people had been feeding your stuff
Oh,
through
yeah.
through an AI generator
And that
so
was
they
the
could
start.
produce more. Yeah, that was the beginning, wasn't it? People were feeding
Yeah,
your
it was the
stuff.
beginning.
If anyone doesn't know, people fed Sims's artwork through an AI generator so that they could just reproduce stuff without having to commission Sims, and were so excited, like, oh my god, look what I can do! I can just produce this in Sims and stuff. So, like, in my opinion, I think Sims has had a lot of theft. That's
Yeah.
why early when Sims was like, I'm a victim of AI.
Obviously so.
That's it. Sims has had The Sims has gone through so much over the past few years with a lot of
Yeah, but
that
and
kind of
yet
stuff.
I wouldn't feel so radicalized. Like I've seen some people being against AI. I mean, I'm not gonna use it. I don't think it's cool to use it, but I'm not radicalized to the point that I'm gonna go on the internet like ranting on under somebody that used it. Like I would just ignore their post. And if it was up to me to decide these things, I would say we should like add a regulation that avoids people from being able to use this so openly, because it's a detriment to society. It's not an improvement. It's not quality of life, in my opinion. That's my take. But like, yeah, like I feel like some people is so radicalized. I don't like that. I don't like that level of radicalization on both ends. On both ends. But who protects art to the point that they seem like acolytes, right? And on the other side, like it seems like, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. It gets weird and scary, and it looks like that's why some people get scared also of talking, right, about some topics on the internet. And I don't think that's good. It's not gonna solve the problem, you know.
Yeah, because like talking about it without getting aggro is more productive and constructive, whereas people just start screaming at each other, and that's not helpful at all.
Yeah, I never saw, for example, Altman, like the guy. I can think the big ones that work on creating these tools at the end of the day, which is where I would address my problem, right? I never saw for example, a podcast or a conversation where actually they invited somebody that is knowledgeable about this topic, but also understands art and creativity and philosophy, and confront them with them in a way that would also, for example, that would be a good example. If you could have an open conversation where you explain in a neutral environment, this not polarized because you're trying to grift on that stuff. I never saw that. I only see that guy speaking with grifters, like, for example, getting interviewed at a podcast where clearly they want to push AI, or and other people ranting about art in other places. I have a hard time seeing a discussion between the big names in this that can actually do something about it, and get to a point where the general public would see, okay, so this was openly discussed by the biggest people involved into this topic, and this is where that's where we set, right? Does it make sense? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair thing to say. I think the reason why you didn't see it is because it didn't get enough rage bait, and therefore engagement.
That's so true.
So I think that's
so true.
probably the problem, is that it might exist, but it doesn't come up on people's algorithms because it didn't generate enough engagement from hatred.
It's too boring. Nobody cares. No one cares.
Yeah, like like that's the thing, is like it didn't. Maybe it exists, but it just didn't do well, and I'd bet that probably is what it is. Because
so
I think
true.
there's enough people like you and I would have a conversation about it. Probably, I don't know about me, but I feel like can have a conversation without getting too heated about it. But it would depend on the other person who tries to talk about, you know what I mean? Maybe you don't come to a conclusion about it, but a discussion is interesting. But I think because of that, people, I mean, like rage is the thing that does well at the moment, especially. So I think that's part of the massive problem, though.
Yeah, you're right. Probably that's why also we don't solve, because right now a lot of money, even just with the conflict. So yeah, definitely, like until like this will kind of like people will get bored of it, I don't think we will actually get a real solution, because people will fuel the fight, right? To make money on it.
Yeah, I think that's
Like,
how
did
it's
you
going to
see
be.
RAM? How much it costs now? RAM
Yeah.
memories for computers? Just
Yeah.
because of AI, for example, that's just insane. Like three times more pricey than they were. Like, I made a computer recently, and I spent for my 32 gigs of RAM were like 220 or something. Now it's 560 or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, $500 for 32. It's insane. It's like, oh my lord! You can make a computer just with the price of
Just with like you
stick
could
of
sell
RAM.
your RAM. Well, no, you couldn't because you couldn't buy the RAM again. But like you could make the money.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's so expensive. It's so.
And all that because of AI. Like, what the hell? It's like a GPU was with the NFT. Do you remember, like, the cryptocurrency thing? And people was buying all the GPUs to farm bitcoins or like crypto mining, whatever the hell is the name. Yeah, these problems, like, as long as they are create a lot of conflict, they will. But then NFT, for example, kind of disappeared. Like, nobody's talking about that anymore.
Yeah,
And,
this
and
is why
the
I'm
problem
like,
solved.
oh, interesting. Also, they do see it as like get rich quick schemes, and they never work out, do they? So.
Yeah, or at least it works for a few people in a way.
Yeah,
Because,
but like
like,
they're the
those
success
people that
stories
gets
that people
ultra
hold on
rich.
to, I think.
Yeah. There's still people that I see NFT, for example, but I feel like those are like people that don't understand it's GG, it's finished, right? Like, they still are like in the bubble that they think, oh, maybe I can do it, but it's finished because it was like a meme, right? It had its course and it finished. Like, I don't know if AI it's the same, but I hope so, honestly, because I mean, for sure the general public will get tired of talking about it. And it will become less and less like lucrative to create rage bait because nobody will get rage baited anymore, right? When they get bored. And so they will move to the next thing, and then maybe that's gonna be the point where we find a real solution to how to deal with, creative copyright. I don't know, creative use of other people work and stuff like that in these machines. I don't know, because right now it's crazy. Like, somebody could literally emulate my art and put it in a video game. I mean, and I couldn't do anything about it for no reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's kind of strange.
it's sad.
Yep. Because, like, for example, if somebody generates, technically it's not my art, right? There's no rules that says, oh, this is your art, or like, it's just like a generated picture based off my work, though. So technically a robot made it, but based on my stuff. I don't know, man. I feel like it's plagiarism somewhere along the lines, but again, it's not my role to fix this. And I don't think we should just, I think, kind of like push towards a solution when time will arrive. But yeah, basically bottom, just to end the conversation on this point, I would say let's just avoid though fighting each other. That's my point. Like, I don't think that helps any conversation. If anything, it makes more grifter be happy to join the conversation, and it makes it even worse. Does it make sense? It makes the conversation, keeps the conversation going.
Yeah.
Where instead you don't want, you want to people to get bored of it, don't get out, and then you can solve it like in a more normal way instead of fighting online and polarizing so much. I don't know. That's just from the top of my head. That's what I thought. That I'm a politician or a lawyer or something. I don't know anything about how to actually do this.
Yeah.
So I mean, so what you gonna do now?
I've decided to carry on drawing.
All right. Well, I think though, because it's 5 hours 13 minutes. You crazy?
So I'm changing the arm.
Okay, so there's gonna be like a spider web that goes there.
Yeah, because I was looking at your arm and I realized like I don't have like just a sleeve I could use. So I was like, well, what can I do? And I was like, I don't
Before
fancy.
I go, my question is, how are you gonna present this on your, like, do you have an idea already of the video?
Sims, I know you don't mean to, but there's sometimes like you present information to me or ask me questions in a way that's just really, really funny.
Why? Wait. Tell me. It could be like a translation issue.
So, honestly, I'm not 100% sure, but I'll figure it out. I think what we should do is I'll figure out some kind of video for it, which will like probably like match up with some of the streams that will match up with the stream, and then I'll see about maybe if I was to do some kind of like mini voiceover or something, then I'd ask for you to also record something for it. Did you see what I mean? But I'm not 100% sure how I'll do it yet.
Well, let me know. Like, I'm not sure you want to put my voice anywhere in your video. I mean, I don't know. But
why?
I'm curious. I don't know. Like, I feel like every time I put my voice into videos, like they don't perform very well. They perform way better when I stay quiet in general. I don't know. Maybe the accent. It could be the accent. I don't think it's what I say because, like, normally in my videos about art, it's not that I do opinions or something. Like we're talking about opinion. Normally in my videos, it's like, you know, I just draw this line here because I it's about the drawing specifically. So I don't know. I think it boils down to my accent or maybe like, you know, broken English and stuff like that. Like definitely doesn't help the average viewer to be hooked. But no, anyways, I have no problem. If you need a video, I can send. But I'm curious because I keep good at this. So I was actually curious.
I love what you've drawn. I think it's so good.
I mean, that's a self-glaze because it looks kind of like you. So, Chad, is she glazing herself? See,
this is what I mean.
So funny. You have a nice voice. Thank you, Dory. Love this portrait. Doing the amazing cosplay justice. Okay, fun fact. I don't know if you just joined. I mean, technically, we did it in the same moment. Like, now she's adding more details, but like we kind of built on top of each other process. So as I was drawing, she copied. Like she copied some parts and I copied some of her parts and we mixed them together. So like my drawing and her body paint kind of matched in a way. Does it make sense? I don't know if I explained it. I'm sorry. But anyways, like, how do I present the questions to you? I generally don't know. Is it my English or it's just my tone?
I think it's your tone. It makes me laugh.
Yeah, my broken English sucks.
No. Your tone makes me laugh sometimes. Okay, so remember earlier how you were like telling me your opinion on something, but then all of a sudden, what are you eating?
Oh yeah, I think I'm very how do you say, like ADHD type?
Yes.
Does it make sense?
Yes, you see what I mean? It's like I'm listening to you, I'm like fully, and then but like all of a sudden you're like, what are you eating?
You don't understand. Oh
It's
wait,
just
you
funny.
don't understand the extent of okay, like for example, if there's a sound, like even if I'm completely in a conversation, if I hear a sound like a ding, for example, right, a small bell or something, ding, ding, 2-3 times, my brain cannot disconnect from that. Like so. After a while, I'll be like, can you stop that? Like, and that happens with everything. Like sometimes my brain go, like the thoughts get on top of each other. Does it make sense? Like, and so like I don't go in a linear way. I start going like, I start from point A, then I go to Z, then I go back to, B, then I go to H.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, that's a little bit like how I do. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's just It's just sometimes, yeah, you make me laugh with it because I can see you're not doing it on purpose, which I think is why.
No,
You're
I
making
don't
it-
do it on purpose at all. No. It's just like a little bit of how do you say, like neurotic kind of neurotic behaviors. Yes, for sure. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself 100% like normal like in my behaviors, but I mean, I think like it's hard to expect something like this from somebody sitting in their room drawing every day for 10 years straight. Like, I mean, if I was perfectly normal, probably I would have been, by now, I've been not normal anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would go crazy anyway. Yeah.
Yes, don't worry, I hear you. I mean, borderline same. From a from a what we're doing to ourselves of just like sitting in here talking to cameras for a living every
Yeah.
day.
Talking, also chat should say like, who is she talking to? Because you're technically talking to nobody in a room. Like, that's the most crazy thing. If you think about it, like sometimes if you stop at it right now, I'm talking to my room into a microphone like by myself. That's crazy to explain to somebody. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like, there's no audience.
Yeah, no, I think this a lot of the time because loads of people are always like, oh yeah, but you would be so used to an audience because you stream all the time, and I'm like, no, but like when I'm in here, like it's just me in a room with a camera, and like at any point
Yeah.
if I get a bit frustrated, I could just turn the camera off and just be like, bye. Like, people do not understand that, like, when you when it gets to like it gets to a different level when it's like you have to do something in front of a lot of people. That's why
Yeah.
the nerves start hitting. I'm like, no, I'm used to just being by myself in my house. I'm in a room. When sometimes I show chat what they look like to me by holding a mirror up to the camera.
Yeah,
That's me.
yeah,
That's what
yeah.
this is like for me.
I mean, but you, like you said though, you're like pretty good at like dealing with people overall. You have your limit, as you said, but like it seems to me that like you got this down. Like, you keep people engaged for a long time, and you don't seem like to like after like I'm already like. I think now it's because we're talking, but if it was a stream by myself, I would have finished like 3 hours ago. Like, my stream. It's because like I get at some point like, who am I talking to? In fact, it's one of my most like used sentences on my stream. Is like, who am I talking? Like, at some point I'm like, by myself. Like, what am I doing over here? I'm short fused on that. I guess I'm like, okay, see you next time, guys. You're kind of good at entertaining. I think that's very admirable.
Thank you. I wish I could agree with you. I genuinely think this is just like my life.
Nah,
Because
there's
I
no
often
way.
kind of feel a little bit like silly things just end up happening, and then I talk about them and then chat like, haha, you're so funny. And I'm like, cool. That's literally my life. Thank you. But also, I think part of it is like, I fear that people think I put it on. You know what I mean? You know when like it's just like that's just kind of like how I am with a lot of stuff. But I fear that people think that I'm doing this on purpose to just like try and make people laugh on purpose. But I genuinely am like, no, I'm just telling you like this situation that happened, and also I'm just telling you what I'm thinking right now. And it just so happens to be about that. But yes. And so I think a lot of the time it probably comes down to that. I think that's sort of stuff that's very hard to like fake as well. But yeah, sometimes I kind of, similar to what you're saying, like sometimes I become a little bit hyper aware of what's happening, which is like, I'm sat here talking to a camera and and like chat's talking back to me. And like, and I'm like, what on earth am I? But I think another thing that kind of like helps me, and I'm sure like it's similar to you, is like I would be doing this if I was streaming on art. I'd still be sat here painting myself.
Oh yeah, for sure. Me too. I would do. I mean, probably I would be broke though, because like a lot of what I do is related to the fact that I post on social media. So it would be hard for me to not do exactly what I do and
Yes.
still do this. Like, right? If I lived by myself in an hypothetical where I don't need money, yeah, I would just draw by myself. Like, anyway, probably like maybe not sitting in the same room all the time though. Maybe maybe I'll travel a bit.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I think
definitely I
it'd be
would draw all
good
the
because,
time.
like, you draw digitally, right? So, like, you could probably bring
Yeah.
like your tablet, and that would
I
be
could do it
nice.
so easily. I'm technically what people consider a nomad. Like I can move anywhere. It's just that there's no reason for me to move away from where I lived my entire life because like I have like I rented the rent are low. Like let's say I wouldn't and spend $2,000 a month, you know, of rent and stuff like that. That's kind of like crazy for me. But technically, I can move. I could sketch anywhere. However, though, that would imply that like I have more time to do things. So, for example, making a comic on the go would be impossible for me. Because how do you do that? I need a PC. I need a station. You know, I need all my hard drives and backup and whatnot. I cannot do it on the go. But yeah, for sure, in an ideal world where I have more time, right? I would move more probably. Yeah, I would travel more. For example, I really like to draw when I go in places and take diaries and stuff like that. I always did it, like a sketch what I see, right, with notes. And I
What?
think that's very interesting for me. I learned a lot doing that.
Where do you think you would like to go that would create a lot of inspiration for you?
Oh, I mean, for sure, already traveling more in Europe already. It would be kind of like because I traveled, for example, in Austria, France. But like, for example, it would be interesting to travel more places. Like, for example, I've never been in Germany. I've been once, for example, in the UK. Like, you know what I mean? Just in London. So like, it would be, or like, for example, I've been in France, just Paris. You know, like another place. Like, there's so many places just in Europe, but to not like probably without counting it would be nice to go east, like you know, like I don't know, visit Japan, of course, or Korea, South Korea, or like China. Why not? Um, Also south, like for example, it would be interesting to go like I don't know, Dubai and stuff like that. Like I never been there. Imagine like how many inspiration source somebody could have. But like it's hard because you need a lot of money, move a lot, so it would be hard to create contents like that for me. I mean, I will make a comic, an illustration while you're traveling. That is exhausting, right? Like you can only make doodles, but not full pieces. It's very hard.
Celeste used to do it, didn't she? Do you remember?
Yeah, yeah, I do a lot. I do a lot. Like when I move, I immediately to that.
No, do you remember Celeste?
Oh yeah. But she stopped. No, like because I
Yeah,
think
no, she stopped.
I
She did it
asked
for
her.
2 years, I think. She lived in a van
Yeah,
and she would draw and then like drive around and to somewhere else and then draw again. And
yeah.
then
But I remember once I asked her, and she was like something as some sort of like, yeah, I got tired of it. Like I
she couldn't
guess
do it
it's
in the end.
exhausting, and also
I don't see
yeah,
how but I think for a short period of time, like if it was like 6 months or so, I think that would be quite interesting. But
that
yeah,
would be interesting.
her life in that van for 2 years, like living in a van, everything is in this van. Rough.
That's interesting. That's so American though. Like I don't even think you can do it in Italy.
I think I think you'd struggle to do something like, unless you had like an RV. But like if you had an RV, you couldn't get that around half the roads in Italy.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, you need to go in specific places, for example, for sleeping, right? Like, you
Yeah.
cannot just stop whatever you want and sleep in a place. Like, police is gonna be on your ass immediately.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
because somebody will be like, "What the hell is that? Like, who's this person?" Like, that's something I don't know. But yeah, it was very brave of her to do that. I heard that now she moved to New York, right?
Did she?
I think. I remember she's not streaming much, right? Or am I missing the streams?
She started streaming a little bit more now, but I think they're at a different time for me, so I tend to miss them a little bit.
Wait, you laughed because I went already again like random with my thoughts. Like I feel like I did it, didn't I?
I don't remember because I also have ADHD.
Oh my god, our conversation is so chaotic. Okay. Like, I don't even know.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Yo, that's crazy. All right, no, but yeah, no. Anyways, like that's cool. I would travel for sure if I had like, if I didn't have to create content so on such a rigid, I would create definitely lighter content for sure. Anyway, like art and stuff, but more like at my own pace and probably traveling. I would like to go around and move if I could. But I mean, yeah, it's expensive. Expensive as hell.
Yeah, it's yeah, it's very very pricey. I wish it was more affordable so more people could do it and just experience the world, but yeah, it's very very pricey, isn't it? I hope you get to go on holiday soon and get some inspiration though.
I would definitely take a holiday soon. And also I'm gonna take a small break in the next week. Like I didn't work as much as I wanted to work in the past few weeks, month, because I was tired, exhausted, and this end of 2025 was a little bit slow mentally. Like I felt like sluggish.
Okay.
So I think I'm gonna take a break, like at least 1 week, like next week, pretty much, right? Christmas and whatnot, right? Until next year. So I take a break, right? Like I call it a break. I take a break, and I, it's not like, oh, this is gonna be like a break. I'm gonna go there like if no, actually I'm gonna stop everything for 1 week and be like sayonara, and just do nothing. Like actually not like do whatever I want, right? Like for a bit because I feel like I need that. That's for sure. But actually, I was thinking, now that you asked me, I wanted to ask you one thing. Like, what's your next event? Like, do you have anything planned? Like, you go around like what everywhere, like San Diego Comic Con and whatnot. Like, what's next?
Next month I'm going away on holiday.
Where?
I'm going to Hong Kong and Malaysia.
Wait, Hong Kong?
Yeah, yeah, I'm going to Hong Kong and Malaysia next month. Yeah.
Okay, that's a specific, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's something there, or just because you're curious, like you like that city and
Ghost is from Hong Kong, so we're gonna go see his grandma. So we're gonna go see family, and then in Malaysia, I just wanted to go somewhere with a beach, and somewhere I hadn't been before. I thought it'd be nice to feel like it'd be nice to explore somewhere else. So yeah, next month I'm going on a holiday.
For how long are you gonna be out of order?
Almost a month.
Oof. Okay. That's gotta be refreshing though. Like basically January off makes sense. Also
because January is quiet.
The slowest month.
Yeah, exactly. So I was always like, January's quiet. And also, I don't know about you, but like in the UK, because it gets dark so early and it's such miserable weather, I tend to get a lot of SAD in the winter. But I noticed I don't get it as much if I look forward to a holiday in January, even if it's a short holiday. Yeah. So I try to go in January away. It's a quiet month and I can try and go somewhere a bit sunnier. And I've got something to look forward to, so the rest of the winter doesn't feel so damaging.
Fair enough. No, yeah, I feel like, you know what, like, I understand why you do it, and, like, I should do something similar too, but, like, a month, I feel like, I don't know, for me, it would be too much, like, as in Patreon, for example, I wouldn't know what to do, right? Like, that would be so hard, and I don't have backup stuff, right?
It's so difficult.
I live day by day, month by month, right? It's hard for me to take long breaks. Unless I pause the Patreon, but also, like, I never know what happens. If I pause it, you know, what happens next month? What if half of people left? Like, I would have problems, right? So usually I try to never let more than a week or more. But, like, I think it's more than reasonable what you're doing. Also because last year was crazy for you, no? You did a lot of things. I saw you doing so many things. Isn't the Ambassador happened in 2025 or was 2024?
Ambassador happened in March 2025.
Oh, okay. So this year. Okay, I remember correctly. Yeah, so many things, right? Like this was a. Okay, how would you call this year? Let's put it that way. Like, would you say it was a good year, bad year? Like overall, what how would you rate it?
Yeah, I think it was a fairly good year.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I think it was fairly good. I
That
think
was
some cool stuff happened for me this year, which I was very grateful for, like the ambassador and the billboard, like the being like the TwitchCon, for the photo shoot, etc. I feel like I did less work this year in
I
comparison
mean, with
to
all this movement,
huh?
like moving around, it's probably slow you down, no?
I don't know. I don't really know. I think because the games industry slowed down. I get a lot of my jobs through the games industry, don't I?
Right.
So because the games industry had loads of redundancies and wasn't doing as well, that affected me. I'm not being like I'm the real victim here, but like that affected me from like having like people haven't got like the necessary the budget to work. To get me to like work on stuff and make adverts for them, which is not a problem. I'm not like mad about it, but like it's noticeable, I think. But also one of the things, and I don't know about you, but things that I found really hard this year were things like dealing with social media. Social media for me is quite difficult because I think I look very vulnerable on it, even though I don't necessarily feel very vulnerable. Like I get a lot of hatred online for.
Really?
Oh, so much. So I find that rough. So, they'll come for my teeth. They'll come for my forehead. They'll come for my body shape. They'll come for the paint. They'll come for the fact that they don't like it. They'll come for the fact that they don't like the videos of it. Everything. Absolutely everything. People screenshotting pictures of me, trying to zoom in, all that sort of gross stuff.
What the fuck?
Yeah, like the Grok thing on Twitter as well. Like people, there was one this year I remember I had to block Grok. So that's blocked entirely, where people were like, at Grok, remove the paint from this girl, remove, like, and it's just like that sort of stuff. So that was rough, I thought.
No.
But the thing is, I think it's rough because my socials have grown. So unfortunately, I don't really think there's much escaping it. But I have, however, found some solutions, which is like my moderators now go through a lot of my moderators go through my socials, specifically YouTube, and they just delete comments before I can see it, and B, before other people can jump on the hate brigade and like just create more.
So true.
More like they just like it needs to get removed, and I want those people blocked. So that's one of the things which I found to be helpful, and so my mods have just they've been really wonderful and like taken that on board. So I think overall like there's been a lot of stuff that's been nice, but I've had to put parameters in place, which it's almost sad because I enjoy making the makeup looks and the videos, and I get excited to see that other people are going to enjoy it as well. But unfortunately, I've gotten to a point where like I can't even look to see what the nice things people are going to say. What are the nice things that people will say? Because I'm like, well, there's going to be. Yeah, because there's a lot of negativity on there. So like, as far as I'm concerned, like, well, I don't get to see it then.
I didn't see this come. Honestly, I think we never talk about this. Like, I never heard this about you, like that you got hate online.
Oh
Like,
yeah, no, all the
especially
time.
for the look. That's crazy.
Yeah, like people, like even recently there was like I put up a reaction of me getting excited about a Tomb Raider trailer, and like that produced a bunch of hate. But sometimes the hate's not directed at me, but a lot of the time it can be. Like people will come for like my weight, they'll come for like everything. They'll come for everything.
Your weight?
Yeah, about my weight. They'll come for my weight. I had comments this year about my weight.
What?
Had comments this year about how big my forehead is. Had
man.
comments this year about like how what my
cannot.
teeth look like. Just like everything.
This is virgins on the internet. What is this people?
Yeah, and like
These
honestly, it's
people
so
have never seen a
shallow.
woman in their life. Like,
Yeah.
they never touched a woman. Oh my god. What the
I agree. I'm like, you've never felt the warmth of a woman's touch in your life. But yeah,
Zero.
nothing. No, nothing.
Bro,
So
what the fuck? To say this to mention the weight. Just to I want to just mention the weight. That's crazy to me. That's straight out crazy.
yeah.
Like,
I think I look fairly athletic and fairly fit as a person. I feel like
Yeah,
I
what?
feel like I'm
Like, who
at
would
fitness
say
level. I look pretty
anything about
fit overall. I don't really think that's something that people should be coming for at anyone. But I'm always like, okay, well, whatever. But yeah, yeah. And a few years ago, it was the fact that people were accusing me of not actually painting this and everything was Photoshop, which I thought was so
Okay, now
stupid
it's
because I'm
AI
doing
though.
it live on Twitch.
No,
Oh,
president
oh.
switch to now it's AI.
Sims, no, there's a new one. They don't believe that it's me painting myself. There's a man who paints me off camera and I never show it in my videos. That's the other one that I had a lot this year. And it's
Do they
not
think
possible for me to paint myself because there was one comment, it's not possible for me to paint myself because nobody can reach the back of their own arms.
My question is like, who goes to any extent to like, do you like? I mean, it seems like this is people that don't like women, like they don't like a woman, like they hate. Like it seems like targeted. Do you know what I mean? Like,
It's just misogynistic,
Like,
yeah.
yeah, it's crazy. I mean, honestly, I mean, what I'm trying to say is like, I would expect more like somebody that tries to glaze you, rather than the opposite. What is this hate? Like,
Yeah.
it's strange. Isn't why they don't try to be like, you know, like, doesn't make sense. Like, you know, what is
Like
the,
you,
what
like
they're
you
trying
thought,
to
like
achieve
people would be
hating
like
on you.
all over me. I get a lot of the opposite. I tend to get that sometimes, but like I just kind of like ignore a lot of it because some of them take it quite far. There was one person, not last year, the year before, who was I found them in the comment section. They were watching all my Instagram stories and then pretending that they were my boyfriend in the comments, and I didn't really understand, so I blocked them. But yeah,
This
like
is so crazy.
yeah, people are really crazy online, and yeah, they sometimes end. So that's why like people can't access me, like you can't talk to me in a DM. So I turned off my DMs and was like, no one can talk to me in a DM. You need to talk to me. Then it should be in like comments, should be somewhere public then. So start sending me emails. Stop emailing
They
me.
send you emails. They send emails because like to hate emails, or like
They'll
they
send
want to be your
emails.
boyfriend, or
They'll
both?
send me emails. Sometimes about hating my stuff. They'll sometimes send me emails of pictures of flowers. That are bouquets of flowers. I'm assuming they're found on Google Images, and there'll be nothing else there apart from a picture of a flower, like bouquets of flowers that I'm assuming they're giving to me, which I put it straight in the spam folder. Yeah, there's loads of really strange stuff. Like people are really strange.
That's very. I genuinely, I didn't see that come. Like, because first of all, I think because your community here, I never saw. You have pretty good mods, I assume, or I never saw any negativity in your.
No,
chat.
yeah, no, my mods
It
are
was
so on it, and I love them so much. But I think most of my chats are lovely. But there's a big difference between like who's in my chat and who's on my social posts. I've noticed. I've tried to like make it a bit nicer between the two of them, but yeah, it doesn't necessarily. It doesn't necessarily like they're not always the same. I see my chat in some of the comments, but
I'm
yeah.
so concerned because like I mean it's crazy the hate, and you mentioned some things that makes no sense, like the aesthetic aspect actually are like that's delusional, that's brain dead, like it makes no sense. Like you made your entire career on the fact that like you know how to paint yourself and you look good. Like what are they trying to demonstrate there? Like that makes no sense. Like that's so random. Like it seems bots. Are these bots? Like are you hate botted or something?
You probably.
Like if you're not good looking, do you think that companies will pay you to do something? That would make no sense. Like that would make no sense. Who would do that? Even business wise. Like it's so stupid.
Oh, that's a
Nah,
good
man.
one. Sometimes on my advert videos where I work with a company, people will hate on the company and be like, oh my God, this girl's giving you free advertising. bot that's on my paid sponsored post, and it'll cause an argument between other people where people are saying it's sponsored, she's been paid, and other people being like, I don't care, she hasn't acknowledged the fact that the company's reposted her, this girl's ungrateful.
What the fuck? It seems like you got haters. Actually, you got haters.
I got a lot of haters. No, it seems I got a lot of haters. Yeah, I do.
I do not have haters. It happened like I can count the amount of times that I got somebody that went completely schizo, right? Like that they completely went insane on me. Like they were like, "You did this, you did that." Like you know those schizo rants that people sometimes says on the internet. They start like going wild, and you just block them. But that's like so rare. It seems like this is a daily occurrence for you, and that's surprising. But is it on TikTok or on every platform?
It was. I had a lot of it. There was a lot on TikTok. It was mostly YouTube, and then when a video pops off on Instagram, then I'll get it. And sometimes on Twitter.
I'm so surprised. I'm so surprised because like you don't do anything that seems like even like it's not that you do like you do character from cartoons and stuff like that. Like I would expect people like on God, I would expect people glazing like you know like I've seen cosplayers like it's strange. Why they're so mean? Do you think? Can you explain that? Like, do you think there's something? Maybe there's some group that is like systematically doing it. It's like a finite number of people.
I think a lot of the time, for me, to be perfectly honest with you, they just don't like the idea that a woman can do something pretty well. I think that's one of the main things.
That's so bad.
Because there's always the idea that like, oh, like somebody's painting her, she can't possibly be doing this by herself, even though there's enough evidence on the internet that I have been doing for like 10 years. So I'm just kind of like whatever at this point. I think that's part of the thing. Also, I feel like sometimes when people glaze, they suddenly they kind of like they get a bit much, and then I don't reciprocate it back is the thing, and then
they get parasocial.
Yeah, so a lot of the
parasocial.
time I've learned this like this technique, I'd like to say, where sometimes if I get a comment, and it's sometimes on like my Twitch chat, see me do it. Sometimes like a guy, and it's clearly a guy, will come in and be like, oh my God, beautiful. And then usually it'll be their first message. And I know they're coming in because, I'm pretty sure they're coming in because they want me to be like, oh my God, thank you so much. So usually I'm just like, yeah, I know. And then I'll move on. And they usually will disappear because they're like, oh. Or they'll try and insult me, which gets caught by Automod anyway.
Oh. Okay, so maybe it's butthurt people.
Yeah,
it could be.
I think so. I think they don't know. I think sometimes it's like they think that. Okay, I think because I'm a woman, they have this idea in their head that if you say the secret formulaic approach of words to a woman, it will equal her liking you and relationship. I think they have this bizarre vending machine idea in their head, and like some weird secret code that if you input that into a woman, tell a woman this secret code, she's going to love and be like, oh my God, thank you so much. Whereas because I feel like it's so easy to break that by being like, yeah, obviously, and then moving on. They don't like the fact that it's A, a woman is confident, and then B, well, now what? Like, they've done the first thing that they've done the only thing that they can think to do, which is give a compliment on your appearance. And then when that hasn't worked in their favor, then they don't know what to do. So usually I use it as like a thing to just kind of get rid of the people in the chat who come in and seemingly they're only interested in what I look like. They're not actually interested. And I know they're going to be weird, right? So yeah, I just developed some techniques to be like, yeah, I am.
And so that turns into hatred. That then turns. At least that explains a little bit like where it comes from. The comments on the aesthetic, though, like because that was surprising for me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that at least explains to me logically. why that happens. Like that has some sort of like logic sequence of events. Like there must be a lot of bad hurt people out there.
There's a lot
And
of
they-
hurt people because that's just the men. I get a lot of
Yeah.
women hating me too.
Fair enough. Nah,
So, yeah, I think it's,
it's not good though. But I mean,
No, it's not.
can
It's just it's
explain
weird
it.
though, isn't it?
yeah, I mean, I can explain it. It's not good though. I mean, I'm surprised that so many people feels like, oh, I got rejected. Equal, I'm gonna be a hater. Like these people is literally like it has nothing better to do. That's so strange. Like I never leave comments in general. Like it's already crazy. But imagine going under the comments of a person, leaving a comment, getting a reply that you don't like, and then become a hater. You must have
Yeah.
nothing to do with nothing going. No. There's no motion in your life besides that. Like that's
Yeah.
definitely like the only explanation.
Yeah,
But
I'll
you
get
feel
people
like this
telling
is
me like
shared?
things that they hate about my artwork, and they're like, "Oh, your hair on the side wasn't tucked away, and it just ruins the entire thing." And I'm just like, dude, no, it doesn't. It doesn't ruin the entire thing at all. But like people like to pick my stuff apart a lot as well, which I find interesting.
That's such a bad. Do you feel like this is a problem that also other cosplayers / body painters have, like in general? And how do you think they react in a different way? Like, for example, I've seen some content creators that, for example, want like they kind of like play with their audience, you know, in a flirty way. Like, for example, the random guy that says beautiful, they're like, oh, thank you. Like you said, like that it would be goofy for you to do. Do you think that that's the reason why they don't get hate? Or
No,
it's shared,
because
it
I
would
think they
happen
get an
anyway?
equal amount of hate. I think like their level of hate is then a little bit different. Because to me it's like, okay, but like that's just going to continue until they eventually get rejected. But yeah, overall, I think a lot of the time people have so much hatred to spread, which is really strange to me. Because I'm the same as you. Like, I don't really comment on a lot of stuff on social media, but then when I do, I'm usually like, let's go! Or like, nice! Do you know what I mean? I feel like it's just so...
I think I never left a negative comment on the internet, like as in on under the I see a post of somebody negative comment. Never did it. There's never been a moment that I was like, oh, I need to do this.
Yeah. But I think it just comes down to like some people are just butthurt and want to take that out on a stranger on the internet. But then I think what's unfair is when people are like, you're on the internet, you should expect this. And like, well, no, not really. Like, I don't think me posting it makes me like automatically allows me to be a punching bag for other people.
I'm on the internet for a long time, and I made my entire career. Caught me off guard when you say that. Genuinely, I wouldn't say that you were an unliked like you had haters. That's my point.
Oh,
I would
yeah.
have never guessed that.
Haters
Because,
with an
like-
emphasis on the S. I'd say Sims.
That's so strange. Like I couldn't guess because also like for example the fact that you got Twitch ambassador, that you move around, that companies like that shows that you're a very likable person in general. That's the vision I have of you, right? Like very likable, talkative and stuff like that. And your contents, I've seen them, and usually it's I would say very professional. It's not even, how can I say, like that you'll be like try harding on being sexual or something like that. It's very professional, very straightforward, right? On showcasing your thing. It's almost like a reel, right? Like a car reel, but it's you instead of a car. Like so, it's very professional. So like the hate, well, like you know what I mean? It's not like I would assume like for example somebody that plays with people. Let's say you had an OnlyFans, right? That makes sense, right? That you're playing with people, they get butthurt. You don't. Like it's very professional, very based on your job, right? That's the part that I don't understand. Does it make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like how there's no part where you're like let people leading, right? Like leading people to think something that they get butthurt. Like this is just sick in the head type of thing. I'm so surprised.
Yeah.
I'm very surprised.
Yeah, right.
Like,
It's funny
this
hearing how
tilts me a
surprised
little
you
bit.
are and knowing how desensitized I am to it, because like I'm like, yeah, like this is just it. Like, and I know you're really shocked about it, but that's why it's so funny to me that you're like so taken aback, because I'm like, yeah, like this is just what it is.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, generally shocked because, like, yeah, it's very unexpected. Like, I never thought that, like, there's nothing unlikable. Like, and I think that I've seen a lot. We were talking literally half hour ago about like how much hate there is between people on the internet, like, you know, factions and stuff like that. And I've seen some negative comments under content creators that, for example, have OnlyFans or Twitch streamers. Like, for example, I've seen like. And I don't want to start a conversation about that, but like, for example, do you know that streamer that had a lot of problem with alcohol like a year ago? She's
No.
Irish, you know?
No.
She's very popular. Anyways, the point is, I've seen like hate comments and stuff like that, but she has a very strong personality and she plays a lot with that stuff. Does it make sense? Like, to the point that it could be divisive. You don't seem divisive. That's my point. I don't see how you can divide people.
No, yeah, like sometimes some people kind of like play on having like a strong character or like strong opinions on things, and they play on it in a way, and they use that as like a podium in some respect, and like that's up to them, etc. But like, yeah, no, yeah, that's just it. Yeah,
Well,
and sometimes like I think because I think one of the things is I'm usually like pretty happy to be like, no, don't do that. It's not nice because of X, Y, and Z. Then people haven't liked that either, probably. But yeah.
That's easy. Like, I'm curious. Like, when we will post this thing, if people will like, you know what I mean? Like, imagine that they start hating on it. Then that would be so weird, right? Like, you know, what I'm thinking is like, you do always contents that are very like clean, right? Very clean. There's nothing like. I don't think anybody who's gonna. My point is that if I would post this with your photo on the side, I don't think anybody's gonna comment negatively. So is it people that follows you? Like, you got haters, like the hate watchers type shit. That's my point.
I definitely do.
You know what I mean?
Sometimes people will like my stuff, and then I'll post something which is a little bit different, and then they'll be really rude on it, as if to be like, absolutely not, like. No
Did you
way.
make somebody dirty? Like, I mean, I don't know what that.
I burst someone's
cannot
bubble.
comprehend.
I burst someone's bubble the other day because they followed me, and then I posted that I really liked Tomb Raider, my reaction, and then they were like, "You're not old enough to have played the Tomb Raider games when they came out," and I was like, "Yes, I am," and then they got really aggro. Because then I'm like,
I'm
so you
sorry
think
for
I'm
you.
like,
Genuinely,
so you
I'm
think
so sorry
I'm
for
like
you.
young?
I apologize for on the behalf. I don't know, man. This is crazy. I mean, this is crazy. I'm so surprised.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's
I'm
mad. Like, exactly, it's totally madness.
Yeah, no, it is though. It is, isn't it? It's like literally all I'm doing is like I'm literally just doing my makeup. I'm in my room
Exactly.
doing my makeup and posting videos about it. Like it's nothing bad.
Yeah, you do makeup. Also, video games. It's not that you. Also, you don't make like thirst traps, like or something like that. Which I can see why some people could rub some people off, right? Like, for example, on that I would be like, okay, yeah, they say, okay, this person, but you don't do any of that. That's my point. Like, you don't do any of that. Like, it's very clean, very. I would say corporate. I mean, in many cases, actually corporate stuff, like for company XY, so it's not like overly sexualized or anything like that. So really, it's insane. And I mean, I got sometimes hate comments too, but very rarely, in very rare cases, right? Like a very small percentage. And that's why it surprises me so much, because like, yeah, like as a personality, I always associated you with a very friendly community.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think.
Oh, we got a bad message.
I know, that's why my chat was laughing.
I had to read this one.
Okay.
Okay.
I know, funny. The timing on that. Sims.
Yeah, please turn like that shit. Okay, man.
Flair in the chat says, just
Enough
curious, are you
internet.
cosplaying a certain character? Is this your own design? So, Flair, Sims, Art, and I did a challenge today, which was we started drawing. Well, we both started creating at the same time. We had a rule that was the base design was going to be red, and it'd be a girl with horns. That's all we decided before we started. So that was something that we just I think exclamation mark who striking. We decided on that. At the same time, we both were adding things, and we came to the conclusion that by the end of the stream, we had to have the same design. Which is this is Sims here, and then this is Sims's art there. So we wanted to try and do a challenge where live we created the same thing, but each person was free to add their own stuff without anything prepared in advance. It was just like a free will piece, but both of us had to kind of adapt and overcome little bits. So it was fun because, as an example, Sims has to consider things like the composition of how she's going to be posed, whereas that's not really a problem for me. I can add on headpieces like the wings by just wearing a headband, and obviously Sims would have to physically draw that. But then when it comes to certain things like tattoos, etc., I can start drawing the tattoo, then Sims has to kind of like slightly imitate that, but then Sims can add in like types of hair, and I have to try and match that. So luckily I've managed to find some kind of like clip and fringe and like man it and like copy that, and we were trying to do it so we matched each other's pace so that it wasn't just the case of like I was just chasing Sims around. Once I had gotten a bit of the base done and like kind of figured out what Sims was doing, then I've been like analyzing what Sims is doing in his artwork, applying it to mine, and he's been seeing what I've been doing and applying it to his. So in the end we managed to like come up with the same design, but both of us did it at the exact same time. So it was a challenge that we thought would be fun to do since we're both live streamers, and our artwork has different pros and cons. Like one of the biggest things, like for Sims, it was so easy. It was like changing the ears so they pointed downwards, but I didn't have ears that pointed downwards. So I had to go through all my accessories and kind of figure it out, which for me was harder. So we tried to do it in a sense of just try something really, really different. And I thought the challenge was good. What actually, in my opinion, made it even harder without me realizing at the beginning was both Sims and I are quite quick when it comes to drawing and painting. So while we were like matching each other's pace, we're both quite quick. So it ended up like we were almost chasing each other, which I thought was quite fun.
It was very fun. And I think like the fun part is that I didn't even like, this is something I never done before, or I have seen anybody doing before. So I didn't even know like, you know, if we would have managed to do it in time, but also how it would have turned, like, looked like at the end.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a new, I've never seen this meta before, actually. Like, new meta? Question mark?
Yeah, no, it was, yeah, that's what I don't feel like I've seen it before. I think it's because it's too much of a chaotic idea that's a bit stressful. But also, I think a lot of the time when artists work on stuff, they don't necessarily always finish the artwork in one stream, because a lot of people work on something over quite a few streams, whereas I think for me, I have to get it done in one stream, and you are very, very quick anyway, but also you don't tend to do a lot of portraits, which I think is really interesting, considering what you do as well. But yeah, it was really fun to try and do. So we agreed, you can see Sims's color palette there. We agreed on like a rough color palette at the beginning so that we knew what we were both working towards. And like for me, like for instance, like if Sims was going to draw in like extra horns or something, then I'm going to have to go figure out what else I've got in my studio, because this is my body paint studio. So I'm going to have to go figure that out and try and match it somehow. But yeah, overall we ended up essentially with the same design, which I think, to me, the end goal of this was that we would have the same new original character design, but both of it would be in our own styles, which are completely different, because I work with makeup and paint myself, and then Sims works digitally. So yeah, it was really fun to do.
I agree 100%. It was very fun to do, and also I'm so looking forward to see how you wanna like. I'm gonna export this design and I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay.
Of course, like so you can, if you wanna put the comparison, I assume, right, at some point, like, or I don't know if you want, I don't know if you're gonna do it or not. But anyways, like I would, if I post it, I would like to make a photo or something, or I'm curious to see what you do.
Okay.
Because I think it's gonna be very fun.
Yeah.
To see.
I
what
think
people
it's
about
fun.
this.
And so I don't know. I think we should do it again in the future.
100%.
We'll have to
100%.
figure out another thing that we can do. It would be hard. Imagine how hard it would be if we did another Demon Girl, because we'd have to do something so different from this one. It would be so hard.
It will be very interesting.
I think it'd be
also.
harder because we both don't want to do the exact same thing that we've just done. But yeah, it's
But
kind
I
of
was
like leaning
thinking
off
we
each
could
other.
involve chat next time.
Yeah.
Like for example, color traits and stuff like that. Like it would be interesting to, for example, that it will make it more hard if, for example, we set, for example, every 30 minutes there's a new something. Like for example, first we start deciding what hairstyle. For example, in the first part, it's gonna be what hairstyle. Then after 30 minutes, okay, what accessory, and then what color, and then like we finish it. Like so, there's some sort of like challenge also for us because we need
Yeah.
to predict. I don't know. I was just like
Yeah. Do you know what we could do as well? Is because you and I came up with the base design. Next time we could be like, chat, give us like like the base color and like the thing.
Yeah.
So like for this one, it was the horns because I had to do that at the very beginning. That's not something that I can necessarily add in later very easily. So like how we have like that's the base design. So we could get chat to decide on the base design and then work off that.
That would be also a good idea to start with something half done already, so it will accelerate a little bit, especially in the first part. Like creating like a base that we are sure of it, so we don't have to think too much at the start, right? But yeah, I mean, I'm sure that we will find something pretty cool. This was pretty cool in my opinion. Like this was pretty fun, and I'm thinking like I think it's very exciting, and also for me it was very exciting actually to see my drawing, like. While I was drawing, like the fact that my drawing looks exact. I don't think I've ever. No, I think it happened a couple of times that somebody tried to cosplay some of my characters. Like never like this. Like this. I know that you didn't cosplay what I designed, but like seeing you back to the design I just made, it's kind of crazy.
No, I feel the same.
Weird experience.
Like I was like drawing on the heart spider web and like seeing it like start developing on yours was weird. I was like, well, oh my god.
Yeah.
And I really thought like me adding in like the wings would kind of like be a bit much. But then seeing how like they've come out on yours, I think it's really, really cute.
Yeah, I think it turned out very cute. Like I think also the choice of the teal was challenging but interesting because it added like it works pretty well also with the lenses you have, like with the context. It worked in the end because I remember at the start you were like, well, are you gonna use cyan? See, we did it though.
Yeah, oh my god, when you were like, oh, okay, and I was like, okay, I'm going to paint those wings blue then, because these wings started off as purple, so I was like, all right, I'll quickly paint them blue, and then I can use that for the blue on my end, and then I was like trying to say, I was like, where are you going to put blue? Like, I thought you were going to, I thought the ends of the horns here, I thought you were going to tint with blue.
Oh, yeah, I could have done that.
That's what I thought you were going to do, so I was like, okay, I'm going to wait.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I again, like, it was a first for me, so I didn't know. Like, so I tried to kind of like follow you. Like, it's funny because we followed each other in a very seamless way. Like, it's not that I led, or I was not leading you, or you were leading. Like, it was kind of like a little bit random, but also like kind of building on top of what the other person was doing. That was pretty cool. I think this was very fun. I'm very happy
I think
we did this in the end.
Yeah, I think it was fun. I think it was cool as well. It was kind of, I think it was just, do you know what I think is like the weirdest thing as well? Is like, it's that this has been done live. that like the whole thing is like you are currently in Italy and I am currently in England, and we managed to do the same artwork at the same time.
That's so crazy.
It's weird, isn't it?
We're talking. Yeah, it's so crazy because we're talking in different rooms, in different countries, to nobody, pretty much physically with us in the room, drawing something that like this is why I like I don't know. I think this is like peak content creation and art. I don't know. Like if you ask me, it's so fun. So it's very creative. I think it should be definitely. I would love to see. This is the type of stuff that I like to watch all the time. Also, like when it's something that you don't see on a daily basis, I think this is pretty fun. And there's so many alternative things that people can do as well. Like for example, like what I mean, like there's so much possibility. Like for example, CNOT rated you. Like I'm thinking, for example. CNOT makes statues, for example. There's like we could make like even more projects like that involve also other arts. There's so much type of arts out there. There's people that do crocheting on this website. Have you ever seen them?
Yeah.
Like that. I love this collective projects. So it'll be like when on TikTok people start singing a song and then somebody continues.
Yeah, it's cute, isn't it? It's nice. I think that's like just like like Youngster said, like it's like using the internet in like I like the right way. I like a nice way. I just think it's just nice.
And then there's haters. For you. All this niceness ends with you, like, and your haters. What the hell? Nah, that's crazy. No, but if you got hate on this one, let me know, because I mean at this point, like I'm involved with being hated too. Like what is going on? Like I don't know. I'm gonna be like, bro, I swear I've seen her painting herself live on stream while I was drawing. I swear, bro, I swear. I promise it. Oh my mama.
Right, well, we should definitely figure out how we're going to turn this into some kind of like video post or something, because this is a lot of fun and I think it should like live its immortal life on other platforms too. So we'll have to figure that out. I don't 100% know, but somebody in chat said it would be nice to see a time lapse of both of them happening at the same time, and I think that might be a cute way to kind of like.
I can give you the time lapse of my drawing. For sure, I have it. Like the perfect time lapse, like from start to end.
Okay, yeah, sure thing. And then so maybe we'll start with something like that. We'll have to see. I'll have to.
We can decide this. We can decide this in the next days. Also, by the way, before I go, I wanted to say like enjoy your trip. I mean. I think you need a rest from like the hating and shit. Like this stuff is heavy, man. Like you need a break.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I think it's good to go on holiday every so often.
I think it's a great idea. You deserve it.
Yeah, thank you. But yes, let's definitely do this again. Chat, if you don't already follow Sims Art, you have to. Sims does absolutely amazing pieces, so please make sure that you're following and supporting Sims. I really think that you guys are gonna like his artwork. So many people love his artwork. But yeah, we'll see about making a post as well. But this was really fun.
All right. Okay, I gotta go. Wait, are you gonna keep streaming though and doing other things, or are you gonna?
I was just gonna stay online for like another 10 minutes and then go.
Oh, okay, then I'll reach you. All right. Peace.
Bye, Sims.
Bye. Wait.
Oh, he said wait, but I hung up on him. I'm going to leave the collaboration. Oh, chat, I think that turned out so cute. I'm so happy with how that turned out. I honestly was a little bit concerned because I felt like I wasn't sure how this was going to go, and I thought it was going to be so chaotic to the point where it wasn't going to work. I'm surprised it was. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry I wasn't able to like be as chatty as normal, but because it was such like there was so much like that I was trying so hard to emulate at the same time. Yeah, it was a different stream, but we came up with the idea of like maybe like a couple of months ago. We were considering doing it for Halloween, but then we decided not to because Halloween was hell, super busy, and then we were just really excited about the idea, and let me just close the fact that I'm now going to have my stream open twice. Thank you so much, Sims. Thank you. Oh my god! Thank you so much, Sims. And Sims, thank you so much for doing this with me. I really appreciate it. It's so lovely. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am so happy. Thank you so much, Sims. Thank you. Yeah, it was really fun. I'm looking forward to taking the photos. There was a few moments in there where I was like, good God. One of them was, Theo clocked it when I double taked at the pigtails, and I was like, when Sims put pigtails in, and I was like, oh my God, how the hell am I gonna, okay, no problem, fine, I'll figure it out. And then I had a little bit of relief when Sims was like, oh, I'm gonna make it like have dark hair, and I was like, for you. Because putting a wig in pigtails that doesn't already have pigtails in is really hard. So I was like, that. So that was a tricky one to do as well. And I actually changed the lip color because I initially had the lip color as a dark gray, and then towards the end I saw Sims keep it as like a dark red, like almost like a brown. So I was changing that to be, because I thought it would be better in the dark red actually after seeing Sims do it, and I was like, oh, actually, yeah, good point. So I thought that was really nice. But yeah, overall I think this is really fun and really cool, and I'm really happy that we did it, and I'm grateful that you guys enjoyed watching it too. I thought you would both be describing what each... Oh yeah, like that game sometimes people play. Surprising. Oh yay, Shindig! That's so lovely. Yeah, Sims and I have been pals forever. For years and years and years now. Oh my God, so many years. And so it was really, really, really lovely to be able to like team up. And also I feel like it was a cool idea, and I think it worked. Even though it was old, and I think it worked, even though it seemed really confusing. I think the concept seemed confusing when I was describing it to like Ghost and stuff, like what we were planning to do. And he was like, "Okay, sounds fun." But it worked out really well. I thought, in my opinion, I thought it went really well. But yeah, it was nice. So yeah, it was way more simple to do than explain. Yes. 100%, I agree with you. That's a good way to put it. But yeah, I'm really happy. So I'm going to take some photos. I'm actually going to take my photos with I'm going to do it on the black background, but I'm going to take it with, I think I'm going to try to take it with more yellowish lighting so that it emulates Sims's design a little bit more. And I might try and take some with a white background as well, so that when you slide between them, then it's a bit closer. Gonna hold up to his image. Jackpot! Bad jackpot. Yeah, it was fun, yeah. Oh, hold up his image, sorry. I thought you were making a joke. Well, this is what happens when you make jokes all the time. I don't really take you seriously no matter what you say. I appreciate, because you find the ones that Oh, sorry, Jackpot, just got your own joke, didn't you? Yeah. Sorry, yeah, I don't know what to say about that. Yeah, so this has been really lovely. I'm really happy with how this has turned out. Incredible. Thank you very much, Antonio. I'm grateful. I weirdly feel a little bit like because Sims mentioned that it was based on me, and now I feel like I feel a bit. Did I just get a free commission out of Sims? Did I just manage to get that is damn, like that, you know, it's easier than I thought. Damn, yeah, that's going straight up on my wall. Chat, he's even sent me the high res over here on Discord. I got the high res. Guys, so easy. I'm not telling you how I scammed him. If you print it, I want to see it though. Yeah, fair. That's so cute. That's so funny. It's the quiet ones, you gotta watch out for it. That's so funny. Goodness me. Okay, I've been partially blind this entire time with these lenses, but I can see just not very well. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go. Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate you all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow, God knows. But yes, I will take my photos now, and I will take this high res, and I'll take my free commission. And I hope you guys have liked how it's turned out. I'm gonna try and emulate the pose as best as possible. Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate you all. We'll raid into Anthony. I need to pee, but I can't go to the toilet yet because otherwise I'll have to wash my painted hands. So I've got to be careful. Right, let's go raid Anthony. But I'm gonna raid and run, everyone. Okay. Bye, everyone. Thanks so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I appreciate you all so much for support. Thank you for supporting me. I appreciate you all. Thank you for all the subs today as well. You guys were going crazy. And I was just like, hey! Thank you very much. Thank you. I look forward to chatting to you all again tomorrow. And again, thank you so much, Simsart, for wanting to collaborate with me and taking me on when I literally was like, sent you a DM out of nowhere and was like, hear me out. Thank you very much, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, chat. I'm gonna go take my photos and videos now. Bye bye.